Okay, I will call to order the March 30th, 2021 meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors, and we'll start with the flag salute, and I will lead it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, it's great to be up here meeting again, and it's great to be in a pretty normal meeting room for a change. So our first item is the consent agenda. This is a list of items that are intended to be taken in one motion, but the board is happy to pull anything for individual discussion if anyone from the public would like us or any of my colleagues would wish that. What is the pleasure of the?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. Roll call, please.
Gore.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye.
Jones. Aye. Gustafson.
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. Thank you. Next is the time for public comment. This is a time when anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on the agenda, keeping in mind that we can take no action. So is there anyone here that would like to address the board under public comment? Seeing no one, do we?
1 o'clock, I believe. Is that right?
Yes,
didn't hear the
it is. It's at 1 o'clock.
Short-term rental ordinance. 1
Oh,
o'clock.
that's 1 o'clock, yes.
I can't be here at 1 o'clock for my address.
No, you could call in at 1 o'clock if you like.
Carrie, go ahead and give your comments to the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Carrie, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, good morning, everyone. My name's Carrie Freidig. I'm a lifelong resident of Placer County, and I've been a volunteer here for 20 years, serving local animal organizations. And I've also done 12 years of public service on the Fish and Game Commission for District 5. I've recently teamed up with a local nonprofit, the Humane Society of the Sierra Foothills, and today I have some brief information for our Board of Supervisors and our community members. This April is Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Month, symbolized by the color purple. And the Humane Society of the Sierra Foothills is gearing up to spread the word about animals in need in Placer County. We invite the board and our community members to help us celebrate this important month by raising awareness about animal cruelty and neglect in Placer County. In the past 2 decades, citizen awareness and genuine concern for animals and their well-being have increased exponentially. No matter what the species, animal cruelty has no place in the 21st century. In fact, it is a very well-established fact that if someone abuses an animal, it can be an indicator of a potential for human abuse. The correlation is statistically so strong that the FBI now keeps a database on animal cruelty and abuse convictions. I'd like to just highlight some ways that our community can help to make a difference in the lives of local animals. First and foremost, of course, there's no excuse for animal abuse, whether it's neglected or abandoned pets, farm animals without food and shelter, or illegal puppy mills. If you see something, say something. Remember, animal cruelty won't stop if we ignore it. Report animal cruelty and neglect. If you see something in our area, please make sure that you report it to the Humane Society of the Sierra Foothills, Placer County Animal Services, or other proper authorities. Also, if you're looking for a furry family member, please pledge to make your first option adoption. There are many, many deserving animals in our local shelters looking for loving forever homes. And lastly, if you're thinking about giving a pet for Easter, we ask that you think twice before giving a bunny, chick, or duckling to a child for Easter. Every year, our rescue agencies are inundated with bunnies, chicks, and ducks once the novelty wears off and the responsibility of pet ownership sets in. Please choose instead a gift that does not have the potential to cause needless neglect, suffering, or even death to these animals. Plus, you'll be helping out our nonprofits by alleviating the strain on their resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. So with no further public comment, now time for board member reports and county exec. So do any of my colleagues have something to report? Todd?
I don't have anything.
So it's 9:07. So we'll go to our first department item, which is Facility Management North Tahoe PU Public Utilities District Memorandum of Understanding. Brad.
Wasn't ready for us. Didn't
I
think
guess.
he'd be up first.
Well, no, he's there, I can see him. He might not have heard.
I don't see him.
See Brett Wood?
No, it's Brad Boulay.
Larson.
How about Amy Ellis? Is she available? Amy's on?
Yes.
Okay, we'll jump down to item 13, which is contract amendments for emergency lodging and related cleaning services. Amy.
All right, good morning, members of the board. Yes, I'm Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care, and I'm here to ask you to approve the following 5 actions. The first, to approve an amendment to a contract with Roseville Hospitality, LLC, doing business as Hampton Inn and Suites, Roseville of San Francisco, California, for emergency lodging services in the amount of $800,000 for a new maximum amount of $2,687,641 through June 30th, 2021. This is to extend the term and increase capacity as needed for increased COVID-19 risk, subject to available funding. The second, to approve an option to extend the contract with Roseville Hospitality, LLC, doing business as Hampton Inn and Suites, Roseville of San Francisco, California, through September 30th, 2021, in the amount of $800,000 for a new maximum amount of $3,287,641, subject to available funding. The third, to approve an extension to a contract with Janie King of California Inc. Of Sacramento, California, for cleaning services at the Hampton Inn and Suites through June 30th, 2021. Fourth, to approve an option to extend the contract with Janie King of California Inc. of Sacramento, California, for cleaning services at the Hampton Inn and Suites through September 30th, 2021. And fifth, to authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents. So the governor's state of emergency proclamation due to COVID-19 and subsequent orders to shelter in place and practice social distancing required counties to work on solutions for people in our communities that had no safe place to isolate. We partnered with a local hotel in order to provide physical separation to those who are considered to be at risk of contracting or communicating the virus in order to prevent or slow the spread of virus throughout the community. We have come back to your board on 2 occasions to extend this contract due to the continued need and additional funding availability. The current agreement ends at the end of April, and this new contract will align at the end of the fiscal year and allow us to extend possibly through September if the funding and need continues. An agreement was also issued to Janie King to provide specialized cleaning services on an as-needed basis for their rooms utilized at the Hampton Inn. Your approval is requested to extend the agreement to align with the others. Both of the agreements include options to cancel within 30 days notice, and county staff will closely monitor the need for these services and reduce the contracts with these firms as necessary. The project has served a total of 280 residents, and 51 of those residents have obtained housing upon their exit from this program. The total cost of this increase is related to COVID-19 homeless mitigation and is expected to be covered by FEMA, Project Roomkey, and the CARES Act funding, but will need to be advanced from our county general fund. If funding does not become available from FEMA, Project Roomkey, or CARES Act, then county general funds will not be reimbursed. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this item.
Thanks, Amy. Any questions for my colleagues? Bonnie?
Yes, thank you, Amy, very much. Appreciate the work. I just want to make sure that it sounds like we're increasing to an additional 10 units for this need. If we end up having the funds and we increase that through September, do we have to have that same number of units? I just want to make sure that we're not overpaying for units that we're not actually using.
Yeah, the owner has actually been great to work with and has allowed us to reduce when we need to and increase as needed. And we are currently working on a plan to maximize our utilization of the rooms too right now. So I'm fully confident that we are not going to be paying for rooms that are just sitting unused, for the minimum number as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Cindy?
I just wanted to confirm, Amy, thank you and great work. You said 280 people have been served here.
Yep, 280, some for short term and some for a little bit longer term.
And then 51 have secured housing after, so that's good results. Thank you.
Yes.
Bonnie, did you have something else? Thanks. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment or ask a question? What is the pleasure of the board?
Second?
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I know that Will is here, so let's take item 14.
Chairman, can we take a quick break for a moment? We need to check a couple technical things.
Sure.
Thank you.
We will take a short break.
I love technology.
Okay. We obviously had some technical problems. In effect, we're going to start over with public comment. So is there anyone from the public here who would like to comment to the board on something that is not on the agenda, keeping in mind that we can take no action? Seeing no one, is there anyone who is trying to, and we do have public, thank you.
Ann, go ahead and give your comments.
Yeah, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance.
Good morning.
The Mountain Report in Placer County have failed the community. It's been over a decade now, and TRPA's Community Enhancement Program, Homewood Mountain Resort, has failed to complete its BMPs or improve water quality. But Homewood has left a boarded up mess at the Tahoe Inn in Brockway. The Tahoe Inn property is tagged and toxic with mold. The Tahoe Inn is a health and safety hazard and has been so for over a decade. Placer County won't help. JMA won't clean up their mess. JMA is Homewood, but they are beginning the process of building luxury condos in Homewood. The excuse for their failure to demolish the Tahoe Inn is that it wasn't a condition of approval, and they needed to divert funds elsewhere. In fact, raising the Tahoe Inn is a condition of transferring their TAUs, and Placer County failed to include it in their conditions. The residents are furious. This is an oversight on the part of Placer County, and it can be corrected. It was a mistake. So Cindy Gustafson, help your community. Require Homewood to clean up the Tahoe Inn. They've got all their entitlements, so they're not going to lose anything or any potential for future development. In addition, the project over in Homewood, they said they refreshed the traffic study just based on these 7 luxury condos. Since it's been over a decade since development, don't you think a new traffic study would be a good idea, especially with all the increases in residency and traffic? Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further public comment. I am going to jump back to Amy Ellis's item because that's the only thing she had, and she may have other plans for the day and may not be listening to the whole meeting. So, Amy, is she on? Okay. So you gave your presentation, and we're fine with that. I'm just going to bring it back for any public comment that might be out there. And there is none, so could we reconsider the motion, please?
Yes, I think Jim made the motion. Yeah. And I seconded.
Right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And now we will go back to our 9:15 item, timed item, which is presentation on the activities and plans with the Tahoe National Forest, Eli Lano. Yes, please. Excuse me.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay if I talk through this?
Yes,
Is that on?
Is his
I don't think your
microphone on?
microphone's on. Push the
but,
little button.
well, we have some.
How about now?
Oh, perfect.
Boom. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. It's so far so good, right, this morning? So thanks so much for having me. I think this is the first time in many years that we've had the opportunity to address the full board. So thanks for spending some time with me this morning. My name is Ellie Ilano. I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Tahoe National Forest. And you are currently sitting within the congressional boundary of the Tahoe National Forest, but on private land. I think at one point in history, this was a national forest, but leading up to the Olympics in 1960, the land was transferred to help facilitate the development and the Olympic Games that were here in 1960. So pretty beautiful spot. I think you all have a copy of a PowerPoint slide show, and also I think we have it up here on the screen for those who don't have a copy. First, I wanted to just say that over the course of the last 5 years, it's just been a joy and a pleasure to work with Placer County. Both the board and the staff at the county have been just outstanding partners to the U.S. Forest Service and the Tahoe National Forest. So I just wanted to kick off with that. I mean, we work with many counties throughout the state, and working with Placer County is just it's one of the highlights of our relationships with local entities. So thanks for that. Just to give you sort of a general lay of the land, we have 2 districts that fall within Placer County. The American River Ranger District, which is based in Forest Hill and kind of covers the lands in Placer County leading up to the crest of the Sierra, and then the Truckee Ranger District, which covers predominantly those lands in Placer County on the east side of the crest. A total of 271,000 acres of national forest within Placer County, which includes 19 campgrounds. Those are developed campgrounds. We can talk a little bit about the other types of camping that we're seeing in the forest. Also, about 5 years ago, we established what we call focal watersheds, and these are watersheds on the landscape where we are sort of focusing, prioritizing our resources and attention to really try and make a difference as it relates to wildfire risk, forest health, resilience to climate change, and a number of other factors. And so 3 of those focal watersheds in the forest fall in Placer County: the Middle Fork and the North Fork of the American, the Five Creeks watershed, and a portion of Van Orden Meadow. So I wanted to share with you just a little bit of what we did last year in 2020. You know, I think there were a lot of folks that made the assumption that perhaps we didn't get as much done in 2020. Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Gotcha. All right. Continue to move smoothly here. So in 2020, on the Tahoe National Forest, we actually treated a record 20,000 acres of the national forest for hazardous fuels. That's more than we have ever treated in recent memory within the last many decades. So we're really proud of that, and we made that happen in 2020, which was not an easy year to operate. And that included over 3,000 acres of prescribed fire, which we are working towards including more and more of in our treatments of the forest. We also gave out over $5 million of federal funds to other entities to do work, including Placer County, the National Forest Foundation, the Truckee River Watershed, and many others. And then our partners, including Placer County, helped contribute $9 million in non-federal funds to work on the national forest last year. So just a really outstanding year for us in 2020, despite all the challenges. I also wanted to mention that our partnership with Placer County was recognized by the region, this region of the Forest Service, which covers California and Hawaii and all the Pacific Islands. The French Meadows Partnership, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment, received what I like to call sort of the Best Picture Award for the Forest Service in the region, which is the All Lands Watershed and Forest Health Award. So congratulations to you, and I think you all have a crystal or glass award sitting somewhere in one of your offices. So, boom. The French Meadows Project, something that we've worked with Placer County, the Placer County Water Agency, the Nature Conservancy, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, CAL FIRE, and the National Forest Foundation on, as well as the American River Conservancy, a 28,000-acre forest health project in the headwaters of the Middle Fork of the American. It's just a beautiful place. If you haven't been there, there's a photo. I'm even going to use the laser right there. of the area. If you haven't been out there, that's what it looks like from an aerial view. Here's a picture of many of the partners involved in this project. It's one thing to write a planning document, do a project design. It's another thing to actually implement it. And Placer County has been the lead in implementing that project, thanks to your staff. To date, we've treated over 7,000 acres, and we have many more acres planned. We have secured a lot of resources to implement that project. So, and one of the advantages of Placer County being the lead is your ability to integrate local contractors and create local jobs, support local jobs, whereas, the Forest Service, we would have to advertise nationally. Just some great work out there, and, some of the stats here, 5 million board feet of timber going to local mills, 11,000 tons of biomass. So I think everyone's really pleased with that project, and, we still have some work to do there. But we have resources available. I think we're trying to secure about another $1 million this year to complete some. As you can imagine, costs have increased to operate over the course of the last 5 years. So, out of a $14 million project, if we're $1 million off, that's not too bad. On the next slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of our other work in the county. We've just begun planning a 6,000-acre forest resilience project, forest health, fuels reduction, right in this area between Tahoe City and Truckee on the west side of the Truckee River. And this is an exciting project, and we're trying to get a lot of the local entities involved. I know that Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows is interested in participating, as are the Truckee River Watershed Council, National Forest Foundation, and others. I wanted to bounce down to the Nyack project. This is a project that's in the I-80 corridor up by Blue Canyon Airport, in that kind of general vicinity, in the communities of Alta and thereabouts. So we're going to begin implementation of that project this summer. And we are also trying to attract some outside funding because, a lot of this work does not pay for itself, not even close. The value of the timber coming out does not pay for the costs of all the work that needs to be done in the forest. So that's why we continue to work with partners to try and find that funding. So in total this year, we're hoping to treat about 2,300 acres in Placer County, with the production of about 10.5 million board feet of saw logs. I wanted to talk just a little bit about 2 community protection projects that are underway. The first one is that we've been working closely with the county on is our Michigan Bluff project. That's just outside the town of Forest Hill. We started planning this project after the 2014 American Fire, which, if you will recall, really threatened the community of Forest Hill, Michigan Bluff, and the outlying areas. So right after we began planning that project, we completed the decision, and we are now looking for funds to implement that project. And, if you've been in that area, there's not a lot of saw timber there, so almost all of that work has to be funded, paying contractors and others to actually go out and do the work there and remove the material, a lot of brushy types of material down in those lower elevations. And then the Big Jack East project, which is just here in the town of Truckee. immediately adjacent to residents. And here's some photos from that area. This is in the neighborhoods of Ponderosa Palisades and Sierra Meadows in the Truckee area. If you're familiar with those neighborhoods, nestled in between those neighborhoods and North Star and Mardis Camp. We began implementing this project a couple years ago, and we are really getting close to completing all of that project. So I think our goal this year is to treat just under 1,000 acres for mastication and then continue burning some of the piles that we've created out there. Actually, I think we've completed burning the piles, but in that area. So let's talk a little bit about recreation. We were not expecting to see a 200% to 400% increase in visitation on the National Forest last year. So we were very much in a reactive mode, trying to figure out what was going on. And of course, we all now can look back and say, well, of course people were going to increase their visitation because that was a safe place to go. But at the time, we were trying to figure out how to keep our workforce safe, figure out how we could continue operations, how we could prepare for fire season, and we're not prepared for the amount of visitation that we saw. We tried to make adjustments along the way, but we had over a 200% increase in illegal escaped campfires. Unbelievably, thanks to the diligence of our fire responders and others, we were able to catch all of those escaped fires on the Tahoe with keeping them under 5 acres in size. As you saw, that was not necessarily the case across the state. So this year, we are looking at being in a very similar situation in terms of the fire danger. The water year and snowpack is far below normal. So it looks like we are in for another dry summer, increasing the fire danger. We're also anticipating a similar level of visitation. So we are hoping to increase our patrols, increase our education for visitors, making sure that they understand how to recreate on the forest responsibly and sustainably. And we need everybody's help in that. Because folks who are coming to the forest are not necessarily the folks that traditionally come. Folks that are coming are pursuing new adventures and engaging in new activities that they've never engaged in before. And that's not a bad thing necessarily, but we need to help them do that in a responsible and sustainable way and a safe way. Just this past weekend, we had 4 illegal unattended campfires that we had to put out already before the end of March. So this is something that we're going to need everybody's help with. We've developed some responsible recreation messaging that we're happy to share for anybody to put out with whatever mechanisms they can. Also, after a very intense summer season, our staff thought that they might get a breather for the winter, which turned out not to be the case. The increase in visitation continued. If you drove up I-80 at all this winter, perhaps you saw lines of cars trying to get off the freeway either at Donner Summit or here to come down to the ski areas. We had record numbers of people just wanting to engage in snow play. Snow play, I don't know what the percentage increase of snow play was, but the lines of cars, I heard reports that we were turning away upwards of 400 vehicles a day because of the capacity of our parking lots. So that is something that we're working with some folks in the private sector actually to try and address. We're working with Sugar Bowl ski area to develop a new snow play area, which would be partially on private land, partially on the National Forest. I think they're hoping to implement that, construct that this summer so that it's ready to go next winter. I also wanted to share with you an exciting thing. So we have had a Christmas tree program on the forest for many years, and for most of that time, it was a relatively modest program. And this 2 years ago, our program had somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 permits, I believe, sold. This year, we really tried to expand that program. We offered online permits for the first time, and we offered far more permits, and we sold over 10,000 Christmas tree permits at $10 a permit for families to come out to the National Forest, walk around in the woods, find a tree, take it home with them. So we were just really excited about that program and the ability to get families and individuals out to the National Forest in the wintertime. And then the last recreation item, or actually another recreation item I wanted to mention. So we worked with the county for many years on the gondola to connect Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows, and that was approved early in 2020. If you can recall, some of you probably participated in that approval, as did I, and as did Jonathan. So we're excited. I haven't talked with you all since then, but that was a project decades in the making. And what I was so happy about related to that project was the ability for everyone involved to find a solution that was going to address the majority of people's concerns. The project changed many times over the course of that planning process, and we ended up with a project that I think meets so many different people's interests, concerns, and needs. So thanks to the county for working through that with us. Wanted to mention just two other recreation things, and then I'll wrap up. Just wanted to again say thank you to the county and the Truckee Trails Foundation for a $200,000 grant for developing signage. Consistent signing can be hugely important in public education, responsible recreation, and helping people not get lost and to have good experiences when they come to the National Forest and when they come to the region. So thank you for that. And then I also just wanted to mention that just this month, we approved the East Zone Connectivity Project, which for the first time on the National Forest in California, and pretty much for the first time on the National Forest in the country, designates trails for Class 1 e-bike and e-mountain bike use. These are the pedal assist e-bikes, not the ones that you see people riding like a motorcycle. These are the ones that you actually have to pedal. So we are very excited about that. It designates four trails that are predominantly mountain bike trails for use by Class 1 e-bikes as well. So very excited about that. That decision also approved the construction of 70 new miles of single-track motorcycle trails. Anyway, a very, very exciting development in recreation in this area. And as you probably know, e-bikes are a huge up-and-coming recreational activity, really expanding access to a segment of the population that that hasn't had the ability in some cases. We've had testimonies from a wide variety of people who either have health issues or felt like they couldn't keep up with their children or their spouses, et cetera, their friends, and now they can. So really pleased about that. So that's all I had to share up front, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking the time to come, and I appreciate the update, but I'll open it up to questions and comments. Sydney?
Thank you. Ellie, thank you, and Jonathan, for your efforts in coming today. We really appreciate the update. I got a chance to go out to French Meadows with our county staff and the Placer County Water Agency staff. What a phenomenal project, and really a long ways out there from here, especially. But what a great project and a cooperative effort. I think it's on. It's on. Okay. Technology today. And so really appreciate the collaborative effort of trying to protect our communities and our forests together. Obviously, we have a long way to go with trying to figure out what we do with all the product that's got to come out of the forest, and that is renewable and is going to continue. And so we're continuing to pursue those discussions. Very interested in North Star's proposed biomass and what we might look at in those regards to developing a market for the products coming out of our forests so that we can sustain that level of investment that's going to continue, and certainly working with the state's $1 billion announcement and how we can best use those. But secondly, talking about recreation. This community is, why all of us live here. No one is forced to live in the Tahoe-Truckee area. We all choose to because of the recreation, and it's challenging, and we're going to be talking about that a lot later today on visitation and impacts. But certainly on the Forest Service lands, we've seen this, the camping that is happening outside of the campgrounds. And that continues to be a concern. We're seeing it on county properties, on residential streets and parking lots. I mean, anywhere people can pull over seems to be what they're choosing to do. So appreciate your efforts. And you were mentioning before the meeting that you've stepped up with staffing to do that. We need to be partners in reporting those kinds of activities as well to protect our communities. But I've had a number of emails on Five Lakes Trail already being crowded. And one of the things Ellie and I were talking about before the meeting was our efforts with Clean Tahoe to enhance not only our current garbage enhancements, but then actually work with another company, and whether we can work with the Forest Service on some of those popular trailheads where people have garbage, whether they have empty bottles or food containers, whatever they are doing, and there's no place to put that. So how we can help mitigate those concerns. Five Lakes Trail is just out of Alpine Meadows. It goes up into the area right behind Squaw Alpine where the gondola is going to be very close. So we want to continue to work with you and open to ideas of how we can best collaborate, because the visitors are here, whether they're looking just at Forest Service lands or county lands or other public parks and recreation facilities, and how we can best work with you to address that, and appreciate all the efforts. I know you've been part of all of the recreation call meetings and stakeholder meetings that Erin's been participating in, and making sure that we're all collaborating on that messaging to educate these visitors who haven't been in our forest and aren't taking good care of them. So if you have other ideas or other suggestions or needs from the county, please let us know as well, and we can work together to solve these problems. Nobody likes government pointing at each other. They like us working together. So thank you.
Thank you, and we'd love to work with you and county staff on the Clean Tahoe program and other things that you might have going on. I know that garbage and other types of human waste became a huge issue this last year, and so we are planning on increasing the number of portable toilet units in certain places, but we'll certainly need some help with the garbage issue.
Bonnie? So you guys are gonna have to help me out with the lights. They don't match up the names at all, but Jim?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? There we go. First of all, thank you so much for this update. It's amazing when you stop to think over a period of time how much work it gets done. One project is finished and then you move on to the next. And I really appreciate the work with our staff, particularly Brett Story, who has been able to put all these pieces together in order to do the work that needs to be done. I wanted to ask about volunteers during the summer. Do you have plenty of them? Do you have great access to many volunteers? You know, I'm thinking about forestry students or those people, that young people that are out of school.
So most of our volunteer program is currently in our volunteer campground host program. We do hire a number of summer jobs for folks that are younger and, you know, in high school or college age. Actually, our summer, it's interesting, our summer program, our summer hires, a lot of times are either very young folks or retired folks who are looking for something different to do with their summer. So those are the opportunities we currently have. You know, we haven't had the internal capacity to develop a more robust, broader volunteer program just yet.
CAL FIRE has a CCC. I'm sure they volunteer or they're active with these projects.
Yep. We use the CCCs every year.
Great. It's been a great addition to the French Meadows project is unbelievable. And it's just an interdisciplinary approach with the environmental community to work together to solve these problems. Sunday night, there was a program on PBS called The West is Burning. Very, very good program. And it talked to people that were involved in the Sonoma fires and the Mendocino fires about what happened and what needed to be done. And I think the best part was there are some old timers that they interviewed that have worked this for years and finally see how we are working together to solve this type of problem, because it's not going away. And we have to work with federal, state, local, and all the environmental communities to move forward to save our forest. The title of the program was The West is Burning, and there's no doubt about it. Every year it gets worse and worse. So anything we can do to work collaboratively is just welcome. So thank you so much, and you too, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Quick question. Did we see the same kind of visitation increases in the wilderness areas?
I don't know that we have good numbers in the wilderness areas. The Granite Chief Wilderness here, just over the ridge here, is actually one of the few wilderness areas that doesn't require a permit. So we don't, and we do that on purpose so far because we want it just to be open and accessible. So you know, we're just not sure what the increase, if there was any, in the wilderness area was.
Thanks. Okay, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Caller with the number ending in 1512. Please go ahead and state your name for the record and give your comments. Caller with the number ending in 1512. Go ahead and state your comments.
I'm sorry, can you give the name of that commenter, please?
Well, we don't have the name. We only have your phone number.
Is it 916-768-1512?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cynthia Spears. I'm the Executive Director of Placer Dispute Resolution Service. We've been providing community mediation programs to Placer County since June of 1992. My statement this morning, the objective is to show that the RFPs and selection of the
Ma'am?
firm to provide. Yep.
I think you're calling on a separate item. The board is currently on item 1A. Are you calling in regards to item 3A, which is the dispute resolution services contract?
3A, but mysteriously the computer said press *6 and gave me a number to that you said was my phone number. So when the computer said press *6, I did, and I wound up with you.
Okay, so
I'm happy to wait.
yeah, we'll have you wait. So we'll you can leave your hand raised, and I'll know what item you're for, and we'll call you when that item's ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry for the confusion.
No, it's okay. We have no
No,
comments.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
We'll now take up our 9:30 timed item, which is Capital Projects Advisory Committee for Eastern Placer County. Aaron Casey. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Aaron Casey here with the County Executive Office to present this item to you today. I actually think the sequence of presentations is perfect because one of the projects that Ellie shared with your board, the signage projects in partnership with the Truckee Trails Foundation and the Forest Service, was actually funded through this program. Your board allocated $200,000 to that project previously, which was recommended by the CAP Committee and supported by the Resort Association. I also would like to recognize our partnership with the Resort Association. They are co-chair with Placer County to the CAP Committee, and Jeff Hens and I see Samir Tuma are here today, chair of that board as well, and I'd like to thank them both for their continued support and partnership with this program. First, I will cover the CAP Committee itself. I'll provide a brief summary, the grant review process, and then provide a bit of detail on the recommended projects that are in front of your board today. There are project summaries included in the board packet, as well as a table which shows the amount that the CAP Committee and the Resort Association have supported in terms of the allocated TOT dollars. And then ultimately the board or requested board action, which is to accept the CAP Committee recommendation and then directing staff to prepare 9 agreements for the allocation of those transient occupancy tax dollars to each project. As I mentioned already, the CAP Committee is co-chaired by Placer County and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. This is the 4th grant cycle since the committee was formed by your board in March of 2018. There are 13 seats, and it includes representatives from our business association partners, special districts, ski resorts, the Resort Association, and your board also appoint members to the committee. The committee objectives include reviewing grant applications for capital projects consistent with the Tourism Master Plan, also ensuring that the project proposals are consistent with the program criteria, which again is closely aligned with the Tourism Master Plan itself and the priorities identified in that document. In addition, they look to ensure that the program is leveraging state, federal, and local matching funds. There is a match requirement as part of the program. And then the committee also holds public meetings to review these projects and further engage the community. So this is a Brown Act committee. All meetings are publicly noticed to ensure broad participation in the process as well as transparency. This is specific, the recommendation to the fiscal year 2021 grant cycle. The grant applications were released in August of 2020 and applications were due in October. We received 10 applications for over $1.7 million in total requests. The ranking criteria that was provided was approved by your board in January of 2019. This is an important document that the CAP Committee uses to evaluate proposals and again, to ensure that those projects do closely align with the Tourism Master Plan and the criteria that your board has approved. Applicants did present to the committee on November 10th of 2020, and the CAP Committee reviewed the ranking results in November of 2020. Specifically to highlight for your board today the projects that are in front of you, we have over $1.3 million in recommended projects to support investment in Eastern Placer County. These projects do leverage over $9.1 million in local, state, and federal funds. So when you submit a proposal, you have to outline the match that you are providing, the percentage of that match, and the source of that match. And so that's how we're able to tally these numbers here for your board and the community. The projects include construction, planning, and environmental studies, as well as a feasibility study. There are 6 different implementing agencies, so several external partners that are participating in the program, similar to what you just heard from the U.S. Forest Service and Truckee Trails Foundation. And our projects address transportation, visitor information, arts and culture, and recreation. Again, key theme areas outlined in the Tourism Master Plan. Here's a table of all the projects that are recommended for your board today. This includes the rank numbers, so you can see how the projects did rank. Also, the applicants, so the organization that submitted the proposal to your board, or to the CAP committee, I should say, the project name, its average, and then the TOT funds that are recommended. As I mentioned, you'll notice there's a pretty diverse set of projects here. Although there are a lot of trail projects, we continue to recommend supporting construction of the Martis Valley Trail, which is a key part of the Resort Triangle, which will connect Truckee to the basin in Kings Beach and in Tahoe City, and then in between. The Tahoe Rim Trail Association has submitted an application to construct a reroute, so this is actually a dirt trail on the west shore. The North Tahoe Public Utility District has submitted an application to do some trailhead improvements in honor of Pam Emmerich, who passed away this past year. Placer County also has projects included in here, including the Fanny Bridge Revitalization Project. So this is really focusing on the second phase of that project. And then also we have the Tahoe City Public Utility District. They're actually partnering with North Tahoe Public Utility District on an active recreation feasibility study. So they did a robust community outreach process to really understand what the gaps were in our community on active recreation. Now they're transitioning into the second phase, where they really want to focus on some of the priority projects that came out of that, including a recreation center, aquatic center, and really look at the feasibility of that, what it would cost to construct it, potential funding sources, and what it would cost to maintain that project. So it's a very cool partnership between our PUD partners on behalf of the community, and a lot of enthusiasm around that project. Also in here, you'll see the Tahoe City downtown access improvements. This also includes a new parking space, the Grove Street parking lot, so that's incorporated in this proposed project, as well as the Kings Beach Western Approach, another project submitted on behalf of Public Works. This would include the construction of a roundabout at the 267-28 intersection in Kings Beach. And then also at the end there, the Snow Sports Museum, or the Squaw Valley Ski Museum. This is a project your board has supported since 2008. These funds will continue to support the organization's efforts to complete the environmental questionnaire and submit that to the county. The county is partnering as a co-applicant with the organization on this project moving forward. So we expect the model and how we partner with them and how they're funded to evolve. But nonetheless, they did submit this application. It was supported enthusiastically by the CAP committee, and as I mentioned, will support the completion of that environmental questionnaire so we can move on to the environmental review process. Here's some cool pictures of some of the projects that I just outlined for you, some of the sections of trail that will be rerouted. On the bottom there, you'll see the dirt trail there, Class 1 bike trail, Martis Valley, some signage there, some ribbon cutting photos. These are all associated with the projects that I mentioned, or different phases of projects that are outlined in your board packet. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and just ask that your board approve the funds that have been recommended by the CAP committee. I did also want to reiterate that the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association board did review these projects and took action to support the recommendation in front of you today. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks and answer any questions your board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions? Sydney?
I didn't have any questions. I'll make a comment, Erin. I know you've been short-staffed this year and COVID challenged, and yet really came through with a great set of projects that are going to help our local community. All of these funded with the TOT money, but helping serve our local communities' needs too. So really
Absolutely.
appreciate all of that and our great partnership with the other organizations.
Yes, and thank you to your board. This is another example of your continued commitment to investing funds in Eastern Placer County. This really does align very well. Supervisor Gustafson, as you were mentioning, an opportunity to work with the Forest Service on trash mitigation. Your board recently approved over $1 million in funds to support enhanced services in our community. And this recommendation really builds on that. It's an additional opportunity to invest in the community. And it has included a robust process with the public to really provide feedback to staff in order to bring this forward to your board. So thank you again for your continued support of the community and as well as this process in the CAB committee.
Jim?
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Great presentation. Thank you for your collaboration with all the partners and the Resort Association. It's really amazing what we can do when we all work together.
Yes.
And I really appreciate your leadership and your staff. And I appreciate you bringing these two items to me to brief me, although sometimes remotely, but it's very valuable to me to understand what's going on. So thank you again.
Absolutely, you're welcome. Supervisor Holmes, thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item?
Hi, good morning. Welcome back to North Lake Tahoe. Jeffrey Hens, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, again, thank you for being here. I just wanted to echo the comments from Aaron Casey. I want to thank the outstanding work the entire CAP committee has put on not only these projects, but continues to do year in and year out. These 9 projects are very important, from the Fanny Bridge Project, Kings Beach Western Approach Project, the Tahoe City Access Improvements, to the several trail projects that you just saw. These are all very supportive and consistent, as Aaron did indicate, with the Tourism Master Plan. The North Lake Tahoe Resort Association does co-chair, of which I am personally participating on that committee, and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Board of Directors has supported this. And again, tremendous work by Erin Casey and her team on these projects. Very exciting, and thank you for the collaboration.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Seeing none? Aaron?
I have nothing else, so I'll just wait. I'm here in case you had any other questions.
We're being asked to consider allocating $1.399 million in TOT funds to 9 capital projects as discussed, and direct staff to prepare the agreements.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. We need a roll call.
Gore? Aye. Holmes? Aye. Jones? Aye. Gustafson? Aye. Wygant?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll now take up our 9:45 timed item, which is the dispute resolution services. Becky Riggin, I think, is going to kick that off, and this will be the time for the one caller that called on earlier.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I am joined today behind me by Dan Kokel and Aaron Castile. We are here to talk about a program that has been in Placer County since 1994, but that has recently undergone a significant redesign, and that is the Placer County Dispute Resolution Program. The program was enacted by the Dispute Resolution Programs Act by the state in 1986, and the intent of the act is for lower level disputes between residents to be solved informally through mediation as an alternative to formal court proceedings. The program is funded through an $8 portion of civil court filing fees. And as I mentioned, Placer County has participated in this program since 1994, when our first program was established. And from 1994 through 2020, Placer County contracted with a single provider. While services provided under the contract were certainly adequate, staff believed that more could be done with this program under a different service model. We conducted an RFP in 2003, which was not successful, and we conducted a second RFP in 2020, which Mr. Kokel responded to and was a successful bidder at that time. And those of you who may know Mr. Kokel from his service he provides to the county for public defense service, he does have a history of innovative and data-driven management, and he brought that approach to this program as well. So as I mentioned, the revenue for this program is dependent on civil case filings. The revenue does tend to fluctuate over time in alignment with those case filings. And the revenue has varied over the past 10 years, up from $56,000 a year up to $88,000 per year. This can complicate the process of developing a viable service model. As the public defender, Mr. Kokel provides a great office space and location under that contract. It provides conferencing space and staff who were willing to support the program, so we were able to leverage this revenue into a viable program. So I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Kokel at this point, and he will discuss the services that he'll be providing.
Thanks, Vicki.
Good morning, Chairman Wygand and members of the board. Dan Kokel. Again, I'm providing indigent services to Placer County. First, let me begin by describing the service we're proposing to provide. We're proposing to provide mediation services, and that's a process where we get the two disputants together and help them communicate, work out a resolution between themselves, and then if they do, we help them memorialize their agreement in writing. I've recruited Aaron Castile, who was with Nevada County Dispute Resolution. He's got a long-standing experience as a dispute resolver in Nevada County. He's also got a background in education in dispute resolution. He trained my people, dispute resolution. I put together a class, or he put together a class, and I had my people attend it, and we became certified dispute resolving providers. I propose to provide the service through my Roseville office and also the Tahoe office. So we're prepared to provide this service. We'll be providing services to the courts and also to the private community. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions?
I would like to introduce Aaron Castile. He's here with us, and he's available to answer questions as well. Good.
I see no questions from the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the action we're requesting today is just for your board to approve and authorize the county executive officer to sign the agreement for dispute resolution services with Placer Dispute Resolution, a California nonprofit, for a 2-year term from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2023, in a total amount not to exceed $175,000.
Move approval. Oh, what?
Public comment.
Public comment.
We do have a motion on the floor, but is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item?
Caller with the line ending in 1512, please go ahead and give your comments.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Spears. I am the Executive Director of Placer Dispute Resolution Service, and we have been providing mediation service to the residents of Placer County since 1992. We did it unfunded from the county for 2 years before we got funding. I'd like to say as an aside that I find the characterization of PDRS as merely adequate to be a inaccurate characterization. Our agreement rate for the last period was 93%, and prior to that, it was 90%. That seems to me to be more than adequate. The objective of this statement today is to show that the RFP selection process of this firm to provide mediation services should have been consistent with DRP legislation and standard procurement procedures. It was not. We suggest an investigation should be initiated into irregularities and improprieties and selection of the firm for that contract. The selected organization is not a community mediation program. In fact, it's the Public Defender's Office. It deals in criminal defense and other interesting circumstances. At the time the RFP was responded to, this organization had no training in community mediation. Even our attempt to participate to the standard procurement protest process was flawed and unresponsive. Last Friday was the first formal day that we found out the Public Defender's Office was to be awarded the contract. When we heard we did not get these contracts back so many months ago, the response letter said we took more than 5 days to protest. We didn't know formally who the agency even was in order to protest in a timely fashion. At the time the contract was awarded, and at the time the RFP process was engaged in, the Public Defender's Office did not have 501c3 approval. Per Section 465C of the Dispute Resolution Programs Act, an organization must be a 501c3 at the time of application. This is a inconsistency with the legislation. When we wrote the letter to the procurement people, they said, well, the Public Defender's Office has submitted a application for California, not for the IRS. So they were not an IRS tax-exempt organization at the time. The pending contract, which includes the agenda, is for $175,000 for 2 years and includes $25,000 of startup costs to expand the use of social media and reach. This amount of money and objectives were not stated in the RFP at the time that it was put out. It only offered 90% of DRP collections. The contract proposes to use Nevada County mediators. Article 1, Section 465 of the DRPA specifies the use of local volunteers. Placer County has a cadre of well-trained and experienced mediators, and yet this contract supports going out of our county to use resources, which not only doesn't make sense, but is adverse to the DRPA.
I'm sorry, Ms. Spears, could you please wrap up your comments? Could you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
There was a conflict of interest. Becky Riggins' assistant was on the selection team. I think that's a conflict of interest because who wouldn't vote with their boss? The DRPA says there should have been a public information and awareness program on the part of the county. We have never experienced the benefit of that. So there are things in this contract before you that were not in the RFP. We did not have a chance to respond to, and the amount of money offered was far less than what is being offered in the current contract. And I will wrap it up by restating that this process has been incongruent with DRP legislation, the procurement process, and we request denial of the contract and investigation of the process with a knowledgeable board supervisor in order to make sure.
Thank you for your comments. We have another caller.
Alan Lowe, go ahead and give your comments.
Thank you. I'm Alan Lowe, and I'm the president of the Board of Directors of the Placer Dispute Resolution Service. I just want to make 3 comments. One, that the organization that was at the interview that is now being awarded the contract was Kukul and Associates. They already have a grant, as has been pointed out, with the county to service the Public Defender's Office. This was the firm that was interviewed. The firm that was awarded the contract didn't exist at the time of the interview. They had filed no RFP and no interview, and did not go to the interview. In fact, the Placer Dispute Resolution, Inc., which is the corporation that you are awarding the grant, filed for California Articles of Incorporation of a nonprofit public benefit corporation form on that form on February the 12th. The interview was held on the February the 4th. I'm incredulous as how we can award a grant to an organization that didn't interview, didn't file an RFP, and didn't exist at the time of the interview. The final statement I'd like to make, in the memorandum to the Board of Supervisors that appears in the board packet, it is clearly stated, and it was stated verbally again today by Becky Riggin, Deputy County Executive Officer, that she had no intention of awarding the contract to Placer Dispute Resolution Service, PDRS. As the statement indicates, after contracting with the same provider for many years, Placer wished to seek new ideas for revitalizing the dispute resolution program with the goal of increasing community utilization. My question then was, they had received our RFP, they had worked with us for many years. Why was PDRS invited to an interview when there was no intention of awarding us the grant at this time? And again, I want to go back and say that the organization that has been awarded the grant and asked for your approval today did not sit at the table. They did not exist at the time, and I'm incredulous as to how the Board of Supervisors can award a grant to an organization that didn't follow through on the process and didn't exist until after the process was really concluded with the interview on February the 4th. The decision was made on February the 6th, and they didn't exist until February the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Becky, do you have some additions or responses that you would like
Yes, I
to
do. First of all, Dan Kokel absolutely did respond and was interviewed. This challenge that this former service provider brought to the county about our decision came in after the deadline to challenge it. Mr. Kokel had filed with IRS and the state for the nonprofit status. This process was thoroughly reviewed by procurement, both the RFP process, the interview process, the decision process, and the challenge at the end, fully reviewed by procurement, and we followed all requirements.
Thanks, Becky. And Karen, did you have some comments?
I'd recommend considering the nature of the comments, that we continue this to April 13th, just so we can provide responses on the record.
Okay, thank you.
And if the board wishes to do that, I'd request that you rescind your prior motion and take
And do we
motion
need to
for
pick a time for it? Does there need to be a timed item on the 13th?
I would recommend that, yes.
Okay, so is a maker willing to withdraw the motion? Yes. And then any questions or comments from colleagues?
I was just going to add a little humor that sounds like we need some dispute resolution for the contract, but that's only because I have to find humor some days, but I do agree.
Well, and I appreciate us looking into this further based on the comments that were made. I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and if we did not do something appropriate, then we need to address it appropriately.
And Megan, do we have a time for the 13th?
We'll place this item at 9:25 a.m. on April 13th.
So we need a motion, if we so desire, to continue this item to 9:25 on April. Is there a second? Motion, Jones, second, Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will now take up our 10:15 timed item, which is the Placer County Housing Program Update. Shauna. And Steve.
Yes. Good morning, Steve Pedretti, CEDR Director. I just wanted to make some opening comments. I saw that we had comments from Defending Granite Bay that showed up yesterday on this item. They are questioning, I guess, the commitment of the county and of county staff. And I really felt like we need to address that. I disagree. I think the county is extremely committed, and I know the staff are. It's becoming a part of county culture to work on the affordable housing and to do whatever we can. I have now been here 4.5 years. 2 weeks into my tenure, I was pulled aside in a meeting with Karen Schwab and Crystal Jacobson, EJ, and I believe Paul Thompson at the time, where they informed me of some problems that we'd had with the program overall, including a specific project where developers were trying to come in and build market rate homes where they were required to have affordable, and previous employees had told them they could. Crystal stopped that and was supported by EJ and by Karen. We made a commitment right there that this wasn't going to happen anymore. We were going to upgrade our program. Within 2 months of my starting here, I went to the board and you approved a couple of high-level positions, a principal planner for the housing program and another one for the environmental coordinator. Within 5 months, we recruited and got Shauna Purvines, who started as the housing coordinator. We then began systematically addressing housing issues. We created a multi-department team, CEDRA, the CEO, Health and Human Services, facilities, others, and started working on the program. We assembled facts. We put together an existing needs analysis, a needs and land supply assessment. We did a jurisdictional comparison report to see what policies, standards, ordinances, guidelines were used in other jurisdictions, and then we recommended revisions to some of our policies. We identified a number of opportunity sites. We went out and looked at publicly owned properties to see if they could be utilized. We made recommendations. We actually streamlined some of our processes. Then we created a stakeholder group, the housing stakeholder group, and met with them on several occasions. We agreed to some principles and obtained input. We then moved on to putting together some strategies. So we put together items that Shauna will probably talk more about, but we had a housing strategy and development plan, a housing funding and investment strategy, the housing code amendments that will be coming to your board early this summer, and the housing element update, which is underway and will be here in May for your approval. We also started acting on specific projects and taking action. There were EJ gave up one of his positions last year, an assistant planner position that was vacant, and gave it to the housing program, recognizing the immediate need. Since that time, by the way, last year we had 620 planning entitlement applications. We're on track for about 1,000 this year. I got to backfill that position for him. The funding has been, your board has put forward and the CEO has recommended $500,000 for Housing Trust Placer as grant match, $500,000 for a deed restriction program. That's pretty significant. Your board has made the commitment. I don't want to take steal too much of Shauna's thunder, but the Mercy Housing Project, your board committed $8 million in various ways to that. We worked very closely in CEDRA, a number of our staff, with facilities to expedite the environmental review and get that done in time to qualify for some funding. We didn't get the grant, but because we were prepared when others fell out of it, we ended up getting the money. We expedited a review. My engineers, our building department, expedited review to meet the timelines. It's under construction now, should be done in October, 79 affordable units. Schaefer's Mill, CEDRA, the CEO and county council were all instrumental in getting a $16 million grant for that program. Again, we expedited the engineering and building plan review. It's under construction, 59 units, I believe, or 56, excuse me. The ADU program has been very successful. 100 permit applications last year. 71 of those have been issued now. We're moving forward. $2.5 million in grants supporting Housing Trust Placer, the deed restriction program. The commitment is there. Last year, there were 207 of the 552 units for new residential permits were for affordable. That is 37.5% of all new residential permits were affordable. 3 out of every 8. That's an incredible number for us. We won't hit that every year by any means. But it's really, I think shows the commitment that we have and that your board has. It is now, I believe, endemic in our culture that we're working on this affordable housing. I cannot make more homes get built. The county doesn't do that. We are creating opportunities. We're now proactively going after grants that we think will create these opportunity sites. I'll let Shauna talk about that, but I just wanted to address that before we started this. Thank you. Shauna?
Thanks, Steve. Just one supervisor's observation was that it's been clear that there was a change by staff in implementation as it related to board direction. It's been greatly appreciated by me. I think Sean has done a fabulous job, and since we're here in the east side of the county, there's obviously an affordable housing issue and problem, but it's dramatically different on the east side as compared to the west side, and I've been very impressed with how that understanding has been studied and different approaches have been taken up. So with that, Shauna, proceed. You're welcome to start off. Thank you.
Thank you. Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency. And I have the pleasure of reporting on the county's annual housing work program on behalf of the multidisciplinary, multi-departmental team. This is a team that was established by the CEO's office in 2017, includes 8 different divisions, departments, and agencies throughout the county, and it was that same year in 2017 we brought forth the first annual housing work program. Since that time, your board has adopted 4 annual work programs, the last one being just last year. So my presentation is just kind of an update on where we're at, kind of in that first 6 months or so of that program. The team early on did identify 3 major goals, and all of our work programs have been consistent with that goal. First is increase the availability of a mix of housing types. This is consistent with the Board of Supervisors strategic plan on that diversity of housing. Improving the county's overall employment growth, really supporting our employers in their needs for employees and their housing requirements. And then reducing vehicle miles travel, looking where we can place homes closer to recreation and employment as part of our programs. So I know a lot of things often get talked about kind of one at a time, but we actually do have quite a bit happening that isn't always seen, and it is the work on our plans. It's the implementation of the 13 community plans and area plans that are consistently happening on an ongoing basis through our planning and other departments. Policies that are being implemented, whether it's our housing element, state laws, more recently our tenant protection laws, and then studies and surveys that are constantly being done. Some of our newer ones are working with SACOG as part of the Green Means Go program and their infill programs. Also just working even on a smaller piece, such as a section of our sewer in the North Auburn area with the North Auburn Sewer Study that will both support economic and housing. And then just a whole host of programs that are consistently being implemented and being worked on throughout the year. But what we do hope that people are seeing is that we are starting to create that diversity of housing. We are seeing projects hit the ground. It is my absolute favorite thing to talk about is the actual sticks and bricks that are going up. But it is important to also talk about things like alternative modes of transportation. Prior to COVID, we knew then, we didn't know what was going to happen 5 years from now. I think COVID has actually thrown even more questions into that and what the needs of transportation are going to be. All of that factors into how we plan our communities and where we plan to put our housing as we go forward, including our employees. But just to talk a little bit about we're currently, because we're getting ready to kind of close out what we call the 5th cycle of the housing element and rolling into the 6th cycle of the housing element, we looked back at the last decade, and Placer County has invested $26 million, that's in state, federal, and local funding, to affordable housing. And that has resulted in, that's actually 468 units of housing over those 10 years. As we roll into the next cycle, the next housing element, which will take us through 2029, we are looking and seeking to support for almost 5,000 affordable homes. That is that moderate income earner or below. But we don't stop there. The diversity of housing here in Placer County is actually all housing types, including those that maybe aren't at that 120% or below, which is where the state and the feds ask us to look and focus our funding, but also looking at just the other housing needs that maybe hit the 140, 150 in here in Tahoe, going up to the 220 and 240 of average median incomes, to be able to buy a home that's still at below market rate levels. So we really do, for this program and with the multi-unit team, are looking at the whole host of housing across the board. As I mentioned, we're wrapping up that 5th cycle, so we have a chance to look at the full 8 years under the state RENA requirements. So over the 2013 to 2021, we were required to accommodate, ensuring that land was available to build, should the market demand it, about 5,000 units. Of that, in total, we built about 60% of that over those 8 years. As Steve mentioned, the last year was really, that would be 2020. We really did hit a peak. It was about 35% of all permits that were issued in 2020 were for that low to moderate income household. Overall, we actually hit 15% over that time period. So we have a goal in our housing element of 10%, so we were able to exceed that goal. Some notable achievements. I'm going to go into some deeper slides here. I like to talk about the money. The money has actually been coming in these last couple of years with a more focus at the federal and state level. We see that continuing. Just last year alone, there was about almost $8 million that was contributed to support housing here in Placer County. Some of it we actually haven't received yet, but we have been awarded it. And others were efforts that your board took, such as through the T-bid process or through investments of our Housing Trust Fund dollars. So in total, that is what we're looking at. This does not include the $12 million that just recently was received directly from the state treasury to help with the rental assistance. And I'll talk a little bit more about that program because it was some really good timing on that, with also a state fund grant that we received just prior to receiving that notice. So Steve mentioned our accessory homes. I think last year we definitely had a banner year with accessory homes. The first thing we did is we did identify an ombudsman. We have Megan Schwartz, who is what we call our ADU guru. She is your point person. Her name is on the website. You can call her. She will answer all questions. And that has helped immensely, and we've really received some great feedback on that. But in addition to that, we've actually been working on a full program. We recently did release our new housing accessory home, which is all about second units. It includes a cost calculator and a return on investment calculator if you build a second home. It has testimonials from and photos of ones that have been built throughout the county, and we have more to come. We actually have a gentleman who's building one in a cave right now, and so we are actually going out systematically and filming that as it goes so that we can be able to provide that. People are getting very creative with the recent changes in state law. They are very interesting, some of these ADUs. But I do think this past year definitely put an emphasis on that as we saw kids coming back from school or parents that needed to, parents or grandparents that needed to come home. We definitely saw more of an interest in this happening. Probably the thing that will happen this very week are those pre-approved plans. They are in their final review of our plan check. We hope to actually have those stamped and available this week. You can actually see them on the website, but they are not available at this point. But we're hoping this week that they will be available. We actually have about 25 people waiting for those right now that are signed up to receive those. So lots of great things happening with accessory homes. As Steve mentioned, we do have the housing element. This is that next cycle that will be coming. It is scheduled for the Planning Commission on April 8th and hopefully to your board on May 11th. That gets it submitted into the state by the May 15th requirement. We did receive our preliminary letter of compliance from the state after working with them to update some of our implementation programs. They did ask us to further identify the number of homes that we will be able to achieve with those implementation programs. So as we are seeing across the board, at the federal and state and local level, there is a support for housing and a need to make sure that we're accountable for that housing as well. So that will be, you'll hear much more about that on May 11th. So the RHNA cycle that's coming up, or the Regional Housing Needs Allocation that we will be planning for, is about a 38% increase from our last year. And the reason for that is our growth projections and our employment projections. This does fall from the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. So it was also our request for transportation funding as we build our roads. So all of that feeds into what the formula also ultimately provides for each of the jurisdictions in the SACOG region. So we will be looking at about 7,854 units is what we need to plan for. And about 435 of those will be here in the Tahoe Basin area. So back to the money, which is something fun to talk about. So we were awarded through what SACOG is calling the Green Means Go. You may remember James Corliss, the CEO of SACOG, came and spoke to your board about focusing in on an infill development strategy, and that is also included in the county's general plan, both in the land use and the housing element. So it fit nicely with our planning goals as well. Under the governor's trailer bill of 2019, there was some funding that was released at a regional level. SACOG has divvied that up into two forms. One was a non-competitive grant, which is the 140, which we are looking to focus in the green zones of North Auburn. That's one along the corridor 49, and the other is around the Bowman area. We are also applying for a competitive grant for $350,000 to complete some of that study and planning there. We are one of 7 in the region, so we feel like we're feeling pretty hopeful about that application, and hopefully we'll see those funds come in. We are actually doing a very similar strategy up in the North Tahoe area here as well, in Tahoe City, looking at the infill and Kings Beach infill strategy. Being that is not inside the SACOG region, the funding is not necessarily there, but we are looking at other funding sources and striving for the further development of those infill sites. So Steve did mention the opportunity sites. The next step on those opportunity sites is to work with the new housing trust Placer. It's the private housing trust. We released the task force applications. We actually had 34 respondents to 9 seats. We actually received an application for every seat on the task force. So I'm very excited by that. And our next steps are, we are actually contacting each of those individuals, just confirming they understand the commitment that they would be making. And then we will work with your board on briefings and bring back, a final task force for your approval. Our hope is that in May or June, we'll actually have the first meeting with them and begin to work closely with Housing Trust Placer on those housing opportunity sites and be able to get projects in the queue for funding. Because as we have heard through both the state and federal, we're anticipating that the housing project funds are going to be actually increasing over the next few years. So we need to have those projects in the queue so we can actually apply for those funds. Housing code amendments. This one has been in the works for a little while. We actually wrapped up the environmental review as part of this in the last 6 months, and it has been out for public comments, and that is closed, and it is being readied for hearings at this point. We anticipate this is an implementation of our existing codes, really focusing in on the missing middle housing, focusing in on the commercial multifamily standards for development in those areas, and really meeting some of the state laws such as SB 35, which now allows for projects to come through a ministerial review, where we had relied many times in the past on that discretionary review for those projects. So we anticipate this actually trailing behind the housing element, probably in the late May, June timeframe, maybe even in July for those hearings. This is part of that $7 million, but to just kind of focus on some specific projects. About $1.5 million is in the mobility and infill acceleration strategy or study. This is really through Caltrans to look at that VMT requirements We also have some SB1 funding we received, the sewer infrastructure study through CDBG that we received that's helping with the North Auburn. Dollar Creek Crossing through the SB2 funding. We are looking at about $2.5 million over a 5-year period. A portion of that will be used to help with the environmental costs and review, which you'll hear in a program or in a presentation here in a little bit. And the remaining part we're looking at focusing on home buyer assistance as part of that project. So that is in the works, and SB2 dollars, those dollars can actually fluctuate because that's based on the recorder fees. So they're estimating $2.5 million, but we could actually, and I think we're anticipating seeing that money go up just a little bit, so we may be coming back to you to look for modification in those plans based on the funding that's available. And then the PCGC housing studies with the Placer County Government Center. We actually have an employment study as well. That was also through CDBG dollars, and it's about $250,000. The employee accommodation ordinance, your board did pass this in October of last year. It went into effect the 1st of this year. I have to say this was definitely a step forward in being able to provide really clear, concise information to projects that are coming in and what their expectations are going to be. It does provide that kind of relief for those smaller projects being able to pay a fee, but it still requires our larger projects to accommodate at least 10% of their projects somewhere in construction or acquisition for all projects, and that includes specific plans. We're also capitalizing on some new technologies. One, we're doing a study that does a real deep dive into tax revenues. This is also to help us inform our infill strategy. And then also we're looking through our e-Civices programs, a new service called Gridix, and this will help our customers or our property owners with being able to go in and identify all the zoning information on their site. Currently today you can see a map, you can maybe see your zoning, and then you need to kind of go into different links to find all the different information. This will put it all into one place where you'll be able to see everything on the property at the same time, be able to visualize the map. On the staff side of it, we actually will be able to use it for modeling. So we'll be able to go into corridor areas and be able to figure out maybe where we have gaps in our codes or our regulations, and be able to address those to meet the development needs for those areas. We anticipate this actually is just about ready for testing, so we may be able to roll this out in about 2 months. And this is the rental-based assistance. So as I mentioned, the county actually received a grant back in 2018. It was $500,000 for first-time home buyer, and just due to some delays with HCD, they came back in 2020. And we hadn't received the funding or the standard agreement yet. And they offered at that point, because of COVID, the opportunity to use a portion of those funds to develop the rental-based assistance program. So CEDR partnered with HHS as through the housing unit team, and we were able to, since about October of last year, HHS has assisted 47 families and paid out, about $76,000 in rents, but also there's about another $120,000 in just supportive services that they've done. The good news about this is we were able to get the program up in place. So when the $12 million came in through this federal treasury, we're ready to go. Like, we didn't have to start anything. It was great that was a happy coincidence that we were able to be able to do that. And then business assistance, as we talked about with the housing unit team, that is a key component, is to support our employers. Your board, with the investment in the Placer Shares program of $16 million, I know has been a great help in working with Sherry Conway and the economic development. Through the HCD is where the State Housing Community Development Department is where the Community Development Block Grant comes through, and that's including the economics. So those actually do come through CEDR, but we partner with the economic development. And so we have been awarded to date the $103,000 for larger business loans to assist them. Those are forgivable loans. Actually, we just received notice, we got another 411, and we'll be applying for about 1.3 million coming up next on that to help with small business assistance. So the projects, Mercy Housing, that is, again, every time I take a picture, about 2 weeks later, it's already out of date. They are just moving like lightning speed over there. So they are on schedule for completion in October. And that is 78 units of affordable housing plus 1 manager's unit. I can't say enough, Mercy has just been a great partner as part of the government center master plan and working with them. And then Sabre City, improvement plans are in. We're hoping to have them pulling permits later this year. We get about a call a week on Sabre City of people that are interested in that site. So we're really looking forward to those coming on as well. Up here on the east side, Hopkins Village, that was definitely a project that was stalled. That's the one Steve mentioned that, where the developer came in and wanted to move to market rate, and that was stopped about 4 years ago. It was kind of on hold for those years. We were able to renegotiate an agreement with them, affordable housing agreement with them. This one we focused in on that missing middle. We went to the 120 and the 180 on those. We actually, working with the builder, released an interest list, asked who was interested in that range, and we ended up with 130, I think, or 123 interest applications that came in. We've been working through those. We're at about 20 right now, so almost half of those units have been accounted for. And because of that, the developer is actually where he thought he would build these up over 5 years. He thinks he'll have them constructed by next year. So he's going to be moving very quickly on those, and it's a modular type unit. And then, of course, Meadowview Acres with 56. This is with Schaefer's Mill and working with neighborhood partners. Those actually started about the same time as Mercy. They are about a month or so behind them. They're anticipating those being completed by the end of the year. Dollar Creek Crossing, you're going to hear more about that later, so I will just let that one go. You'll have lots on that one. I think the thing that we're most excited about over the last 6 months or so, we've seen a real interest in adaptive reuse of older buildings. So we had one that was actually completed. It was an 8,000 square foot office building in Dollar Hill. They converted to 17 micro apartments before they even got their certificate of occupancy. Every single one of them were leased up for a year or more, and all of them were employees by local employers. So it was a great thing to see that, see it be done. The Tahoe Inn came in for their pre-development application, and they're looking at converting a hotel into the same multifamily units. We're actually also starting to hear it on the west side as well. So we are starting to get some interest in some adaptive reuse of older commercial and office buildings. So this is a really great way to help, with those vacancies that we're seeing out there. And being here in the east, in the Tahoe area in East Placer, we did have, in the past 6 months, we had the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, and your board supporting that with the initial investment of $500,000. We are hoping to get that rolled out here in the next month or so. And then the Tahoe, the Business Improvement District, which hopefully will free up those fundings for housing and transportation here on the east side. The one that we probably haven't talked a lot about, but we will be to your board here probably soon to talk more about, is the Tahoe Truckee Workforce Housing Agency. It was a JPA created by 4 of the largest employers here. Together, they make up about 1,600 employees here on the east side. That includes the Tahoe Truckee PUD, the hospital, the school district, and the airport district. Recently, they have been in discussion about expanding the JPA and wanting the jurisdictions to join, so Placer County, Nevada County, and the town of Truckee. And so they will be taking that up with their board later this month. Following that, we would be back to your board with an item to discuss what that might look like. So some works in progress, as I mentioned, still working on the government center and the 20 acres there. You're going to hear more about the parking exemption pilot program here today, which will hopefully provide some relief to some of the housing constraints, housing development constraints we're seeing in our infill areas, particularly here in the Tahoe City and Kings Beach area. The opportunity sites will be moving forward, and then funding. A big part of our time now is just applying for some of these funds that are coming in to support housing and economic development. So with that, I will stop.
So any comments or requests, Cindy?
Do you sleep?
It's a busy 6 months, let me tell you.
Extremely busy, and I say that. There we go. I say that, but Shauna, you've just been a superstar responding to so many issues throughout the county, and the work on the East Slope has been phenomenal with the JPA and all of the efforts. On Hopkins Village in particular, you said 20 of the units have been spoken for. That means commitments to purchase the units.
They are qualified. Yeah, they've qualified to purchase those units.
Right.
Yep.
And do you know the range? I mean, we said 120 to 180, and we've had some pushback from some groups that say we're getting too high. But where have most of those applications been at?
I'm even more pleased to announce most of those have been in the 120, 130, or less range. So we really have seen most of those going to more of what we would traditionally call the affordable housing.
Right.
Yeah.
I know we need it at all ranges, and I know there's been concern expressed about the, there we go.
Thank you.
The higher end, and we'll talk more about that with the Dollar Creek as well, but I'm just so pleased to hear that and to hear how many applicants were in there. The other thing is, earlier for the board's reminder, we had a caller in public comment about the Tahoe Inn in particular not being torn down. I wasn't sure if this was public yet, so I'm glad to see that we're talking about it. They are talking about a very significant housing project there, and so I'm really pleased we're seeing movement there. Of course, they've been tied up in litigation for a number of years related to their other projects, so that had put a hold on what they were doing there. So we'll make sure that caller is aware of the good efforts moving forward on that. But tremendous efforts that you've put forward in all these areas, and I can't thank you enough. And when you go through all those acronyms and funding sources and all the different opportunities, I'm so proud of Placer County. I mean, the work that you all are doing to secure funding in so many different arenas to help us with housing and transportation. It's just phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from colleagues?
Yes. That one's me. Thank you. So thank you,
Just so
Shauna.
people know, Bonnie is me today, and I'm Bonnie, and I don't know who anybody else is on this, but just, if I seem more confused than normal, that's part of the reason.
It's our way to have fun with you today. Yeah. I agree with Cindy. Thank you, Shauna, for your hard work. And, we talk about affordable housing, and affordable housing is not affordable to build. And that is probably the biggest challenge. And so, Steve, I appreciate your comments earlier, because our job as a county is to make sure we can zone and also provide the tools so that we can partner with private entities and try to be creative with how we can actually get product to the market and look at all these additional state and federal funds that are coming our way and be, like you said, positioned to go after those grants. So I really appreciate your hard work. We've made progress, and our arena numbers are huge. Throughout the county and the regional area, those numbers have increased tremendously. And what we can do is, help get our county poised to actually help others build the product. So I appreciate it. I understand folks who say you haven't done enough, but my goodness, what we've done to this point has been really good. And, if folks in Granite Bay have some land that they'd like to donate for affordable housing, that would be great too. But that's the biggest challenge, is there's just, it's expensive to build. And so I just appreciate your hard work.
Are there any callers?
Can the caller with the number ending in 1340, go ahead and unmute your phone and give your comments. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Natalie Grant. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Hi. My name's Natalie Grant, and I wanted just to bring public awareness in regards to the permanent supporting housing that's in the housing element, because I'm actually have a property that's right by one in Rockland. That's by one of the gathering in permanent supported housing and single family zoning. And I wanted to bring out that there's been a failure by the county to actually transition legally from a pilot to permanent housing during the performance section. And there's been a failure to provide any pilot metrics and failure to actually provide rehabilitation. Permanent supporting housing was never socialized in the housing element with the public. And there's been serious concern about permanent supporting housing and the impact on single-family zoning. It's been disappointing to me that recent reliefs are being put in a one-size-fits-all with no sobriety, no curfews, and we're supporting them permanently. Even if they're paying a small amount, we are tying up beds, and honestly, recent relief should be in transitional housing, and most of are homeless people because they just need time to heal. They may have been through a traumatic event, or they may need help with their credit or a down payment, but they don't need meals made for them 3 times a day. And I actually have a place I want. The monitors are barely there. There's no supervision. And the residents look worse than they did when they started in. They're not near any of their, they can't even walk to food. They're not near public transportation. They're costly on us because who's going to take them to the doctor or to housing, to get the groceries? They're not even near like a little deli or anything. And so they're not even getting exercise, and they blow their drugs into the next door residents, and they also harass children. And that was brought up in the Placer Herald from the Rockland City Agenda. The mental ill and WPC pilot funds should have went to mental health and rehabilitation, and at most rental assistance, and let the landlords be the professional, not let Placer County and service providers that had no experience. The Gathering Inn has never bought any real estate before, and they're all of a sudden, and a marriage counselor, which is Geoff Smith, in Placer County, selecting sites with in-ground pools and granite countertops and wine fridges. Placer County is the only county that has done this. These should have been emergency landlord pools, rental assistance. I personally have talked to some homeless people that said all they wanted was just a deposit for their utilities or some help to find a room, that they can make a quesadilla and a can of beans. And they were disgusted that people can use drugs, not be in a volunteer work rehabilitation project, and they got all of these luxuries and monitors making them food and getting their wings clipped. And that's not fair to give them permanent housing and fill up beds when there's so many other people that need assistance. So I would really like to bring to light to this, and this also took away housing for other people on the market. And if Placer County was going to spend millions and millions of dollars to buy high-end homes of $700,000 that only house 5 people, and give millions of dollars to service providers that just use like a minimum wage monitor, they should have created housing and redid like an ADU. Only Los Angeles County did ADUs with these funds, and that's a pilot fund. They should have never took temporary funds and purchased real estate. So I strongly, strongly encourage Placer County to sell these homes and put these people into homes and just check into them and encourage them to use independent living skills, and also make them use drug rehabilitation or use some volunteer work so that they can get back to the community, and actually it would be good for their health. So anyways, all of our values have dropped. Placer County isn't a nice place when you can secretly come into
I'm
your
sorry,
HOA,
could you please
doesn't
wrap up
even
your
check.
comments?
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Veronica, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation. I just wanted to echo Supervisor Gore's comments about Shauna Purvines and her Herculean effort. It's just amazing what she's been able to accomplish. But still want to point out that the very low and moderate income in the last cycle of the housing element was still very small at 14.4%, and then somewhere around 140% of the above moderate is what was built. And so we still can't continue this pattern, and we've got to prioritize building affordable housing in all parts of our county, not just in certain areas. And I want to encourage you to support Shauna in her work and also the potential to expand and budget for expanding the bandwidth of her team so that we can get more accomplished. We're feeling very positive about the direction and the goals that the county has set for 10% affordable, and just want to see that we can do everything possible to get us there. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to actually respond to Steve Pedretti's comment. I do live in Granite Bay, and I actually devote a lot of time to my community. And the comment that Bonnie Gore made about people donating land was very off the cuff, and I don't appreciate it actually. I think that a lot of us do spend time trying to better our community. Steve Pedretti's comments, what I wanted to mention was the accomplishments are, of course, they're valued, but they're nothing compared to the size of the barriers that CEDRA has put in place in the past decade. So if you look at the 25 houses, 75 houses, yes, that is an accomplishment and we appreciate it. When you look at the thousands of systematic barriers that CEDRA has put in place, all of the specific plans were locked in with entitlements, with a certain number of affordable housing, and extensions were added, locking up these specific plans, which is the majority of housing in Placer County for decades. That is inexcusable. What that has done is, as RENA numbers go up, they're protected. You've protected the most valuable, the millionaires' properties, and then what you do is you take workforce housing and you start siphoning off the general fund from the people that can least afford it. So for the very low and even moderate, you are now taking funds away while you have protected the resort owners and some of the richest people in the United States. It's really inexcusable. In 2019, Sunset area, and actually every specific plan, Shauna Purvine should have been there trying to defend housing for every extension was an opportunity, and many advocates for social justice and housing appeared over and over again, and it just fell on no one listening. So those comments, which HCD received, were not listened to. 2019 Sunset Area Plan, you have the opportunity to put in a project. This is a county-funded project, and you did not self-correct. Those lack of self-corrections by CEDRA are inexcusable. You should go back to the specific plans and renegotiate them. That's where the lion's share of the development is. It's not residents that should be picking up. We're not the developers either. So for Bonnie Gore to say that the richest people in the United States can't afford, and they're getting over to 100%, and with all of the current inflation, your numbers are no longer even accurate. You really need to scrap the plan and start over, because we've heard that housing prices are going up almost 50%, so your numbers don't even match anymore.
Cheryl, could you wrap up your comments, please, for your 3 minutes, and then also could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Cheryl Berkema. And also, for workforce housing, I'd like to mention that Placer County just approved a Carvana project with 850 low-wage workers that did not even require workforce housing. So I think it's time that Placer County hold itself accountable for its failures and not just its accomplishments. Where are the thousands and where are they going to come from? Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thank you. So we're going to take up the 10:45 time item, Shauna, which is community development or housing element 2020 annual progress report. But before I do that, I need to make an announcement with our technical problems this morning. We need to offer again public comment, generic first of the meeting public comment, and we're targeting that for 12:50 when we come back from lunch, so the public knows that.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Just to touch on a few of the comments that came in, the permanent supportive housing, those we did receive comments as part of the housing element update on that, and we will address those in there, and as part of those the program and the adoption of that housing element. So there'll be more information coming on that as well, working with HHS as the partner on that. And then I wholeheartedly agree that, you know, there's still a need, and there's definitely still a need for our lower income and our extremely low income individuals. And most of the funding that we are applying for or that we're seeking, you know, is focused in on that. So those will definitely be a part of as we look forward to those opportunity sites. And working with our partners, whether it's Housing Trust Placer, or hopefully in the future even the JPA here, being able to focus in on those needs. So with that, I can close this one out and roll to the next item. Okay. So the next item is so again, Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency, and the item before you is the annual housing element implementation progress report as required by the state Housing and Community Development Agency, and it's required to be submitted before April 1st of each year. This hearing is an opportunity for the public to provide comments prior to submitting the report to the state. However, the report is available on the county's website as well as the, once we submit it to the state, it will be on the state's website. So as I mentioned before, the county is wrapping up the fifth cycle, so it's 8 years have been completed, and we will be rolling into the sixth cycle of RHNA with the new housing element. We were able to build about 60% of the anticipated or the need. And then in this past year, we did see about 35% of those permits be affordable. And overall, we saw an increase of about 15% of all of our permits were for affordable units. The report also goes into great detail about how we met our implementation program, and I will apologize at this time for the look of the report. We have no control over that. The state has locked that in for us, so we have tried to make the best we could with getting it printed and out and on the website. However, if you do go to the website, you can at least zoom in and out, so it helps a little bit to see that. I'll stop there. Yep.
Questions or comments by board members? See none. Anyone from the public? No public comment. Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you.
We will now take up our 11 o'clock timed item, which is the Dollar Creek Crossing Housing Project. Paul. And I can see you this time, Paul.
Hey, good morning, Chair Wygand, members of the board. Paul Breckenridge, Capital Groups Manager. Also presenting today, I have Isabel D'Amato, who's with New Economics Advisory. She's our feasibility study consultant. She'll be talking to the slides here coming up. Next slide. So for today, talking about the Dollar Creek Crossing Achievable Housing Project, and we've got a good update for you. We've been very busy over the last couple of years to get to this point. Still lots of work ahead of us, but with that, we bring it to the board for the update and look for your direction and feedback on our proposed next steps. So just the image there to kind of orient you to where the site is, down about 7 miles from Kings Beach and up just out of the Tahoe City downtown area by about 1.8 miles or so. Next slide. And again, just kind of zooming in just to reorient you to the site itself. 11.4 acres, very unique site, 3 parcels right on North Lake Boulevard in the Dollar Point area. We've got single family, commercial, surrounding most of the property to the north, west, and southern edges. And then the Firestone property and our Dollar Creek shared use trail adjacent to the site to the east, and some great transportation access on North Lake Boulevard with a couple of TART station shelters right there at Dollar Drive adjacent to the site. Next, please. So just a little bit of background on the timeline. So 2018, Real Estate Services went into an RFP process to identify that residential development partner. Through that process, they came up with a great team in Related Pacific, who have great experience in the area, projects in Truckee, Kings Beach, with the affordable housing side of residential development. In 2019, your board approved the ERNA with Related Pacific, and you'll be hearing more about that in May as we get to an update on that as well. 2019, we did acquire the site. 11.4 acres were the parcels, or the purchase was approved by your board, and from there, the project team, Related Pacific, and county folks moved into preliminary project planning, the site planning side of things, and a series of community workshops or meetings to kind of provide where we were headed at the time. And that was, the last meeting was in January 2020, and prior to what we're looking at now is an update on our additional studies. What we found coming out of that community outreach, that we did have some areas that we wanted to get current, follow through with, provide some further information to inform and provide our foundational information for what will be our concepts and site planning concepts moving forward. In 2020, so out of that last community workshop, county was project lead. We moved to, and your board approved, 5 areas of study consultant agreements that focused on certain areas that we saw gaps in. And from that time, we've been working with them to come up with that information that you'll hear about today and moving forward with the project. And we'll be looking for your feedback on environmental review. We feel like because the timing, the process, and the extent of the schedule for a full environmental review, that it will take at least 18 months to get through the process. So we want to get moving on some of the early studies now, and we'll be talking more about that here in just a minute. Next slide, please. So the additional studies included NEA, New Economics Advisory, with Isabel. That's been the biggest piece of the puzzle, just to become current on the needs and demand and where we're headed with how to afford, how to provide different types of housing products at the site and the costs associated with those. Jack Patton, Williams & Patton has been brought into the mix to help us with some site analysis and some early planning and some concepts, which we'll be bringing back to the board here in the coming months. He's very familiar with the area and has been very helpful with the process today. We look forward to showing you those concepts coming up here. Transportation is very critical, being on Lake Boulevard, close to the high school, and the amount of traffic, both off-site and the potential for some traffic generated on-site. So that's been an area of concern, and we're working with LSC Transportation to assist us with that. Adrian Graham, on the fire risk consultant that is expert in this area, will help us with, once we get to some concepts, looking at those that fire risk safety. And then some risk, getting current on some civil site surveying. Next slide. So with that, I'll hand it off to
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm really pleased to be here to provide a quick summary of how we've been helping on this Dollar Creek project. So we were hired to do 4 things. Firstly, I worked on identifying red flags around the market and funding parameters that might inform the project just early on. Then secondly, our second task was to bring to current market trends and identify specific product types that could be the best fit for the project site. Thirdly, we would conduct a pro forma analysis, a financial feasibility analysis around potential land use scenarios. And finally, we've been tasked to prepare a market study, which is a requirement for tax credit applications. Next slide, please. So during the first task, we essentially affirmed many of the existing very challenging housing dynamics. We documented current home prices and rents, and we evaluated this project site's ability to compete for a variety of existing funding sources, really more focused on the traditional affordable housing. Next slide, please. We also confirmed that subsidy options are few and far between for units serving households earning more than 120% of area median income, or AMI, which is a term I'm going to use often in the next minute and a half or so. Okay, next slide, please. In the second task, we focused on identifying product types for different household income categories that would be supported by the market, meaning that people would want to actually live there. We looked at rental products for households earning 30 to 120% of AMI. And we also looked at potential ownership products for households earning 120 to 220% of AMI. And we also looked at co-housing and non-residential land uses. Next, please. Given the nature of this very short presentation, I'm just going to share with you the broad conclusions of our task 2 analysis. But I can discuss this in more detail should the board have specific questions. Next slide, please. Our analysis broadly affirmed that residential demand continues to be extremely high for virtually all household income categories, and that federal and state funding sources can best be leveraged at the lower household income levels. Next slide, please. At the higher income levels, there is still a lot of demand, but subsidy opportunities quickly fade, which could present local entities like Placer County with a more significant cost burden. Next slide, please. Businesses are also looking for newer, affordable commercial spaces, whereas very little new retail or office space has been added to this Truckee, North Tahoe market. Next slide, please. So we are recommending the product types identified on this slide for further analysis. And what I just really want to emphasize is that these product types are based on market demand. As I mentioned earlier, that's like the types of products that people seem to be demanding the most or experiencing the highest amount of wait times. And in our next task, what we're going to do, next slide please, is we're going to actually analyze the financial feasibility of combining these types of recommended products into different land use concepts that are being designed by Williams and Patton. So the financial feasibility analysis, which is forthcoming, is going to help us understand whether subsidy is needed for each type of product, and if so, at what level and how different funding sources could be leveraged. So with that, I will pass it back to Paul.
Great, thanks, Isabel. So out of that, next slide, please. So where we have the additional studies, we just, that was a quick update from the feasibility side. So we're developing probably up to 4 scenarios with Patton, with NEA, with the Related Pacific team and our internal CEDRA and other folks to study coming up here. And as Isabel mentioned, narrowing the focus to those concepts to that: achievable ownership housing, market rate rental, and affordable rental housing, and maybe that smaller commercial piece of the puzzle. Second item there is just kind of where we are with things is getting to more of a balanced approach, and that's going to be, as Isabel mentioned, going to be the with the lower affordable housing range. That's where the kind of the outside funding comes from. As we move into that ownership range, we find less of that. So we're working through that. It's going to be part of our study and analysis as we move forward. But we do want to find a better balance of the rental and for sale side of products at the site. We're looking at where previously we had shown to the community a range of 174 to 204 total residential units. We're currently just studying 15 dwelling units to the acre, which is what is allowed to us through the Tahoe Area Basin Plan for this site. Outside, that's without any TRPA density bonus, but I think we're looking to keep it at that range for now, depending on how the feasibility analysis comes through for us. Next slide. So as far as the commercial service land use types, we're looking at smaller local neighborhood serving commercial, smaller product types that would just be in service of the area, smaller footprints, if you will. And the study is from what Isabel's showing in her background and what she's seen through her analysis is that there is a need for contemporary facilities. So a lot of the facilities in the area that would accommodate these types of things, that they're older and aged and a newer contemporary is in demand. As I mentioned earlier, transportation and circulation is and continues to be a big part of this project, and we continue to analyze this. We have found out through the process in talking to CAL FIRE is that with changing codes and what's come out of Paradise and the fire there, that the second means of access will be required, where we were looking at a second EVA access previously. You probably need to have a regular vehicular access point somewhere along the site boundary based on state fire code. And traffic calming measures continue to be something we pursue. We previously shown a potential roundabout. We're looking at potential lighted intersection, but traffic calming and what happens at the site in North and Lake Tahoe, North Lake Boulevard is going to be critical to us and how we push the project forward. And we are looking at other, right now, and as we've, over the last couple of years, things have really changed in terms of potential for microtransit and other multimodal strategies. We'll be working with local jurisdictions, including on our side of things, to look at those potential opportunities. And adjacencies to the site. We have the Firestone site just to the east with our Dollar Creek Trail. It's going to be, again, a critical piece of the puzzle to tie in that amenity to the site, to the surrounding neighborhood. And we do have some potential recreation uses that Erin Casey had mentioned on her item a little while ago today that may be placed at maybe looked at for the Firestone site. So we will be looking at and coordinating with North Tahoe PUD and Tahoe City PUD for those potential recreation opportunities and how they may fit into the site. Next slide, please. So for today and with your board's concurrence with where we are in the process, we would like to move ahead with the environmental review in studying a mixed-use for sale and rental product, small-scale commercial land use types for the site. We're going to, over the next coming weeks and months, provide get to more specifics and what would be ahead of a scoping meeting on the outset of an EIR. But we do want to get going now with the process because it is lengthy and we can do many things as far as the studies up front in anticipation, more specifics as we move forward here. So we will be back to the board with more specifics on the land uses as I outlined earlier. We'll be working with procurement services, and we'll be using the current qualified list, the environmental consulting qualified list, for the process to come up with a consultant. Cedra and Shauna and her group have come up with funding through the State Housing Community Development HCD Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant funding for this type of, for affordable housing. We're using it, would like to use it for this process. So we're tracking at least about $375,000 for this process. Next slide, please. So as Isabel outlined, she'll be continuing with her tasks 3 and 4 with more specifics and getting to those numbers that will get us closer to what the project looks like from a cost perspective. Williams and Penn will be looking at it from more of a design perspective and what that may look like. Community outreach will be re-engaged and brought up, back up to speed through newsletter updates and website information, virtual meetings, as we get to more specific information on the site planning exercise. And then we'll be returning back to your board with those specifics here in the coming months to get your feedback on that moving forward. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and would love to hear any feedback you have.
Thanks, Paul and Isabella. Cindy.
Thanks. I have a question, and it may go to John Purvines, actually, because it's going to refer back to the housing element. So in Eastern Placer, within the Tahoe Basin, our RENA numbers are 435 units. Is that just within the basin? Just within the Tahoe Basin?
That's the east side. That's the entire Tahoe area, not just the basin.
Not just the basin.
Correct.
And so we're going to study this not at the full amount that had been previously discussed, but with community input, we've reduced it down to maximum. The maximum environmental review would be for 171 units of some sort on the site, and that's how you'll be proceeding with the environmental evaluation, which would be about 38 or 39% of addressing the needs of the county. I think there was a sense from the community we were trying to address all of our needs in one site, and I really appreciate the staff taking a reduced look while still maximizing that. The other thing I really appreciate, Paul and Shauna and the whole team, we slowed way down, and COVID helped with that somewhat, but we also slowed down to take into account all of the community's input, because I heard a lot from the community about having more of a mix of housing at that site, looking at the density, how it would be situated, how it would impact the neighborhood, the fire evacuation issues, transportation issues. I'm trying not to cause that, but if it's me. And I really appreciate that, because it's not as simple as it would have been just to have proceeded with an affordable housing developer and let them go. Instead, we took and I really appreciate the rest of the board's support, took a step back, put the county back in the lead to really look at a much more complicated approach to the site, but I think one that is going to benefit the community and really respond to the community's concerns about that. So I really appreciate that effort. And the 435 is an important note for our community, because that's what the study is now. Those numbers continue to go up. Some of that's based on, as housing prices go up, the needs that we establish, our RENA numbers go up. So the people that are living in the homes adjacent are part of the factor. Their property values are going up. They're causing the need for us to try to look for more housing. And I think trying to explain that to the community has been a continuing challenge, and making sure they understand that they have a responsibility to help us with this housing as well. But I wanted to thank the staff on it, because it's been a very challenging project, and I know you've been waiting to get out to the public. I certainly support the next steps that the county staff is outlining, as long as we can get back to the community relatively soon with those ideas of how the site may be developed out. Because I think we talk about scoping environmental documents and all of the issues that go into that. The community wants to see what it's going to look like, right? That's what they really want. Oh, and one other point on transportation. I know you mentioned a light for years. We've talked about a light on Dollar Hill. That is a really hard site because the backups down the hill in snow conditions create a lot of accidents going back to the east side of Dollar Hill. Yeah. And that's where the roundabout, I think, got a lot of traction so that traffic wouldn't actually stop but would keep moving through that area and allow that. So
Yep.
you'll hear that, I'm sure, when we scope the document.
And we've heard it already too, but yeah, the roundabout has definitely been something that the public has shown interest in.
Jim.
Sean, just a comment. We always talk about the Tahoe factor, and it seems like when we approved the Mercy housing and had the groundbreaking, the next day there were sticks in the air. So just how fortunate we are on the western slope to be able to move things along faster. Understand the challenges and the concerns of the community in this region. But anyhow, just an observation. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members? Is there anyone from the public?
Annabelle, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. I'm Aníbal Córdoba Sosa. I'm Director of Family Support and Community Engagement for Sierra Community House, a local nonprofit based out of the Tahoe-Truckee region. Our mission is to connect and empower our community through family strengthening, crisis intervention, hunger relief, and legal services. Over the past year, we served more than 4,000 local families through one or more of our services. Due to COVID, we saw a significant increase in community members seeking assistance of all kinds, especially help with retaining their housing. According to the Community Collaborative of Tahoe-Truckee, 60% of the working residents in our region are employed by low-wage tourism jobs, and 50% spend more than half of their income on housing. Tahoe-Truckee faces a housing crisis due to a lack of permanent housing and rising housing costs. Long-term private home rental rates are way beyond what could be considered affordable for a moderate income household. And full-time rentals are scarce and often unaffordable for many who live in the region. Thousands of people commute in and out of the area every day for work. Affordable housing wait lists are anywhere from 1 to 2 years for new tenants. And many residents pay 30 to 45% for housing of their income. They end up this way having to choose between paying rent, utilities, medical bills, groceries, and childcare. Sierra Community House, our organization, strongly supports creating affordable housing in the North Tahoe region of Placer County, including on the site known as the Nahas site for the Dollar Creek Crossing. Our region has been unable to adequately house our local workforce. The proposed development in the Nahas site would begin to attenuate that lack by providing more homes for working families with all the economic and community benefits that come with living near where you work. Every day, our team works with the cooks, teachers, construction workers, housekeepers, childcare providers, mechanics, food service workers, store clerks, and other community members who provide the skills and labor that are the backbone of our local economy. With current market conditions, our housing crisis is becoming more and more dire, and we need a variety of housing options, from low-rent, long-term rentals to affordable condos, providing home ownership opportunities for the many families in our community with steady incomes that fall below area median income. I urge you to incorporate as many affordable options into the Dollar Creek Crossing project as possible. By doing this, you will make a real impact on the lives of our local community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Harris. I'm a resident of the Highlands in Tahoe City, and I support the project, and I think it should move forward. So I'm glad to see it doing so. My great concern is really about a traffic connection between Dollar and the Highlands existing neighborhood. And I would ask that the board direct your staff to require that the EIR study an alternative with only one main access point out on the Highway 28. So an alternative with no connection to the Highlands itself. If you're going to have to overflow traffic into the Highlands, then I think that's a very good sign that the project is too dense. And I think we need to kind of stop and punctuate that point. If the only way the density works is to spill out into the Highlands neighborhood, then I think that density needs to be reduced. And I'm worried about the effect on the quality of life in the Highlands, but I'm also worried about the effect of the quality of life in the new Dollar Crossing development. Without careful planning, you can create basically an urban highway system off the main highway through the neighborhoods. And if you've asked the people who live on Bunker Drive in Tahoe City, they're already seeing this problem. And the basic problem is that GPS systems will push traffic off of the highway and up through the neighborhoods back onto the highway. And right now, if you come into Tahoe City during any of those dense times, the Waze and these other traffic systems will push you off onto Bunker right there at the Chevron, up around the golf course, and then down Grove, put you back on by the by the Fat Cat and Dave's down there in downtown. So there's a very, very real problem of those GPS systems, which the county can't control, we can't control, forcing traffic through neighborhoods. And the concern would be we'd be forcing traffic off 28 through the Highlands and through Dollar Crossing and back out onto the highway. So I really would like to see the EIR include one study that has a main access point through Highway 28 alone, no connections to the highway. I've heard the comment about a second access point being required for fire issues arising out of Paradise, and that's a legitimate concern. I guess I would point out that second access is a direct relationship to the density of the development. So if you have 171 units, the models are going to tell you you need a second access point. So don't confuse the number of access points with emergency access points. And I do a lot of work on natural gas and solar power plants, and those are a controlled facility with one main access point. And the fire department always needs a second for safety. So I'd ask that you very carefully divide the issue of a second access point for public safety, fire versus a second access point for the impacts of the project. So, and avoid that false choice of saying, well, we have to have the second one just based on the density, which there's a clear relationship between the two. So I appreciate the opportunity to point out the issue. Like I said, my main concern is this sort of urban highway effect that happens from Waze and these other GPS systems, forcing traffic through neighborhoods. And that's just something that we can't control and you all can't control. So thank you for the opportunity to make these comments, and do think we need this project. It does need to move forward, and I wish you good luck fighting through the CEQA process with it, how difficult that can be. And thanks to you, and your staff. So I'll go ahead and stop there. Thank you.
Veronica, go ahead and unmute your mic and make your comments.
It's Veronica Blake again with Placer Community Foundation. Just wanted to echo Annibal's comments about the need for affordable housing, and given Shauna's earlier report this morning, the Dollar Creek project is critically important for affordable housing, and we'd hope to see priority for low and very low income deed restricted rental units in this location, and that the project just move forward sooner rather than later. Thank you for allowing us to comment.
Team May, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my comments. Hey, bravo! It sounds like progress is being made on this project. And I just want to encourage the board to move forward out of the study, which I'm very familiar with, to the action. And I cannot tell you how great it is to hear that roundabouts are preferable to traffic lights. As a veteran of the roundabout wars in Kings Beach, nothing sounds better to me. So just want to encourage you to move forward. Thank you for all you're doing. I'm basically a cheerleader here today. And to remind you not to let the good be the enemy of the perfect. We have a desperate need for housing. So please move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, right. Teresa Mae Duggan.
Thank you.
Beautiful Tahoe Vista.
Chase, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wigant and the members of the board. I'm Program Manager for the Tahoe Prosperity Center. And I'll start by thanking you and staff for staying so focused on addressing the housing needs in Placer County, in this case by supporting the Dollar Creek Crossing development. The housing crisis has been impacting not just Placer County, but the entire Tahoe Basin has been well documented at this point. And what some viewed as an annoyance in the last few years has now become a critical issue as the COVID-19 pandemic has ushered in a new wave of residents, making our limited housing stock even more competitive. I'm sure you've seen the headlines about Tahoe being one big Zoom town now. And as mountain towns across the state and the country struggle to ensure that their local workforce stays local and that local businesses can find and hire the local employees they need, we're fortunate to have a development like Dollar Creek Crossing already in progress to help combat this issue. There's a critical need for workforce housing here. So let's build new housing so the local workforce can afford to live where they work. This development could be a lifesaver for many working class families in our community and therefore a lifeline to the very businesses that employ them. And by leveraging state financing to help build new rental homes like Dollar Creek, it ensures we can remain focused on serving those local employees with the greatest needs, those that are earning in the 30 to 80% AMI range. As one of the regional conveners on housing in Lake Tahoe, the Tahoe Prosperity Center strongly supports this project, and we applaud how Placer County is staying focused on creative solutions like ADUs, removing barriers so necessary projects like this are able to be built quickly, and by utilizing all available resources to ensure we help those that are most in need. Thank you for your time today and keep up the great work.
No further public comment.
So no more comments from the public. Staff is seeking direction on this. I don't know that we need a motion, but Cindy, I think, was very clear. And if everybody's in concurrence with it, or if anyone is not in concurrence with that, that would be the easy way to give direction. So does that work, Paul, Shauna, everyone?
That works perfect. Yes,
yep, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now take up our 11:30 timed item, which is the 2-year pilot parking exemption program. Crystal and Michelle are here.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson with the Community Development Resource Agency in the Tahoe City office. The item before your board for consideration is the North Lake Tahoe Center Parking Exemption Pilot Program. And with me today is Michelle Kingsbury out of our Auburn office, who has helped to develop the pilot program and who will be presenting with me today. So just by way of background, parking regulations for new and redevelopment in our Tahoe Basin town centers are contained in our Tahoe Basin Area Plan, which was approved back in January 2017. The area plan includes both a policy document and implementing regulations, and it's that implementing regulations document that serves as the zoning ordinance for our Tahoe Basin area, and it contains development standards for new and redevelopment, including minimum parking standards that are required for specific types of uses as you're proposing new projects. When updating our Tahoe Basin Area Plan back in 2016 or so, we heard from the community that it was really hard to develop in redevelop in our town centers, given the small parcel sizes that we have in our centers. We heard specifically it's a challenge for these parcels to meet the parking standards because of the constraints of the parcel sizes. So when we were developing that, the area plan, we did conduct a parking study at that time. And in an effort to modernize our parking standards, we updated the standards. We looked at what other mountain resort communities were doing, and we really tried to provide some regulatory relief with the overall goal of fostering redevelopment and reinvestment. As part of that update, we added a provision to allow for an exemption to constructing parking with new or redevelopment that comes forward for certain parcels in our town centers. And Michelle will kind of talk a little bit more in detail of what that is. But basically, it's parcels that would front Highway 28 and that are 12,000 square foot or less would be able to qualify for that exemption. So what we have heard since the adoption of the area plan is that we perhaps didn't go far enough in providing that relief in our town centers. We are not seeing the reinvestment and redevelopment that we would hope to see in our centers. So I do want to point out we have recently worked on to kind of pull together a work program for a package of amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan that would focus on eliminating barriers to redevelopment in response to a recent study that was done that shows that we're not seeing that reinvestment and redevelopment we wanted to see. And so we will, at that time, be looking to revise our parking standards. But I will say this pilot program, which is voluntary, aims to provide that relief from the restrictive parking regulations, so immediately. So the idea is to expand the exemption provision and really test it while we're working on framing up some amendments to the parking regulations in the area plan. I also want to point out that this parking program, pilot program, is also very much tied to implementation of the RTTP, which is the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan, which your board approved back in October. As a refresher, the RTTP is intended to map out a future transportation system for our Tahoe region. It focuses on efficient use of existing infrastructure, which would include our existing parking that we have in our town centers, improving mobility for all, reducing transportation impacts on the environment, improving congestion, travel delays, promoting and enhancing transit services. So another piece of the implementation that your board is going to consider today is the micro shuttle pilot program for our Tahoe region. And that's also, again, another key element of the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan. So one of the goals of that RTTP is really to move the needle on reducing dependency on the private automobile and reducing what's called VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So this includes really a shift in terms of planning for auto infrastructure, such as parking, and trying instead to provide for all modes of travel. So as part of that RTTP, we did do a parking management study, and it outlined a wide range of parking management strategies for our commercial cores and town centers, as well as summer and winter recreational sites. What we learned from that study is that we really need to better manage the parking that we have in our town centers. So it identified that a paid parking system is a good strategy that could work for our town centers to provide a more cohesive system where the parking stalls that we have could be better managed and shared during non-peak times. So when preparing the study, we did have a lot of conversations with the city of Sacramento on they have a very robust paid parking program. And while it's certainly larger than what we could ever do in our town centers, there were a lot of takeaways from those discussions. And one thing that we learned is that when you begin to develop a paid parking program, which again will be another piece of the RTTP that we intend to implement, it is important to revisit your parking regulations to make sure that they really align with your goals for redevelopment and your goals for promoting alternative modes of transportation. So again, this proposal here before you today aims to expand our current parking exemption that we have in the area plan today to provide immediate regulatory relief as we first explore permanent amendments to the area plan to foster redevelopment, and two, as we begin to implement the RTTP, improve mobility options, and develop that paid parking program that I just spoke about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to kind of walk through really the mechanics of the pilot program.
Thanks, Crystal.
Yeah.
No, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Michelle Kingsbury with the Cedar office, and it's great to be back in Tahoe. It's been about 10 years since I've worked on projects up here, so it's nice to be back. As Crystal mentioned, I'll go through kind of the nuts and bolts of what we're proposing with the pilot program. So first and foremost, what we propose in the pilot program is really focusing on 4 key areas that are strategic in terms of how we want to tweak the existing exemption program that's noted in the area plan. And those 4 key areas really focus on expanding not only the pool of who can apply, but then how do we mitigate? And so I'll quickly note those. And then what we'll do is I'll go through what the existing program says and the areas that we're proposing to change, and then summarize the pilot program, and then we'll just open it up for questions there. So the 4 key areas that we are proposing to expand upon is, as I mentioned, is to expand upon the eligible applicant pool that could apply for the exemption program to include the development or redevelopment of those projects in the town centers. We want to allow for further collaboration with both the tourist accommodation as well as residential uses, which are currently prohibited in the existing program. In addition, we want to remove one of the barriers as well for eligibility, is that the projects has to front along the state highway and also be on parcel sizes of 25,000 square feet or less. So it's really limiting who can apply for the program. And last but not least, the other area that we're looking at expanding upon is that kind of how do you mitigate for not providing parking? And the current program says you have to establish a transit zone of benefit, and those can be cost prohibitive and time prohibitive to establish. We really want to expand upon that mitigation and open it up to also looking at financial contributions toward those strategies that Crystal mentioned are noted in the RTTP, so that we align all these efforts together. And so what I'll do right now is go through what the existing program and those areas, like as I mentioned, that we're proposing to tweak. Your first bullet point is really just talking about the overall path. It is a voluntary program. Folks don't have to go through it. They can go through the existing programs that are noted in the area plan. And it, again, is for projects that are fronting along the state highway located in town centers. And we are looking at removing that state highway fronting restriction. The existing program notes that waivers may be granted beyond 10 years from the date of approval of the area plan on a case-by-case basis as approved by the Public Works Director, and that will remain in the proposed pilot program. The existing program does also note that parking waivers may not be granted to, as I mentioned, residential and tourist accommodation uses, and the county reserves the right to also look at sit-down restaurants. And then in the pilot program, we are proposing to eliminate that section and really open it up. It's small print here, so I'll quickly go through it. But the existing program does note you have to meet all of these criteria in order to apply or in order to be eligible for it. And we're really looking, again, to open it up. As I mentioned earlier, the existing program notes the restriction that you have to be on a project site of 25,000 square feet or less. We want to remove that restriction. The existing program notes that projects, again, residential or tourist accommodation cannot apply. Again, we want to remove that restriction. Properties with on-site parking, we're looking for those, as Crystal mentioned in her presentation, to really, again, any excess parking to be that. We're looking to establish programs where they can put those back into more of the public pool and give those up during non-peak times. And we want to really continue this program that's really meant kind of tearing off what the RTTP noted in their parking analysis was that we do have enough parking. It's just it's not utilized or managed efficiently. And this provision we want to carry forward and really work with property owners that want to take advantage of this exemption program. And if they have excess parking or parking that's not used during non-peak times, we really want to establish a program where they can put that back into the public pool. And again, we then start to manage our existing resources more efficiently. So that provision will carry forward. see, I'm on the fourth bullet point, again, is that financial contribution, where we're looking for, well, you may not have to provide parking or as much parking. The existing program notes that we really wanted them to contribute to a transit zone of benefit, and that's really contributing toward those alternative modes of transportation. While we will keep the provision that one can propose to contribute to a transit zone of benefit, we want to open that up again to support other strategies noted in the RTTP. So that section will change or expand. And the last bullet point we'll keep, which is basically if there is an in lieu fee program, someone can pay into that program and extend their waiver to a more permanent waiver, and that provision will carry forward as well. And as one example, and this is just the Kings Beach Town Center map, but we did, working with our GIS department, kind of looking at, under the existing program today, those highlighted parcels, those orange ones that you see front along Highway 28 and are the smaller 25,000 square feet in size, so they could apply for the program today. And when you look at our proposed eliminating that restrictions and really opening it up to proposed development or redevelopment projects in those town center overlay districts, you're really opening up the pool of eligibility of who can apply. And this is just an example of the Kings Beach State Line area, but that principle would also apply to the town center overlay district in the Tahoe City area as well. So last but not least, while this is a lot of technical jargon, again, it's focusing on those 4 key areas of really opening up the eligibility and opening up the way one can financially contribute till there's alternative modes of transportation. This is a 2-year pilot program, so we are looking at that ending April 30th of 2023, and that's aligning with kind of our schedule for those area plan amendments, really trying to test over this next 2 years who applies, who doesn't, pros and cons moving forward so that we can incorporate more permanent provisions in those area plan amendments that would be coming forward. And I won't go too far. I mean, this is a lot of detail and jargon, but again, this just summarizes the new proposed ordinance. It'd be an uncodified ordinance, which summarizes the pilot program and again, focuses on those 4 key areas where we're really just looking to strategically tweak the existing program and open it up to a more broader pool of applicants that could take advantage of it. And so I'll just quickly go through these. And at the end of this, I want to just conclude that we did reach out to both the North Tahoe Business Association as well as the Tahoe City Downtown Association and our partners and peers over at TRPA and vetted this with them. We had a lot of positive, encouraging comments back from them to keep it up. Think bold, think broad, be as flexible as possible, and really want to thank them, number one, for the comments they gave us because it helped us kind of fine-tune where we are today in terms of the program. And I just also, we saw in our emails this morning a very positive letter from League to Save Lake Tahoe as well that was very supportive of us, just really trying to think strategic and be flexible and really getting away from our more traditional parking standards. And as Crystal noted, our next steps, if your board so chooses to adopt this uncodified, or excuse me, introduce and waive the oral reading of the uncodified ordinance, we'd bring it back for the second reading and then start to implement it. We have reached out to a few of the projects that we know about that are out there that could potentially take advantage of this program, and we'll continue to work with them. Long-term goal again during this 2-year period would be to just see what works, what doesn't work, and try to memorialize a more formal program and amendment within those area plan amendments that would be brought forward at a later date. With that, we're happy to answer any questions. I just want to thank my partner in crime, Crystal, as we worked on this program and bringing it forward.
Thanks to both of you. Questions, comments by board members? Cindy?
I can defer to Bonnie if she wants to go first. Oh, okay. A couple questions. First off, on the housing, which I think is so important for our town centers to provide some sort of residential uses in the mixed use areas. Can there be a differential between affordable and market rate residential as you're looking at the parking requirements, because that was still going to be considered by the staff?
So it's a great question. It's open-ended because it just defines it as residential housing. It doesn't differentiate between affordable and non-affordable. The caveat with the pilot program is with residential uses as well as the lodging. We just want to see what their parking programs are. You don't want to create a a possibility of spillover effects. You just want to make sure it's a reasonable type of program or analysis that they have, but it's open-ended. It could be to affordable and or non-affordable projects.
Well, I'd love to see again that we continue to look at ways we can help with the affordable,
Right,
especially
exactly.
workforce that would live upstairs and potentially in a unit in the town centers. Secondly, because the T-bid is a voluntary assessment, and these businesses, some of the businesses that might take advantage of this might be subject to the T-bid. I've asked you already, and I just want to put it on the public record, that we consider that contribution for the 5 years the T-bid is here to be in lieu of paying into other transportation initiatives. But encouraging, obviously, the renewal of that T-bid at the end of the 5 years to cover the 10-year period. Otherwise, then maybe a fee triggers. So I'd like staff to consider that because if people are already paying into a transportation mitigation service voluntarily through that assessment, we don't want to hit them again with another transit fee.
Exactly, and we're supportive of that as well. And I think as we had noted in conversations that we'll work with our Public Works Director to make sure it's equivalent, but as you mentioned, not double hitting or double dipping.
Great.
On the financial contribution side.
Thank you. And then the final comment I just make for the rest of the board is in most communities, because coverage and because of all of the issues in TRPA, as long as I've been involved, parking wars have occurred and people fighting each other over parking when we know we have actually surplus of parking if we shared it. And so all these efforts to have people share parking versus paving additional pavement on the ground, I just so encourage the thought process you've put into this and encouraging that shared, making parking lots available and shared between various types of businesses so that they see there's trust, they can start to build that trust and give up that precious parking and not be afraid that it's going to impact their opportunities in the future. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, other questions or comments by my colleague? Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll oh.
We had a late hand raise. Andrew, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. This is Andrew Ryan from Kings Beach, and I'd like to offer my support for the pilot parking exemption program. This is a commendable first step at reforming parking and better management of parking resources. For Kings Beach Town Center, the current program, 10D from the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, and this pilot to expand 10D are absolutely needed tools that can help arrest and reverse the decline of our town center commercial district. I should add that this program is not just for redevelopment, but can help agency-owned properties and public servicing and housing projects as well. Since 2016, I've taken a number of county staff on walking tours of Kings Beach. Notable attendees are CEO Leopold, Supervisor Gustafson, EJ Evaldi, Steve Pedretti, Crystal Jacobson, Stephanie Holloway, Heather Beckman, Rebecca Tabor, and Peter Kratz. The notable takeaways from seeing Kings Beach during the summer peak or in the off-season are there. Once you're on the ground and you see our issues, programs like this pilot really start to make sense. Kings Beach has approximately twice the formal parking of downtown Truckee, the Brickletown area, and 1/2 of the commercial floor area. That formal parking does not include the 3 to 5 blocks deep that approximately 900 to 1,000 cars will ad hoc park on the Grid Street shoulders during the summer. Sales tax generation in Kings Beach is essentially flat from 2007 pre-recession to 2019 pre-COVID numbers. So that means after a $50 million investment, we still haven't seen our town centers rebound after the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. There are numerous vacant and underutilized properties within the town center because project approvals are not feasible or they're too onerous. So there is a better return risk pro forma to do nothing right now than to invest. Along with your board's approval of the pilot program today, I would ask that you recognize the efforts of the NTBA, specifically Alyssa Riley, and Placer County staff, specifically Crystal Jacobson, Steve Pedretti, and Michelle Kingsbury for collaborating on this innovative solution. The challenges to reversing the decline of the town centers are many, and we should all recognize that work is required on many fronts and that the process is iterative. To arrest the reverse and decline of KB Talent Center, solutions need to be bottom up. How can the county empower small business startup diversification and job creation? By providing relief from outdated standards, policies, and management tools that were not crafted for Lake Tahoe challenges. This pilot is an appropriate first step in reforming parking codes. If I were a good business person, I would probably stop now with my comments. However, I think it's important to highlight a substantive opportunity for your board to consider and provide direction to staff. This pilot program seeks to expand the waivers to parking requirements in the Tahoe Basin Area Plan under Section 10D. Currently, the waivers apply to projects with a project area of 25,000 square feet or less. This expansion of the waiver program for larger projects under 10D would include any property within the town center removing the small site criteria. This is a needed tool and toolkit, and it requires users of the waiver to pay additional fees, make their parking available to all, and they must provide additional funding to transit. This typically gets analyzed in a report created by traffic engineers. Good job security for them and for me. The mitigations proposed make sense for the larger projects. For the smaller projects who already are covered under the 10D exemption, expansion of the program can make more hurdles for them as they now have the same mitigations recommended as the larger projects. To allow this to be a bottom-up solution and a productive solution, I ask the board to encourage staff to make this pilot bolder, not by placing the additional mitigations on the smaller projects. Mom and pop and new entrepreneurs need your help by removing hurdles. The bigger projects need your help by giving them more tools to work through the challenges. This pilot can do both. Please vote to approve today and recommend that there be no new mitigations to the smaller projects. Let the pilot be bold and bottom up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No further public comment.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Well, I'd move to introduce and waive the oral reading of the uncodified ordinance to allow implementation of the regulatory provisions of a 2-year pilot parking exemption program for North Lake Tahoe town centers with a sunset date of April 30th, 2023.
I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now take up our 11:40 timed item. There they are, which is homeless encampments, Placer County Government Center, Becky and Dave.
Yes, good afternoon. Again, Chairman Wygant, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I'm joined by Dave DeFonte, also of the CEO's office, and Technology Willing by several members of the county's homeless task force in Auburn and at the Santucci Justice Center. District Attorney Morgan Geyer, Sheriff's Captain Shane Wright, Chief Probation Officer Marshall Hopper, HHS Adult System of Care Program Manager Amy Ellis, and Facility Services Director Steve Newsom, who is at this moment in an outpatient care facility waiting for knee surgery, but he is online up until he's called in for that procedure. So we are before you today to provide a brief update on increased homelessness in Placer County with an emphasis on the Placer County Government Center in North Auburn. We are seeking your approval of a funding plan in the amount of $667,000 to expand outreach and engagement efforts by the homeless liaison team and for several public health and safety efforts at the Government Center campus. The nation's homeless population grew last year for the 4th year in a row to approximately 580,000 in 2020. California's 2020 count was approximately 114,000, roughly 20% of the nation's total, and a 33% over the previous 4 years. Homelessness is generally a delayed response to economic setbacks, thus it is likely the consequences of the pandemic and national recession, rising housing costs, and economic disparities will further drive increases. Families that have been able to hold on to housing during the pandemic with the help of government aid and eviction moratoriums could find themselves with few options in the coming years. The Economic Roundtable, an LA-based nonprofit economic research organization, projects that absent other steps, chronic homelessness may increase up to 49% over the next 4 years, and that an estimated 603 additional folks could be unsheltered by 2023. We've experienced a fairly significant impact in Placer County as our numbers of unsheltered individuals and homeless encampments at the government center are steadily increasing. This is happening concurrently with construction of the Mercy Housing Project and with the demolition of the 1940 World War II era barracks pictured here. And also occurring at the same time as county staff, vendors, and constituents are returning to county offices as we emerge from COVID-19 restrictions. The intersection of these issues creates the urgency of our concerns at the Placer County Government Center. Before we review the proposed funding plan, we would like to recap some of your board's previous investments in this area. In 2014, in response to the rise in homelessness populations we were experiencing at that time, your board initiated a comprehensive homeless needs assessment and action plan. The study called for an assessment of regional system capacity, projected need, and recommendations for residents, local governments, and service providers to consider. Based on those recommendations, the board approved a 49-bed temporary emergency shelter on PCGC, which opened for business on June 1st, 2015. And by the second week of operations, the facility was at capacity, and in August 2015, your board authorized expanding operations to 24 hours a day, 7 days per week, and increasing capacity from 49 to 100. In 2018, your board transitioned management of the shelter to the Gathering Inn, who continues to do a great job providing comprehensive services to those who reside there. In 2016, your board invested $20 million of state funding into whole person care, now extended into its 6th year through 2021. This program provides intensive case coordination, medical respite care, and housing assistance to approximately 150 individuals per year. Also in 2016, your board dedicated funding to establish the Collaborative Homeless Liaison Team, comprised of staff from the Sheriff's Office, probation, and HHS mental health practitioners. This team works together to address the needs of unsheltered populations in the unincorporated area of the county, in addition to working collaboratively with city teams who are also engaging with their homeless populations. Your board also continues to work with the Gathering Inn and advocates for mentally ill housing to provide a variety of residential facilities that house formerly homeless individuals. By 2019, your board's multi-year investments in homelessness appeared to be achieving desired goals in reducing numbers of unsheltered individuals in the county. However, in early 2020, we were beginning to see increases in homelessness across the county, and as the impacts from COVID-19 progressed throughout the year, with job losses, evictions, and the impacts of social distancing on shelter capacity, the numbers began to rise dramatically. The county's 2020 point-in-time homeless count reflects a one-year increase from 617 to 744. On February 25th of this year, HHS staff surveyed the unsheltered population living in PCGC encampments and found a total of 95 individuals, which is a 15% increase in the number of campers over a similar survey conducted 4 years earlier in November of 2020. 51% of those surveyed indicated they were not interested in securing shelter. In response to these growing concerns and in collaboration with Supervisor Holmes, we established a homeless task force comprised of the Sheriff's Office, District Attorney, Probation, HHS, Facility Services, Risk Management, and County Council. The recommendations before you today are a result of those discussions. And before we review the components of the funding plan, I'd like to invite our District Attorney, Morgan Geyer, to speak to your board about a new program in his office. District attorneys don't always participate in these types of endeavors, but community prosecution units can be very effective in bringing a balance of compassion and accountability in working with this population. So, Morgan, are you online?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and fellow board members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly on our newly created Community Prosecution Unit. It is a model that has been successful in other jurisdictions. We are proud to bring it to Placer and hopefully have it as a partner in our effort to address our increasing homeless situation. The general concept behind the Community Prosecution Unit is to have a dedicated prosecutor for a specific geographical region to address specific geographical issues in that particular area, so that sort of one set of eyes and hands are on each problem. As it relates directly to this issue, we have designated a supervisor in our office to lead the Community Prosecution Unit. That person has already begun liaising with our Sheriff's Department and our other law enforcement jurisdictions in the area that are experiencing similar issues. The idea will be to have sort of a collaborative problem-solving effort to allow sort of a carrot and stick approach. We understand that the issues involved in our homeless population sort of intersect with social services, public health, and public safety. Many of the individuals have cases, are on probation, or will be subject to arrest for a variety of things. And the idea is that we have one prosecutor sort of understand this particular population, those that are committing repeat quality of life violations, to come up with a sort of holistic approach to what we need to do for the particular needs of this individual. That could be an offer of services, some sort of treatment, and the alternative, sort of some accountability on the back end. The idea is to not have these cases just handled one at a time. These low-level offenses that pale in comparison to some of our more serious cases, but more directly affect the quality of life of our residents and our business owners. So the idea is to designate our resources to that specific problem, to work with our community partners, and we have already done so with all of the stakeholders in this homeless working group, and we will commit to dedicating resources and be at the table for this growing problem. It's a space, as Becky had said, it's a space that district attorneys don't often engage in, but because it intersects with our office, we need to be at the table and help our community by sort of working the problem with everyone else. So we will commit to continuing to work. We're excited. We will have more details as the program is officially launched, but we already have people sort of in the trenches working it right now, and we'll give you some more details as soon as we officially launch the program. But we are incredibly proud of it. We hope it will certainly help this important problem. So thank you again for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions or talk to you further as we move forward.
Thank you, Morgan. I see no questions from my board at this time, but thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to walking through the components of the funding plan, and I'll clarify up front that we are not seeking a budget amendment today. The items identified will be reviewed and coordinated by the task force and our office in the coming weeks, and if necessary, departments will bring forward a budget revision to your board. So the first item we have on the chart here captures the request for Health and Human Services. We've identified $15,000 in overtime for animal services staff to increase patrol at the Placer County Government Center to ensure animals there are on leashes and properly restrained. They've identified $50,000 in overtime for behavioral health specialists to increase the homeless liaison team outreach efforts. Next is the probation department. We've identified $90,000 in overtime for probation officers to increase their outreach efforts, and $30,000 in equipment. For the sheriff's office, $135,000 in overtime for enhanced patrol and homeless liaison team outreach efforts, $40,000 in equipment. And then finally, for facility services, we've identified $52,000 for potential private security patrol. We're still evaluating this option, but our thought on this is that those folks could provide additional eyes and ears on the campus and alert dispatch of any suspicious activity that the homeless liaison team would respond to. We've also identified $255,000 approximately for additional cameras, fencing, towing capability, portable toilets, and trash receptacles. The majority of these costs are one-time and would be funded by general fund in lieu of CARES revenue. Ongoing costs are anticipated to be in the $250,000 range to cover costs of the permanent cameras across the government campus. But again, we are still reviewing and finalizing those costs. We also wanted to summarize other actions recently adopted by your board to ensure a safe environment at the Placer County Government Center. On July 28th of 2020, your board passed an ordinance prohibiting possession of and consumption of alcoholic beverages at DeWitt. And on January 28th, 2021, your board passed an ordinance prohibiting overnight parking, which, following signage installation and a grace period, is anticipated to take effect in mid-April of this year. With your board's direction today, we will implement the multi-departmental plan with the goal of engaging the homeless population and enrolling them in the variety of programs and services currently available through HHS. Also, the Biden administration is prioritizing homelessness and housing funding to include scaling up investments in the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Grants Program and other evidence-based practices proven to reduce rates of homelessness. This will be crucial as states and local jurisdictions continue to deal with the impacts following the pandemic. At the recent strategic planning retreat, your board provided direction to staff to engage in a regional homelessness planning effort. Thus far, we have had discussions with the city managers and held an initial meeting with City of Roseville staff, all of whom have expressed their commitment to working with us on developing a range of engagement and service strategies proven effective in working and supporting people with complex needs. So that concludes our presentation, and we are all available to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues? See none at this point. Anyone from the public?
Will, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Will Taylor. I'm with Placer Independent Resource Services here in Auburn. I had a question for the presenter. Is camping going to be allowed at the government center?
If you could just make your questions generally available to the board, then we can direct staff to answer those questions as we go forward. So if you have others, be efficient if you could ask them all now and we could get answers.
Okay. Well, I do want to support the funding allocation for portable toilets and trash receptacles as it's simply a humanitarian issue that will help people enormously, especially currently during the pandemic. And I really appreciate the approach that the district attorney is taking to have one point of contact for homeless and legal and law interactions. I do want to put in a plug for the Placer Consortium of Homelessness and Housing. We're having probation and the homeless liaison team speak at our meeting on Thursday. So this is great timing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Becky, do you want to respond? I forgot what his question was. Camping.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear his question. Could someone repeat it for me?
Is there camping still going to be allowed at the domes? That was his question. At the government campus.
Yes, at this time, yes.
Thanks.
Until we figure out another solution.
Mm-hmm.
Any others?
No further public comment.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. I think we need a motion, Karen, but it would only be to direct staff to prepare an expenditure not to exceed $667,000. And then staff will come back more with detail to do a budget amendment soon.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a comment?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Something's not working.
No.
It is. How about no?
Now I can, yeah.
How about now? There we are, yay! Well, I forgot what I was going to say. No, thank you, Becky. Thank you for this presentation. First of all, I want to make a point that we need to correct or manage the problem in DeWitt Center primarily, because we've got people coming back to work, hopefully, and we'll have people coming for services, and they need a place to park, a place to be safe. So it's a health and safety issue. But I also want to thank all the homelessness touches every one of our departments, our offices, and this collaborative approach has really, really been helpful. I want to thank Karen Schwab for her efforts with this, and then also Morgan Geyer, the district attorney, and then of course the sheriff's office, probation, health and human services. It's just an effort that we all need to address, and of course Steve Newsom and facility services, we all have a part to play in this. So anyhow, I just want to thank you for bringing this forward, and I look forward to some more positive resolution. Thank you.
And the motion in there?
Oh, and I move approval.
Motion Holmes, second Gore, to have staff come back to us with a maximum budget expenditure as per the items discussed of $667,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if we could, I know it's last time before lunch, but Don Ailes is here from Gold Country Fairground, and if we could take that quickly so he would not have to sit through the rest of our afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Dave DeFonte, here with an item requesting your board consider approving and authorizing the CEO or designee to execute an agreement with the 20th District Agricultural Association, better known as the Gold Country Fairgrounds, to provide $149,000 and some change to the fairgrounds and require reporting on the use of that funding. So first, a bit of background. I'm sure it will be no surprise to your board. The fairgrounds is a very key public venue in the city of Auburn for community events and activities as listed in the staff report. Maybe a little bit less known to constituents is that it also, excuse me, serves as a very important venue for public meetings as well as emergency response. Pardon me. So a recent example is we used it, and PG&E used it as part of our PSPS outreach as well as accommodations. So due to COVID-19 related restrictions, the fairground was forced to cancel numerous events in 2020 and 2021, resulting in over $1 million in lost revenue. Excuse me. This could, without rectification, cause closure of the fairgrounds. So on March 19th, Don Alice, CEO of Gold Country Fairgrounds, who's here, thank you very much, he presented to your board on some of the challenges that they were facing, as well as made a request to your board for funding. Sorry. Thank you. I'm feeling fine, don't worry.
We're 6 feet away.
And I'm vaccinated.
There you go. And I'm halfway there. Thank you, Becky. Your board directed county staff to analyze the request and return to your board, so here we are today. The next day, actually March 10th, my staff as well as council and economic development staff met with Don Ellis to talk about his request and review some of the information that he provided. The meeting went very well. Pardon me again. By all indications from our staff, Mr. Alice is running a great organization, took very prudent steps in addressing COVID, along with reducing his own pay and eliminating staff, unfortunately, to address some of the funding shortfalls. So again, the fairgrounds requested $149,000 to help with continued operation for the summer, anticipating the ability to hold those the fair in the fall. So staff, excuse me, staff is, apologize. Staff is very supportive of the funding request. Again, we looked into the financial situation. They've done a great job, put together a $250,000 reserve that they're now drawing down on. So thankfully they did that prior to COVID. Again, took other financially prudent steps as we've discussed. And our support is in recognition, again, as The facility being key infrastructure for the community, both in terms of key community events that are attended by people across the county and across the region, but then also as it relates to the fairgrounds being able to provide that entity or that place for public safety shutoff events, other things of that nature. So should your board approve this agreement, it would be funded by general fund in lieu of those CARES Act dollars again. So with that, I don't know if Mr. Don Ellis wanted to say anything, but we are very supportive of this request. Apologize again.
I feel bad. That seemed painful to me. I don't normally choke people up, but maybe today I did. Anyway, I just wanted to come before you because whatever you decide, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. The team and Dave and everybody's been so kind. They've been very helpful. They've walked us through the process. The Fair Board is very grateful for this opportunity. And you guys have all been wonderful, so it will keep us going. We will make you proud. But whatever you decide today, thank you for looking at us and appreciating what we do.
Well, and thank you. And if I could just, I believe Don and your chair met with all of us, and I was personally very impressed. The general feedback I've heard is the same. The only thing I think that is a rub for us is that we see this primarily being a state responsibility. Having said that, personally, I'm very supportive of this plan. You guys are a great amenity to our community, and you've done a great job in preparing for all of this and doing everything I think you could within reason to keep you at this point. And so that's personally where I'm coming from. But I'll start with Jim, and then Cindy has some comments also. I don't know about.
Don, thank you for your leadership in almost resurrecting the fairgrounds. The Gold Country Fairgrounds has been a part of the fabric of Auburn area and Placer County, and me speaking all my life, that's one of the events I go to and utilize the fairgrounds. So it's very critical that we're able to keep that being the fair that wouldn't die. And Todd Leopold, I want to thank you for the CEO's commitment to funding this this much needed avenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy?
I want to ditto the comments made by Chair Wygant and Supervisor Holmes, and really appreciated the opportunity to meet with you and your board chair. I was so impressed, obviously, since I've taken office, with all the events that you've handled out there and your support for during the PSPS shutoffs and so many other services, and then to learn more about how you did the youth livestock auctions and continuing our agricultural heritage at the fairgrounds, in addition to some really unique drive-in programs and activities. My main question is, in trying to spread the support for your organization, were you able to check in with the city of Auburn about any assistance?
I did, and we had a very nice meeting with the city manager, and I'm waiting for his comments. So far, he's just given me, he's interested in helping, but nothing financially at this point.
Great. Well, I want to continue that great partnership with the city of Auburn as well, to be part of the solution here in addition to the county's support. So thank you for checking in on that and continuing on that. I will talk to him as well.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to move that we authorize the CEO to for the agreement to give the fairgrounds $149,027.
Motion, Jones, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave. So we're going to break for lunch. I mentioned that we're going to start up again with public comment as per the placeholder in the first part of the meeting because of our technical problems. I stated that that would be at 10 till 1. We'll be late, I assume, but we'll get back here as quickly as we can. Suzanne, I think your light's not working. Public comments, picking up from where we left off this morning under public comment period. None? We are reconvening after lunch and starting with the continuing of public comment for anyone who would like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda.
Chairman, I see no hand raises.
None?
None.
Okay. We will take up our 1 o'clock timed item then, which is an amendment to 9.42, which is short-term rental vacation rentals. Crystal and Jamie.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson with the Tahoe Community Development Resource Agency. Joining me today is Jamie Payne, our Tahoe Co-Compliance Supervisor, who helps to oversee our short-term rental program in our Tahoe City office. The item before your board for consideration today is an update of the county's short-term rental ordinance. So by way of background, in July 2019, your board directed staff to create an ordinance. So we, in November 2009, we went and framed it up, and in November 2019, it was approved by your board and went into effect in January 2020. I should point out that almost immediately the program was impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, starting with the first stay-at-home order that was issued in March. So the COVID stay-at-home orders and the travel restrictions heightened the North Tahoe community's concerns about transient lodging and visitation in the region. In addition, COVID constraints, including the county's office closures, led to multiple permit deadline extensions until July 31st. So we really had to extend our deadline for the permits. This resulted in delayed cost recovery and ultimately delayed staffing requests, really impacting the program's response to complaints that we received last summer. So once the stay-at-home order that was issued in March was lifted in June, we did see a big spike in STR visitation. And so really last summer was quite the challenge to implement this, this program. And I would say in July 2020 is really when the program became fully operational. Essentially, the program started operating as intended, I would say, in late summer. And then since then, the enforcement response procedures have been, very much established. Staffing has been increased, and the permitting process has, we've been updating the permit process. And then again, we had another closure in December. So the program was impacted again in December with a second COVID stay-at-home order, and then in January it's been back up and running since. So overall, I would just say it was really difficult to launch the program in the midst of a pandemic and enforce it under those circumstances. And because of that, it's been a challenging year to really track how effective the ordinance or the program is. However, what we have done over the last year is to track the areas of the ordinance where there was question in terms of interpretation or any confusion in the ordinance. And so that really helped us understand the areas of the code that we really needed to revisit. So that said, the ordinance update before you today is largely a cleanup effort intended to provide clarity in those areas. There are, however, 3 new provisions that are minor in nature, I would say, and Jamie will walk you through those in just a minute. I do want to point out that at this time we are not proposing any wholesale changes to the ordinance. We're not proposing a cap in terms of the number of STRs that could be, the number of permits that could be issued in the region. We're not proposing any other limiting locational provisions. And really the reason behind that, number one, we haven't received any direction from your board to do so. And then also just, this is a very new program. It's a new ordinance, and as I've already stated, given the challenges we experienced last year to launch it, we really haven't had the chance to even effectively track and monitor the existing program. So we don't believe that this last year provides a clear picture of how the program really will run in the future. In addition, it's worth noting that any substantial revisions, if we were to come forward with something like a cap or any changes that would result in locational provisions, those kinds of things, we really would need to do a thorough impact analysis to assess enforcement needs, administration challenges, those kinds of things. And then in addition, we would need to thoroughly vet those types of changes. So that's really the reason we're not bringing forward anything of that nature today. So before Jamie dives into the proposed updates, I just want to provide you with an overview of the parameters of our existing ordinance and program, just a little refresher. It applies to Eastern Placer County only. We have an estimate from 2019 that we had approximately 3,500 STRs in our Tahoe region. Of those 3,500 of that estimate number, we're just coming up to about 3,000 that are permitted through our system. So approximately 86% or so of the STRs that we estimate to be in the region have the benefit of a permit. And we continue to try to bring those others into compliance with our code. Again, our ordinance does not include a cap or any other what folks call locational provisions. So there's no provisions about where you can and can't have an STR in the Tahoe area. The current ordinance exempts hotels, motels, timeshares, and resort properties. Special events are prohibited under the ordinance unless authorized through a temporary event permit, which you get through the planning department. We have a tiered annual permit fee system, so professionally managed properties pay a fee that's reduced than those that are privately managed. The fire inspection costs are included in both those permit fees. And then I wanted to point out the Tahoe CEDRA, the program is administered through our office, so we have dedicated staff to administer and enforce that program in our Tahoe City office. The team continues to grow. We currently have 1.5 staff positions for enforcement, an on-site supervisor, who's Jamie, and also a clerk to help administer the program, and then I'm also overseeing the program. But I think it's important to note that over the past year, we have continued to grow the program and make sure that we have dedicated staff in our Tahoe office that are overseeing the short-term rental program. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie to highlight some of the operational standards that her team enforces. She will also walk you through the proposed amendments, and then we'll touch on some frequently asked questions and also run you through some complaint data that we tracked for last year.
Thank you, Crystal. My name is Jamie Payne. I'm the Supervising Code Compliance Officer for the CEDRA Tahoe office. Part of what I supervise includes the short-term rental program. We're going to start with some notes on what the ordinance currently includes. So our ordinance is really focused on managing violations regarding noise, parking, trash, and occupancy. Within those issues, we have ordinance standards in place that regulate noise. We do have quiet times from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. currently. Parking requires any vehicles associated with the rental be within the property boundaries. We don't allow any street parking, and that's year-round. Any vehicles that would be in excess of what fits in the property would need to have an approved alternative parking plan as part of their permit application. We do have operational standards regarding trash. There's no allowance of trash to accumulate outside of a rental. They need to have a bare bin within 12 months of a permit issuance, and we do have the ability to increase trash pickup if necessary, if it's not meeting the needs of that rental. Additionally, we have operational standards regarding occupancy. At this time, occupancy is defined as 2 people per bedroom with an additional 2 people per property. Children under 16 are excluded from that number. So this would be an overnight occupancy level after 10 p.m. And moving forward, we'll look at the ordinance update and what is being proposed. Today's proposals include clarification on fire safety issues, property safety issues, and on the trash service provisions. As Crystal mentioned, today's proposals do not include any proposal for a cap or other locational provisions. If we were to look at those provisions, if the board would like us to explore those, we'd still need to be assessing the efficacy of the current ordinance through a full year of process. And additionally, there would be a need for an impact analysis. There's extensive impacts that could need to be vetted regarding the enforcement or administration, changes in costs or revenue. And then additionally, any extensive revisions, would need to go through your process. The proposals for today's revisions, I'll go through the bulleted list, and then if there's questions, I'm happy to answer those. The first would be a clarification on the maximum occupancy shall not exceed the limits set by California Building Code. So currently we do have an allowance in the ordinance that a property owner could request an increase in occupancy. There are some standards in place, such as size of the property, but we want to make sure that it's clear that no matter the size of a property or the request, that at no time will it exceed what is set by California Building Code. Next, that the TOT certificate must be completed and all fees paid within 30 days. So the TOT certificate is required for an STR permit. What we found is we had a few circumstances where someone would start the TOT process, get their STR certificate, and not finish the TOT process. So we want to make sure both of those ordinances are being complied with. Next is clarification on language regarding permit expiration. The ordinance was written and intended to have the permits expire by March 31st of each year. Further into the ordinance, language was used that stated 12 months. Last year in 2020, due to COVID, we had several extensions, which created a confusion on the expiration date. So in order to clear that up, any references to expiration do clarify the March 31 date. There's no change in the expiration, just clarification in the language on that. Next, clarification that applicable boat and trailer parking is required on site. As I mentioned, we do have the parking provisions in there, and what was happening is there was some confusion that maybe boats or boat trailers weren't included in that vehicle count. So if a property allows for boat or boat trailers to be at the rental, they need to have provisions for parking of that so that we don't have boats and boat trailers out on the street or on vacant adjacent lots, things of that nature. Next, the most recent trash containment and bearware information must be posted along with the good neighbor information. We've been working with environmental engineering who have developed some really good education on the importance of trash containment and protecting our communities and our bears in our community from getting into the trash. So we want to make sure that that updated information is posted where it's readily available. Additionally, environmental engineering has given us some minimum provisions for trash collection. They are advising that we include an update that would require a minimum level of trash service of 2 cans per week per property, just to establish a minimum. There is language that if the rental needs more or we find a continued issue with needing more trash service, then we can authorize additional trash pickup, which is similar to the county code regarding trash service in the Tahoe area. Next on the list is a fire safety clarification. This is a clarification in language that fire inspection should occur every 5 years for a property that is professionally managed and every 3 years for a privately managed property. Again, this is in the ordinance and it was the intended information when the ordinance was created, but the language stated 3 to 5 years, so this is clarifying that the 5 years for a professionally managed property and 3 years for a privately managed. And as Crystal mentioned, the inspection fees are included in their permits. Fire inspection fees are prorated over the inspection cycle, so to minimize the financial impact on the property owner. Following the fire safety clarifications, guests are not allowed to bring personal fireplaces, fire pits, or personal grills to the property. The current ordinance does have provisions that limit the use of solid fuel burning fire appliances, so no open wood type of appliances at properties. But again, we found that there were times when guests brought their own, so this is a clarification that at no time should those type of fire appliances be at a property. This will bring us into the 3 new provisions that Crystal mentioned. The first is that STRs cannot be rented when there are active building permits unless approved by the county's building official or by a final inspection. So this is a safety provision. We want to make sure that homes that are being rented are safe for guests and that any construction or building activity doesn't impact the habitability of a building, making sure that any kitchen, cooking, or sanitation facilities are not impacted. This does not mean that you cannot rent and improve your property. What it means is that when you apply for a building permit, you'll be requested to show information of how that work area would be restricted from guests or safety provisions, that type of thing. Next, modifying the STR ordinance boundary to be consistent with Eastern Placer TOT collection area. So we had feedback from our community during some of our outreach where we had properties that were further down in the STR ordinance area, which had been referred to as the 5,000 foot mark. And what was brought up is that properties that are down close to that mark are outside of the TOT collection area. So on 2 sides of the issue, those rentals don't generally contribute to the tourism impacts that we see. And on the other side, those areas are not benefiting from the TOT reinvestment because they're outside of the TOT area. So this would bring our 2 boundaries in alignment so that the permit requirements match with the TOT requirements. And lastly, the last change would be offering a reduction in the permit fee for any STRs that are located within a town or village center in the town basin. So this would be similar to encouraging STRs in recreation areas due to the services that are available in town centers, similar to what would be available in a recreation area. It should be noted that we did receive some late comments regarding consideration for reduction in fee for properties where owners are residing on site. Those are not included in this update proposal, but we could, if it's something that the board desires, we could include those in a list of items that we are exploring for future updates. We have started to compile that list as we've heard some comments that need to be researched for future. Those are the proposed updates for the ordinance today. I would like to share some additional information regarding the ordinance with the board. This next slide talks about some of the issues that come up frequently, questions that we get from our community and from businesses that are involved in short-term rentals. So the first one is just a clarification that the STR ordinance and TOT transit occupancy tax are not the same. So they are intertwined in the fact that you need a TOT certificate in order to get an STR permit, but they are 2 separate county functions and they are administered by 2 separate county departments. We do have very close communication and we work with one another in developing our programs, but they are separate. Next is a clarification on our complaint and violation system. So really clarifying that a complaint doesn't automatically equal a violation. A complaint can be made by any person at any time. They can call our hotline, they can email our complaint email, or they can use a Placer Connect form that's available online. A violation must be confirmed by either one of our enforcement staff or Placer County Sheriff, or the fire districts can also verify a complaint and creating a violation. And lastly, we want to make sure that people understand that our ordinance does have a local contact allowance. So this gives the local contact, which is required with every STR permit, that they have a local contact who is available 24/7 within 60 minutes. And this piece of the ordinance allows that local contact 60 minutes to resolve a complaint before the enforcement staff confirms it. So when we get a call regarding a complaint, we notify the local contact, they have an opportunity to resolve it, and then our enforcement team goes out to verify whether that violation has been resolved or if it's still existing. And if it's still existing, then we address it through the process that we have in place in the ordinance with warnings and citations, that type of process. So looking at our complaints, we wanted to share some data of the complaints we received from June of 2020 through January of this year. And you will see a significant spike in the summer months. We see a couple of reasons for that spike. One is what Crystal mentioned. We did have a very large spike in visitors after the stay-at-home orders were lifted and people were looking for some vacations close to home that didn't require flying. Additionally, during the summer, noise violations go up. People are outside on decks. They have windows open, those types of issues. Of these approximately 300 complaints, we did some further research into the specific complaints and found that the 300 complaints came from about 170 unique properties. So this means there were around 130 complaints that were repeat complaints, meaning a complaint that came in regarding the same property. And what I found when researching those is that a lot of the repeat complaints were made within either the same day or even the same weekend. We saw that on the holiday weekends in the summer where the issues were kind of all in the same group of visitors. And we've noticed that now, as the enforcement has become more visible within the community and the expectations of the ordinance are now widely understood by homeowners, that the incidence of repeat violations has decreased dramatically. We're not seeing those ongoing complaints at the same properties. And moving forward with our program, some of the ongoing efforts that we are making with the program, we have an improved permitting process. We recently implemented a new online permitting system that's been developed through the Citizen Access Portal that is used by other Placer County departments for their permitting. And bringing the permitting process in-house allows us for better customer service with our homeowners, and it gives us more accessible data collection. We're not using an outside third party anymore. All of that information is our own now. Additionally, we have a stronger enforcement presence. Our enforcement team has grown with the addition of another full-time officer, which allows the program to have a strong presence in the community with very minimal gaps in enforcement coverage. We have some highly visibly branded STR vehicles, so they have our logo, they have the complaint phone number on the vehicle. It's very easy to see those out and about. Our officers are doing regular neighborhood patrols for, I don't know if that's the word, the best word for it, but they are making sure that they're known in the neighborhood. They're visiting all the different neighborhoods throughout the week and really making sure that our guests and our homeowners know that the program is here and it is in effect. We also have now a direct staff response to our hotline calls. We've taken the complaint hotline in-house as well as the permitting system, and this gives us direct contact with people that are needing to make a complaint. It limits misinformation, and it really gives us a more efficient response to those calls. And then we also focus on continued education of our guests and our homeowners. The main goal of the STR program is to create a balance between our full-time residents and our guests to the area. And continued education on both sides is critical to that balance. Our enforcement team regularly interacts with the public, educating them on the STR program. Often they'll be out in the community doing things. Somebody asks what they do. They see the logo on the car. They see the uniform, and our officers are really good about talking about what the program is, how the program's managed. If somebody has a problem, what are the ways that they can get that information to us. Additionally, they have updated brochures available with them and are really good about providing all the online resources which outline our rules and have all the flyers necessary. Those are all available on our webpage so that both the guests and residents are informed of what expectations are in our area. Additionally, when there are problems, our enforcement team it can ensure that the complaints are addressed through the hotline, online form, or email, and those are high priorities for us. So our enforcement team really makes it a priority to answer those calls quickly to resolve those issues. The next slide. This next slide is going to just provide some information on how people can get program information. The first phone number and email are for sort of the business line for the STR program. This is where if they have questions on permits or the permitting process, things of that nature, they can email or call the program number. The second is our complaint hotline. So this is available 24/7, and we take the complaints through this. Again, we have the complaint email. People can submit through that route. And lastly, on our webpage, we do have a Placer Connect form that people can report their concerns that way as well. Both the email and the Placer complaint form do allow for attachments, so people can submit photos if they have those and they want to include those in their complaint. We want to share some of the public outreach we've been doing regarding the ordinance update. In preparation of this update, we have conducted various public outreach opportunities. The public outreach on the STR ordinance has included ongoing focus groups with the fire districts, realtor associations, the business, downtown, and resort associations. And we had a town hall a few weeks ago on March 3rd, a virtual town hall meeting that was advertised. We had a very high attendance in that. About 200 people were involved in that online webinar, and we had over 140 questions that we funneled through that. We were able to answer a lot during the outreach, and then we continued to answer those questions afterward via email and follow-up from myself, my clerk, and then Supervisor Gustafson's office also fielded a lot of questions after that town hall. So there was definitely a lot of interest and a lot of input from that. And with that, staff brings forward the following recommendations for your board's consideration. One is that we introduce and waive oral reading of the ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 9.42 of the Placer County Code to regulate short-term vacation rentals. And number two, find the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guideline sections 15061B3 and 15378. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board?
Surprise?
No, the lights are working.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jamie, first off, to you and to Tim, who's back there, what a phenomenal job, a thankless job, right? I just want to express our appreciation for all the hard work. This was a really challenging year. We transitioned staff, early on in the year, and you came in and took over and have done just an outstanding job, and Crystal as well. And I just want to make sure the community understands how frustrating the work is and how complicated it gets. And I know just from the questions my office gets, you've been dragged into long-term rental issues, short-term rental issues, COVID-related, issues, and you've had to be a master of all trades. So I really appreciate the hard work. One of the comments we received in the town hall, and then again, we got an email, I think it was just yesterday or the day before, from an individual who may speak today. There's an impression that we had guaranteed 5 code enforcement officers. I do not recall that in any of our discussion. We had no idea how many we would need to start, and we would never overstaff a program until we knew the magnitude of complaints. Do you, or if any staff, have any knowledge or remembrance of what we committed to the public? Because that's now getting repeated, and it becomes the telephone chain. So people think we've shortchanged the enforcement, and as far as I recall, we never committed to that. But I want to make sure I'm remembering correctly. Does anybody? I'm not seeing anyone. Steve's saying no. Tim's saying no.
Yeah, and just for the record, I don't remember ever having that conversation. Obviously, we talked about staffing levels and what the appropriateness was, but this was the first year of this program. And I think as we wanted to see is what were the staffing patterns that were going to be necessary, and that's going to come with discussions in our budget. But as far as making commitments about total staffing arrangements, that could be 5, it could be 3, it could be 7. I think we need to be flexible in this arrangement, and hopefully we'll be able to provide the adequate support. So, but I don't recall ever having a conversation about 5 or more.
Okay. I don't recall that either, and I just wanted to correct that on the record that I think we wanted to staff appropriately to the demand and what we needed.
And what I would say is I wasn't here during the implementation phase, but we have discussed our staffing levels, and really we have focused staffing on our peak periods. So we do have a full-time officer that works over the weekend during the night hours, which are peak times for complaints, and our second officer works during the week. So staffing levels I can't speak to, but I do know that our staffing coverage with our enforcement officers is very full. We have very minimal gaps in our enforcement coverage at this time.
And you're able to respond to the complaints you're getting adequately at this point? And obviously we can adjust.
And we've had discussions of, looking at what additional staffing would look like for summer holiday periods, things like that. And there are some plans in place if we start seeing those kind of complaint numbers coming in.
Okay, great. And then I think, you heard and Crystal, did you want to speak to that? Okay.
Oh, I would just echo what Jamie said. I think there may have been a misunderstanding in terms of enforcement staff versus the entire team that's needed to administer the program, because we're at about 4 right now, including, my time that is spent on it. So, and we continue to, look for opportunities to grow and bring in extra help staff. So that's what I would add to that.
Great. And as you know, we, during the town hall and during many, many, many emails, because you're always available to answer my questions, this is a big impact in our community. And prior to the establishment of this program, we really had no enforcement. And so we've come a long way. And I know we said when we adopted this ordinance, we wouldn't get it right. I remember Steve Pedretti standing up and saying, we're not going to get it right the first time. It's going to take a couple tweaks and challenges and understanding what we would do to get it right. And I really appreciate staff making these adjustments. I do think there's probably more the community wants to see, but I really do hope that once we're kind of through the pandemic and we can weed out those concerns, we can really focus on those nuisance issues and get better at that. And I think you've done an outstanding job. I've had not as many. I've had far more complaints than I have had compliments, but I have had compliments that your team is doing a great job in getting out and talking to folks and responding and getting them back to the complainant and said, we've addressed it. Some have, don't want to see a piece of garbage out for an hour. But in the times you've gone out and people have corrected it within an hour, that's pretty darn good. So I want to compliment you again on that. And then as you continue, Jamie, I know you have, coming from the city of South Lake Tahoe and being aware of some of the challenges that were faced down there, I've appreciated your wisdom on what we can do better or as well, because I do hear that a lot. Why not cap? Why aren't you doing what South Lake Tahoe did? Why didn't you issue larger fines to begin with? And I still think we're learning, and I haven't heard from my counterparts on the South Shore that that's working particularly well either. So this is a big challenge for us, and so I really appreciate all the time and energy into that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments by board members?
Yes. Staff one.
Suzanne.
Hi, ladies. How are you? I just want to let you know I like your ordinance, but I do have a couple of questions on some specifics. It says that you have 3,500 STRs in the region, over 3,000 permitted. How do you intend to get the other approximately 500 people to permit?
So we work with our Revenue Services Department and use a software that's called data mining. What that means is they contract with an agency, an online company that is going through thousands and thousands and thousands of rental listings. What they do is they find properties that are renting and that have active listings. They compare them against both the TOT database and the STR database and let us know that this property is renting, they don't have a permit. And then we're able to follow up with them. We do check, the administrative staff does check to see if it's a recent change in ownership. We do try and send a letter if we see a recent change in ownership saying you need a permit, Placer County requires a permit for this, and then we're able to follow up with those and issue citations if necessary if they don't get the permit.
Okay. Do you know about how many of the 3,000 permitted properties are managed by a property management and how many are managed by themselves?
So our last counts on these it's about 70% are professionally managed. I don't have the exact number, but we do see the majority are professionally managed in our area.
Oh, so approximately 70 to 30 would be good. Okay, my other question is, why the disparate treatment between professionally managed and privately managed in the annual permit fees? You're charging $200 for professionally managed and $337 for privately managed.
So the ordinance is based on enforcement of issues, and what we find with professionally managed companies is that they have a staff and they have people on site, or people on staff rather, that can address issues very quickly, be those maintenance issues, noise issues. And it's not saying that our privately managed properties don't take care of their properties, but the professionally managed that have a business license, this is what they do all day, every day. We find that the enforcement requests for those properties can be lower, and so that's where the difference in pricing comes from, is that with their additional staff and their additional resources, that they're able to address a lot of those issues.
Okay, but you have a requirement of a 60-minute response. Is that just a response or to cure the problem?
It's sort of both. So they have to be available at the property within 60 minutes of the phone call, and the expectation is that they would resolve the issue. If they don't resolve the issue or they don't respond in the 60 minutes and our enforcement team is there and verifies that there's a violation, that's when the next step is going to come, whether it be a warning or a citation as the situation warrants.
Okay, and then the other one is the fire inspection. Why would there be such a difference of 5 years for professionally managed and 3 years for those that are not?
So that falls back again on the staffing of a professionally managed property. They have maintenance staff, they have facility staff. Being a licensed business, they're often following up more frequently on their properties, and they have, they have people there that are checking smoke alarms regularly, changing batteries. They just don't have those issues that come up when it's somebody's second home that maybe, it isn't their top priority. So it gives that longer inspection cycle in deference of the professionally managed companies sort of having staff that manage a lot of that.
Yeah, okay. Because I have constituents that live in my district that also have a second home up there, and they're pretty upset that there's such a discrepancy between the two. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to offer privately managed, if they make arrangements where they have somebody that's local, or somehow they can fulfill all these requirements, do the fire inspections and show proof of fire inspections on a regular basis, or have somebody that responds. I mean, obviously you probably keep track of those that are not responding and those that are in violation. You've got all of these. I'm just curious to know if out of all these violations, the 290, complaints, I guess they are, how many of the violations, because you weeded those out of the complaints, how many are owned by people that professionally manage and how many are owned by those that don't?
So that today I don't have that data, but that is one of the pieces that we are tracking now with our in-house, is when the complaints come, is it a professionally managed? Because this is something that we have heard a need to track. So we are looking at keeping track of what complaints come in from a professionally managed versus a privately managed property.
Well, I'm just curious, is there a way that you could let somebody who was managing their own property and not hiring a professional company to earn that level of care where they might qualify for the reduced fee if they showed you routine inspections, if they were not, people didn't complain regularly on their parcels and things like that, not just have a blanket. If you manage it yourself, you pay more. If you have somebody in my district who manages it themselves, but I'm going to tell you they're probably pretty meticulous. They don't live in my district without being pretty meticulous property owners, you know, to give them an opportunity to earn that level of.
Yeah, so we've heard similar comments come in, and then also the comments that we mentioned, or Jamie mentioned earlier, about what if the property owner lives on site, right? Could they have a reduced fee? And so what we can commit to is exploring further updates, you know, if your board desires. We're keeping kind of a list of potential update items for future consideration, and would certainly take any direction that your board, you know, would give us on that.
And I would say that not just the fact that maybe they live close by, because they could live close by and maybe they're still kind of careless. You know, I would base it on the care and the responsibility that they give their property. But other than that, I like the program. I think it's great, and thank you for that.
I might clarify too, if I could, that when we initiated this was a big point of discussion between the professionally, and it's remained that way, professionally and the privately managed. And I think the feeling in the community was that it was the Airbnb, VRBO owners that often weren't on site. Unfortunately, there was a tragic death in Incline Village because a property owner was renting a loft room that did not have an exit. And it was really tragic. And so the fire inspections and making sure that these places that people are renting, and we write these rules around the people that are the bad apples, right? If everybody was doing everything right, we wouldn't need a rule and an ordinance and code enforcement. And so we did a commit, as I recall, Steve, you said you were going to annually bring back what those costs were by group and really look at establishing the fee program should be set based on the cost of providing those services, Suzanne. So I think staff was committed. We just haven't had a year of full operation yet because of COVID and closures and everything else.
And that's really it. We didn't get the good information from host compliance, and with COVID, it made it much more difficult. The other problem would be administering a program like that, where we have to check on each and every property owner. And $3,500, it's pretty tough to do that. When the difference in cost is $137 on a rental that's probably in excess of $300 a night, is that something that we really need to spend a lot of time administering and spending a lot of staff time on? That's a judgment call.
But I certainly think we should look at it, and at least, and especially
we will bring the information back.
And I think the owners on site too is something I've heard about. Those people that are truly trying to pay their bills and renting out a room, they're on site, they're renting a room next door. How we adjust for that as well.
That one makes a lot of sense. I think we need to, as soon as we say on-site work, it's going to be how about next door, how about around the block? And so we just need to work through that issue publicly.
I'm learning up here, right?
Yeah, so we don't have any opposition to that. It's just getting through that process and talking to everybody.
Right, I just have one more comment, because
Sure.
I don't mean to put more work on you folks.
Sure.
What I profess is that you allow those non-property managed families or property owners to prove to you with the fire inspections and those sorts of things that you require, and also that you're not seeing complaints coming in on, you know, about those. If they can earn that, not that you go out and bird dog it, but they prove to you that they are just as good as a property managed property.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll take that into account.
Okay, I see no other comments, questions from my colleagues. Public comment? Is there anyone in the audience? Yeah. We'll take people here first and then call-ins.
Hi, Jeffrey Hens, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. First, I wanted to commend the hard work that's been put in this program and the amazing work that Supervisor Gustafson and Jamie has done over the last several months, especially in the communication world with our short-term rentals and our lodging sector. The town halls and that communication is so critical. As you know, we are engaged in the fulfillment now and the formation of the T-bid, so we're speaking with many of our lodging community, especially our short-term rentals. I personally have had hundreds of conversations with individual owners. And so I wanted to pledge to utilize NLTRA in every way you possibly can in this process as it evolves, to kind of be also that conduit, go-between, or partner in this process. So I just wanted to go ahead and thank you all, and please consider us as a partner in this process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience who would like to testify? Please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm really nervous, so my apologies.
We're all very nice up here. Usually.
Most of the time.
Well, some of us more than others.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wigan, honorable members of the board. My name is Laura Miller. I'm a full-time resident living on the west shore of Lake Tahoe. My next door neighbor operates a short-term rental. I apologize. And quite frankly, my neighbor does a lousy job of it. He's what you would call a bad apple. He privately manages his property. It's become a terrible nuisance for my family and our neighborhood. In the last 8 months, we've contacted the STR compliance hotline twice, and may I say, Tim Jackal handled our issues in a professional and timely manner. I didn't think I was going to be this nervous. One time was in August for pellet guns being shot at our home and our pets. And the second time was for trespassers. December 20th, we were having our little Tabu Dore holiday moment, and in the snow, these young men came over and were outside our kitchen window, and they left vape pens, and they urinated on our outdoor Christmas tree. It was terrible. When the property owners were addressed about our concern, they said, well, boys will be boys. There's no disputing that aphorism. Boys will be boys. However, sometimes boys can carry their propensities to tragic lengths and outcomes. The property owners told us, what's the problem? There have only been 2 incidents. It's my impression that there should be no incidents. We were told by our homeowners association and the property owners, just call the police. I think that is a sad solution. As a kid, when my family made mistakes, my mom would ask, how do we prevent this from happening again in the future? I do not want a relationship with the police, and I mean that as no offense. I do not want a relationship with a short-term rental compliance officer. I do not want to have to install security cameras to provide proof footage for enforcement officers. I do not want to have to guard my home. We have contacted North Tahoe Fire District to report unintended smokers, like brisket smokers, on the neighbor's back deck, open fire pits, chimney fires, and fireworks being set off. Our neighbor has never cleaned their yard of the defensible space area. I would like to ask that the short-term rental ordinance include the interior posting requirement of the June 12th, 2020 North Tahoe Fire District Fire Code regarding red flag warnings and open flame restrictions. The June 2020 Fire Code prohibits all sources of open flame, including natural gas or propane, outdoor fire pits and barbecues, as well as pellet grills and smokers, during red flag or critical fire weather conditions. I believe homeowners that rent their houses should inform their renters of red flag warnings and open flame restrictions. Thank you very much for this opportunity for me to participate in the public forum comment portion of this meeting. Thank you, folks.
Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to make comments before the board? Callers, Megan?
Casey, please unmute your mic and give your comments for the record.
Yes, actually, my name is John Burrow. I'm using Casey's computer. I've spoken before. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've spoken before. I own a home in Lower Brockway. It's an old subdivision, less than 50 homes, 10 of which have now been permitted as short-term rentals. These have totally disrupted a previously peaceful, quiet neighborhood. The worst short-term rental offender in our 6-home cul-de-sac lies right out my front door and has an outdoor hot tub 30 feet from my deck and living room. There are recurrent loud outdoor deck parties and hot tub parties, which have ruined my enjoyment of my home. And despite repeated calls to the Placer County short-term hotline by me and my neighbors, Placer's current short-term regulations and enforcement have totally failed to control these abuses at these short-term rentals. These problems continued during COVID, and rentals continued during COVID. So it was with horror that I heard Supervisor Gustafson at the March 3rd town hall basically give short-term rental owners and regulations and enforcement a pass due to COVID. Here are some obvious problems with the short-term rental ordinance and code enforcement. 1.5 code enforcement officers for 24/7 coverage of Eastern Placer provide a woefully, laughably inadequate coverage on short-term rental problems. For comparison, Placer has at least 3,500 permitted short-term rentals with 1.5 code enforcement officers for a ratio of 1 to every 2,333 short-term rentals. El Dorado County, whose short-term regulations form the basis of Placer's, has 750 short-term rentals and 5 code enforcement officers for a ratio of 1 to every 150 short-term rentals. And the city of Lake Tahoe, a much smaller area, has 1,400 permitted short-term rentals with 6 code enforcement officers for a ratio of 1 to 233, or 10 times what Placer has. Another comparison which shows Placer's inadequate response to short-term rental abuses. In El Dorado in 2020, as of December, 398 short-term rental code violation complaints were opened for a population of 726 permitted short-term rentals. This is one case for every 2 short-term rentals. Citations and fines were issued in 82 of these, or 1 in every 9 short-term rentals, whereas Placer County issued a pitiful 5 citations in over 3,500 short-term rentals for a ratio of 1 to 700. I understand there's discrepancy over what was promised at the January 2020 meeting, but I did understand that 5 code enforcement officers were promised for Placer, and they have not shown up, and they certainly need it for 3,500 short-term rentals. Code enforcement officers should be sent out in teams of 2, especially if the code enforcement officer is a female. These calls are potentially violent, and you can witness your own the assaults on one of your own female code enforcement officers when she responded to a short-term rental complaint. A code enforcement officer would be highly unlikely to issue fines or appropriate citations if they're in fear of their lives and don't have immediate backup. No wonder the problem short-term rental in my neighborhood on Dip Street, to my knowledge, has never been fined or cited despite more than 20 calls by me and my neighbors to the Placer County Sheriff before the hotline. the CHP, short-term rental hotline, Airbnb customer complaint line, and letters to you, the board, over the past 2 years.
I'm sorry, could you please wrap up your comments?
I will stop there. It's just not rocket science that South Lake Tahoe, now Incline, have gotten short-term rental agreement, and that this is not working.
Thank you.
Right now. Thank you.
Brett, please unmute your mic, state your name for the record, and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Brett Williams with Agate Bay Realty. I also manage short-term rentals and sit on the board of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I think some of the comments that I just heard really do get back to the standards of what we want in our community, and I think at least on the professional end, professional management end, we've been pushing for these standards even prior to the STR ordinance. I know Supervisor Gustafson can probably substantiate that end, because obviously we don't want the bad actors to basically be the brand of an industry. And I'm glad that we're tracking this data. To answer, I think, the question of probably why do professional managers pay less for a permit would be on both ends of the equation. One would be that it was only about 7 years ago that the supervisors understood that $4 million a year was not being paid in transient occupancy tax to the county. And the vast majority of that, over 90%, were all individual owners. So individual owners have shown not to contribute to the TOT, which helps the community and helps the county. And I think it shows that they're in essence trying to play by the rules. And when you think of playing by the rules, I think the two cases that I just heard were both during the COVID-19 shutdown over the holidays, and professional managers were not going to be sticking their neck out and be jeopardizing their broker's license because they would choose to not comply with the stay-in-place order. But when I look at this data that's now 6 months that I really appreciate, and I want, again, to be able to track. So we have 13% of our inventory is short-term rentals. And of that 13%, we have 3,500 vacation rentals and TOT certificates. Yet we only had 170 complaints on unique properties over a 6-month time period. So when you look at this math, that comes down to 0.0065% of our inventory is actually a nuisance. And I understand, especially the last two people who have commented, that's just too high. But I also have been in this community long enough to know that let's not pretend that primary residents and vacant second homeowners are the model of good behavior. And I think that leads me just lastly into the trash issue. Right now, we're requiring every short-term rental to have a bear-proof trash container, and I'm all for it. I've had that be a requirement for over 15 years now. But we're not requiring any second homeowners to have a bear-proof trash container, nor to even prove that they have trash service, and yet they're 3 times to 4 times the inventory that we have in the area. So again, I think getting back to a standard, whether it be trash or anything else, is really what the community and the county wants, and I think we need to take all these things into consideration. So I appreciate the time, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Connor, please unmute your mic, state your name for the record, and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Connor McAlinden, Kings Beach resident. Thanks so much for the time today. I am an STR owner, an operator in the Kings Beach community. Proudly have been contributing to the TOT for 4 years, and I have been never had a complaint. So just wanted to echo the feedback about owners living on site, which is an example of myself, who I live on my property and rent a portion of my property. It is strongly advised that we consider the financial benefit to folks in my shoes. Also really appreciated both the complaints ahead of me talking as well as the last from the professionally managed. So thanks for everyone for giving their comments. Lastly, my question to the group would be, do we have data surrounding the neighborhoods in which we see the highest number of complaints? And do we have data around the complaints and the percentages of which are professionally managed versus privately managed? Lastly, are there any penalties or programs for folks like myself who closed shop on their SDR since March of 2020 when COVID-19 took hold officially? And are the best resources the Placer website to open up a SDR that's been dormant for over a year? Anything different that someone in those shoes should follow? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And we'll get answers to your questions at the end of all the testimony.
No further public comment?
Crystal, Jamie, do you have any responses to those last questions?
In response to Mr. Ryan's questions, the data on complaints specific to neighborhoods is not something that we have at this time. Again, we can begin to track those now that we have our data collection in-house. Again, the data collection based on professional versus private is what we are starting to track now. And Mr. Ryan, if you are intending to reopen your rental, the best route is to go through the web page. The application process and links are on there with all of the information.
Thank you.
I think there was one other question on that Laura had raised about posting on the red flag warnings, and I can't recall if that's in our Good Neighbor packet or not.
I don't believe there's anything specific to red flag warnings in the Good Neighbor packet. We are in the process of revising the Good Neighbor flyer, so that's something that could be researched to include in the Good Neighbor flyer. Some updates need to be made to that. It was developed a little while ago, and given new information, we are updating that flyer.
That would be great, I think, to include that reference so people have that knowledge as part of their safe rental of the property.
Suzanne?
I'm trying not to set that off.
I have a couple, I guess they're questions actually, because I'm wondering if, don't you require all your STRs to have a TOT certificate or so they're paying a TOT?
That is a requirement for the STR permit. The actual first step of the permit is your TOT number. So that is a requirement. What Mr. Williams was referencing, I believe, is that there are some people that rent that are not compliant. So they're not paying TOT. They don't have an STR permit. Those are the folks that we're following up on through that online agency that we contract with.
So you have some mechanism to enforce that with those people that are not compliant?
Correct.
Okay, good. And then I'm wondering, do you have a mechanism or a policy that would allow you to revoke someone's permit in the event that they are breaking the law, as in shooting at someone's house or their pets or trespassing, destroying their property by the things that some of those people do? Do you have the ability to revoke permits of people who allow their renters to to break the law in some fashion?
The current ordinance does have provisions allowing for revocation of the permit if we have 3 verified violations or 3 three verified violations within a 12-month period, and that's in the existing ordinance now. Referring someone to call Placer County Sheriff when there are those heightened issues, as she mentioned, is standard for us. Our enforcement team does have a very good working relationship with Placer County Sheriff, where we frequently ask them to come on calls if there's a concern regarding what the complaint is, if it's a large party or if it's something to that effect, is something like a report of a gun on a property or people trespassing on property. Those are outside of an STR ordinance. Those would fall into a criminal element. Right. So we would definitely be involving Placer County Sheriff in those calls.
And I think if you have renters that are attacking your code enforcement people, maybe you could implement something like an immediate revocation. I wouldn't give them 3 opportunities to hurt your people.
Right, and I think that that incident occurred prior to my being here, but it is a huge safety concern, and our officers do have training in officer safety and situational awareness, things like that. And coming from a code enforcement background, as a female officer, I have those same trainings and those same equipment that my male counterparts would have, but definitely those type of very severe issues would be able to be looked at. And I believe there is in the ordinance currently language that talks about revoking a permit if extenuating circumstances are found.
Right, right. Okay, and then my last thought is that those that manage their property on their own and they don't have a property management company, that's their second home. So aren't they required to have some kind of trash pickup for when they're there? Or maybe, I don't know, the bear-proof containers? Is everyone in the whole area, the basin here, required to have bear-proof containers?
So there is environmental engineering does have an ordinance that's, I just recently learned, been in place since 1972 actually, that all the properties in the Tahoe area are required to have trash service. It's not a requirement to have the bare bin. New construction is required to have a bare bin, but all property owners are required to have regular trash service. There is an exemption that they can request to be exempt from trash service, but if your property is a short-term rental, you do not qualify for an exemption. And we share our list of short-term rentals with environmental engineering so that if someone were to require an exemption or request an exemption from trash service, they would compare it against the list of short-term rentals and that exemption would be denied based on being a short-term rental.
Okay, because that caller made me a little concerned when they said that people who manage their own properties will try to get away without the proper trash pickups. Thank you.
Cindy.
I had one more follow-up. I know that we've heard a lot about the rentals in the Brockway neighborhood. I did take the opportunity to drive by and see how tight that neighborhood is and those particular rentals. Do you want to speak to the concerns that he raised and also to the enforcement comparisons that he cited? Are we that significantly understaffed compared to our fellow agencies?
I can speak to the complaints that were made through the hotline that we have. We have had complaints regarding that property. I'm aware of it. However, they have been resolved within the ordinance, meaning the local contact is notified. The issues are resolved by the time the officer arrives, and that is within what our ordinance allows. So those have been. I can't speak to complaints that were made to CHP or Placer County Sheriff. I don't know how many times those agencies have been called. I do know that Placer County Sheriff will call us if they're aware of issues that are a short-term rental. Again, we work very cohesively with them. As far as enforcement staffing, I would say that that information would need to be further researched. My understanding is that El Dorado County, for their Tahoe area short-term rentals, I don't believe they have any specific short-term rental enforcement. Their enforcement is done by their El Dorado County Sheriff's deputies. I'm not sure what they have down the hill in their Placerville area, but I do in the Tahoe area, short-term rental enforcement is done by their deputies. They don't have any enforcement officers like our program does. And the city of Southlake does have, I believe they have an allocation for up to 5 or 6 officers. They only have 2 officers on at this time, and they are having minimal in-person response to short-term rentals, as they've recently enacted an ordinance that has reduced the number significantly of rentals in their area. So their enforcement numbers are much lower. They only have, I believe, 2 enforcement officers at this time, and those are not STR only. Their officers in that area do other code functions as well, and law enforcement assist because they're operating out of a law enforcement agency.
Yeah, well, I think as we're tracking the complaints, and I do appreciate not only the professional versus the private tracking, but also I think the neighborhood and the areas of complaints are important data points. We might also look at that enforcement comparisons with our fellow agencies to make sure that we are staying in tune with that as we further refine this ordinance. And I know that particular problem of those rentals in that Brockway Vista area, Speedboat Beach area, that particular area, one of the property owners has actually put in sound devices because there were so many complaints, and she's apparently been very cooperative with you in trying to address this gentleman's concern.
She does have decibel meters installed at the outside of the property and cameras as well, and has taken the steps that she can to help address those issues. I would say on that same complaint, the listing for that property is one of the most I don't know the word. She advertises that they have a very low tolerance for noise. They have very strict regulations for parking. So there are some things that property owner is doing to try and alleviate those neighborhood issues. As you said, Supervisor Gustafson, that is a very tight neighborhood. Those houses are very close together, and the way the layout of some of those properties go would contribute to some of those complaints, and we have been addressing those, continue to address those, and absolutely encourage when there is an issue happening that those neighbors do call our complaint line and let us know about that.
Well, I appreciate that, and I do feel the need to correct that. I didn't in any way mean to take a pass on the ordinance. I think what I've been trying to say is because of COVID, we weren't really able to fairly assess how effective our ordinance could be, because we were constantly trying to get people permitted and respond to many other inquiries. Huge numbers of calls were coming in. The minute the state stay-at-home order shut down, we received hundreds and hundreds of additional calls related to the houses being rented or being used. Often it was family members using them. They weren't rentals, but it took a huge amount of staff time. So I'm really appreciative of the staff's efforts and commitment to continue to analyze what are the true issues here, and are we making a life better for the residents surrounding these short-term rentals. It's been part of our culture for many, many decades that these are vacation homes that get used by vacationers, and whether they're the family vacationing in them or a short-term rental, when you're on vacation you behave maybe differently than you do when you're in your home community. As far as you're not going to work, you might stay up later, you might have more friends over, you might have more activities going on, and it's a different nature in a vacation home area versus primary resident area, and I know that's can be very challenging for those of us who live here. There's many times we enjoy our quiet season, and that has gotten shorter, so no doubt we want to address those nuisance issues in it. But I'm really appreciative of all the staff work on amending the ordinance, and I'm happy to recommend that we introduce and waive the oral reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 9.42 of the Placer County Code to regulate short-term vacation rentals, and find the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines. I won't read the section numbers, Karen. She already did that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And so thanks for the effort. I know it's one of those startup things that is a point of which I think all of us would like to have updates, after we do get some of that data and there's something definitive to take a look at. Adaptive management circumstance, and we'll be doing that. So thank you.
I think especially as we go into the summer might be helpful, because that is when we'll see that peak of issues and how we're impacting those. So thank you.
So we'll take up our 2 o'clock timed item, which is an update on our COVID circumstance with Dr. Ullman.
Great. Thank you, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services. I'm here with Mike Romero to provide your board with our monthly HHS COVID updates. This month, we're going to mix things up a little bit, and Mike's going to provide our usual updates on COVID, but continuing the theme of housing and homelessness from this morning, Mike will hand back over to me and talk a little, and I'll talk a little about the impact that COVID has had on homelessness in Placer County and how HHS has been responding. But first, in addition to our HHS COVID updates today, we are requesting that your board accept a COVID-19 ELC detection expansion funding from the California Department of Public Health via a direct allocation letter to expand support of COVID-19 testing, case investigation, contact tracing, surveillance, vaccine distribution, containment, mitigation, and other activities in an amount not to exceed $12,177,694 from January 15th, 2021 to July 31st, 2023. We're currently utilizing the existing ELC, or Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity Enhancing Detection Grant, to fund our epidemiology, case investigation, contact tracing, and infection prevention response through November 2022. With the ELC Enhancing Detection Expansion Grant, we can sustain such activities and add additional capacity through July 2023, including for infectious diseases other than COVID-19. Such additional capacity includes increased access to testing and testing equipment, expanded data analytics support, sustained case investigation support, and additional infection prevention staff. This funding will be critical to sustaining our HHS-wide pandemic response and recovery activities in the months and years ahead, and we request your acceptance of this funding. Okay, Mike, are you ready to provide our COVID updates?
Sure, thanks, Rob. Good afternoon, Mike Romero, HHS Program Manager, presenting an update on our COVID response to date. HHS has been responding to the COVID-19 pandemic for over 13 months now. And over this time period, there have been nearly 21,000 cases of lab-confirmed COVID-19 and 272 deaths. New cases are currently low, far from the single-day high of 351 at the end of December. Hospitalizations are also currently low, with 19 COVID-19 patients in our 3 hospitals, far from the single day of 208 that we saw at the end of December. We are currently in the red tier, according to, and actually, I guess we should, okay, there we go, thank you. Looking at the slides, thank you, that's the perfect slide, thank you. Let's see here, getting back to my notes here. We're currently in the red tier, according to the state's tier framework, with 2 of the 3 metrics in orange. We benefited from the state's modification of the red tier criteria for adjusted case rate once the state achieved the 2 million doses administered in the HPI census tracts. We may benefit again from additional adjustments once the state achieves 4 million doses in those same HPI census tracts. Next slide, please. Thank you. Since our vaccination campaign began in late December, nearly 200,000 doses have been administered to Placer County residents. In fact, over 53,000 doses have been administered at our clinic at the grounds in Roseville. In addition, we've allocated 7,300 doses to Eastern Placer County so far. Sutter Health, Kaiser Permanente, and Tahoe Forest Hospital have been major contributors to this effort, with clinics in Roseville, Rockland, and Truckee, respectively. Additionally, Safeway, Remedy RX, Save Mart, and recently CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid have provided widespread geographic access to vaccine. And we're happy to announce that Walmart will be joining the effort in the coming week. Effective April 1st, residents 50 years of age and older are eligible to get vaccinated, followed by residents 16 years of age and older beginning April 15th. We encourage residents to remain patient as they seek vaccine appointments during a time in which demand will likely continue to be greater than the supply. Next slide, please. Thank you. So nearly 3/4 of residents 65 years of age and older have received at least one dose, reducing the likelihood of COVID-19 related mortality and hospitalization among this age group, which makes up 90% of all COVID-19 related deaths. So we anticipate that the month of April will bring a substantial increase in the number of vaccinations, continued low hospitalizations, but could bring an increase in cases as demonstrated across much of the U.S. With that, we'll go back to Rob. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Great, thanks, Mike. So next, in fact, pull up the slides, I'll just continue the slides. So following this morning focus on housing and homelessness, we thought we would use this opportunity to talk a little about the nexus between COVID and homelessness, some of HHS's experiences at this nexus, and to get any feedback your board may have on potential opportunities to adjust HHS's housing and homelessness strategy as the pandemic wanes in the months ahead. Next slide. As was already referenced in Becky's presentation, we are facing significant challenges with homelessness here in Placer County, including a 21% year-over-year increase in our point-in-time homeless population in 2020, and a significant increase in people who are unsheltered at the Placer County Government Center. But this comes in the context of our numbers otherwise remaining relatively stable over the last 10 to 15 years, a period during which many other jurisdictions have seen more significant growth in their numbers of people experiencing homelessness. You can see here on the graph that even with the growth in homelessness that we saw in our 2020 point-in-time homeless population, rates of homelessness per capita in our Roseville, Rockland, Placer, Nevada County continuum of care are less than half of what they are in neighboring jurisdictions. And by the way, I don't think Placer's relatively good numbers are an accident. Rather, they seem to be the direct result of a number of factors, including favorable social determinants like good jobs and a strong education system, compassionate, dedicated, and collaborative homeless services organizations, and forward-thinking investments in results-oriented programs that address homelessness and its antecedents. Next slide, please. But while we have a lot to be thankful for, COVID did bring into focus some ongoing challenges and some new ones. Here you'll see some of these challenges listed: less capacity and shelter due to COVID safety protocols, shelter outbreaks, less capacity for some providers, and job loss related to COVID. And I'll just say our sheltering system is very dependent upon a nomadic sheltering model that has challenges really even at baseline, but this model has been particularly vulnerable during the pandemic. More traditional shelters like the Gathering Inn's Mid-Placer shelter have fared better and have been able to keep most of their capacity. But homeless shelters in general have had a tough year. Compounding this challenge, domestic violence shelters and mental health and addiction treatment facilities who address many of the factors that lead to homelessness have also had a very hard year with significant staffing challenges and increased operating costs without necessarily an increase in revenues. Our shelters and treatment centers have done an outstanding job of adjusting to these changes and keeping their doors open and outbreaks to a minimum. But I think we're seeing some fallout from these challenges, particularly at the Placer County Government Center, where we saw a 15% increase in the number of people camping during the surge in the late fall and winter. And while we have had campers at the Government Center since I started working at this campus back in 2014, the situation seems to be a little different now compared to 2014. Back then, prior to the Mid-Placer shelter or new programs like Whole Person Care, only a small fraction of the people camping had contact with HHS programs and didn't really have access to a shelter in the region. But today, virtually all of these people are getting regular outreach from HHS staff, and many have been offered a shelter bed. It's interesting to note that a recent adult system of care survey found that 51% of the people camping at the Government Center are not interested in securing shelter. The other big change is that we're seeing a lot more tents, campers, and trailers at the Government Center than we've seen in the past. I know this is a difficult subject, so let me share some good news on this front. On March 15th, the California Department of Public Health opened up vaccine eligibility to people living in congregate living environments, including homeless shelters. And I'm very pleased to announce that just in the last 2 weeks, many people experiencing homelessness in Placer County have been vaccinated, including the majority of residents at the Gathering Inn's Mid-Placer shelter just last Friday night. As you can probably imagine, doing the outreach necessary to vaccinate people who are experiencing homelessness is very different and not as efficient as vaccinating 1,500 people per day at our mass vaccination clinic at the grounds. It took a lot of planning and hard work from a whole team of people from the Gathering Inn and from HHS to make this happen. I want to give special thanks to our very talented vaccine coordinator, Benita Heston, for working through all the complicated logistics and obstacles and just making this happen like she's done over and over throughout this pandemic. So thank you, Benita. Next slide, please. Some more good news. There have been significant returns on the investments this board and others have made to address homelessness. For instance, our Placer County Whole Person Care pilot program has housed 172 people and has significantly reduced hospital readmissions since it started providing intensive care coordination, medical respite care, and housing assistance to our highest need homeless residents in 2017. While expanding these care coordination, medical respite, and housing assistance offerings have been extremely helpful, probably the most important success factor in the expansion of has been the expansion of housing options, including permanent supportive housing for those who need it. HHS has been able to work with community-based homeless service organizations to expand our permanent supportive housing options. From 2019 to 2020, our total permanent supportive housing units increased by 36%, or 48 units. And since you're up at Tahoe today, I think it's worth pointing out that 14 of these 48 new units added in 2020 were in Kings Beach through Project Home Key. And there was a 27% increase in units for people living with serious mental illness. Next slide, please. Speaking of people living with serious mental illness, this group has a greatly increased risk for chronic homelessness, and many of them have really struggled during the pandemic. But our local investments and supports for people living with serious mental illness have prevented more severe impacts. As we have discussed at previous meetings, our behavioral health providers didn't miss a beat and have responded to the pandemic with additional service offerings, including telepsychiatry services to patients who couldn't come into the office. Now, while demand for other outpatient medical services has lagged in the healthcare sector, our number of services per provider and services per patient has actually increased in the last year. We're in the process of expanding crisis services and working with Western Sierra Medical Clinic to co-locate primary care in our Community Behavioral Health Center at Kirby Hills starting next month. Our behavioral health providers are also working hard to get their patients vaccinated too. And our MHSA funded full service partnerships, or FSPs, have also really stepped up. Our FSP programs help people living with serious mental illness on their path to recovery and wellness by providing intensive case management, psychiatric care, housing services, and more. Over the last 2 years, FSPs serving people with serious mental illness have housed 42 clients who were previously homeless, and our housing coordinators have worked with over 100 different landlords and moved 60 people into permanent supportive housing. And while we're talking about FSPs and homeless services, I want to take this opportunity to recognize Kathy Denton, who has served as program manager over these programs and in our adult system of care over the years. Kathy announced that she'll be retiring next month. So she's been a tireless advocate for people experiencing homelessness and people living with mental illness. Recently, Kathy has been a driving force behind Project Room Key, which in this last year has served 228 people and permanently housed 50 people. So thank you, Kathy, for your dedicated service to our department and the residents we serve. And congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. We're really going to miss you, Kathy. Next slide, please. And as I conclude, I just want to leave you with a few thoughts and some questions that we are considering. It's probably naive to think that we are going to end homelessness. But we have a lot of strengths here in Placer, and one of our strengths is that we're willing to celebrate what we've done well, but also look for opportunities to do things better. So to this end, here are a few questions we're considering. First, we need to better understand factors that may be driving the recent increases in homelessness, and how we can better prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place or from becoming chronically homeless. While we've had some success in working with people who have been chronically homeless, Preventing chronic homelessness and even preventing initial homelessness wherever we can is a much more effective strategy. There might be opportunities to adjust things like our approach to permanent supportive housing and our current shelter models. For instance, we've pointed out the challenges with our nomadic shelter model in South Placer. And we're hearing about our other jurisdictions piloting safe sleep models that we may want to learn more about. And with the excess of Project Roomkey, we'll need to consider to what degree we will continue supporting temporary housing using hotel rooms. In addition, given how complicated the homelessness issue is and how often it crosses over different departments and jurisdictions, we should continue to ask how various stakeholders, including HHS and other county departments, but cities and others, can come together to better address homelessness. And finally, it seems that it might be helpful to contract with an external facilitator for these conversations and/or an evaluator to help us look at our current system. We would like to assess your board's appetite for such a contract and your input into any desired attributes of such a consultant or any desired procurement processes. So in closing, I just want to acknowledge, and next slide please. We just wanted to acknowledge the tremendous staff from HHS and our many partner organizations who do this challenging work every day. This is not an exhaustive list of our many partner organizations, and my apologies for those who we couldn't sit on here, but just wanted to acknowledge that we're fortunate to have lots of great partners in this effort. And with that, that concludes our presentation, but Mike and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. So just the generic, regular thank you to both of you and all of your staff as it relates to all of the COVID work, particularly the vaccinating and other issues. And I just wanted to throw out for my colleagues that suspect many of you, if not all of you, have had conversations with some of our city partners or other interests that relates to a more developed conversation of some type around homelessness. And even I think some of the issues that relate to the county's responsibility in the role of health and human services that extend into our cities. It's a service we extend into the city boundaries. So Rob and I and Todd and I and Rob have talked some about having some kind of an update, some kind of a outreach, maybe early summer to kind of just put everybody on the same page with that at one point. But if you have any feedback or thoughts about all that, be good to hear those, get them to us individually, or right now would be a good time to hear some of those comments because we're looking at putting something like that on the agenda as we move forward to just have more of a comprehensive conversation generally. So with that, Jim.
Thank you, Dr. Oldham. First of all, let me just say thank you to Kathy Denton for all her years of service. She's been an excellent county employee and helped me understand many of the issues that we come through homelessness and housing. You mentioned that there may be some contract with someone that can coordinate or reach out to give us more advice on how to address homelessness. Is there anything in the works to do that at this time?
Yeah, I think we're exploring different people who do that type of work, and so I wanted to bring to your board, see if you had any input on that. We have, I think, a number of different people who might be interested, but to see if the board had any impact on what types of attributes, like what we're looking for exactly. I mentioned, certainly like a facilitator, as Supervisor Wygant talked about, maybe coordinating with some of the other interests in the cities, but also, a subject matter expert, someone who, really understands different housing and homelessness programs and can help us to evaluate, what we've been doing, but also if there are other opportunities we might want to explore.
Okay, if I could just be apprised, if you have anybody in mind, or several individuals in mind, just if I could be apprised of that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, and just Karen, we need an emotion to accept.
Before you go.
I just want to make sure I do that before I did go off on another tangent on that second item. Does that require a motion?
No.
No, okay, great. So, I'm sorry, Bonnie.
Okay, thank you. I'll move it more closely because it doesn't seem to be. All right.
Chair Wygant, I changed my mind. I was mistaken. Number 2 does require a motion. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, don't let me leave this item without shouting at me if I don't ask for that.
So I appreciate the update, Dr. Oldham, and appreciate you even hitting on the homeless issue. Like it's a huge concern. One thought that I had, Todd, Supervisor Wygant, is we might look at trying to do maybe a 2x2x2 with the county and the cities and their city managers, which would allow us to not have to do a Brown Act meeting, but get the jurisdictions in the same room at one time. So that might be an option so that you actually have some of those decision makers. That might be a way to go about it. And then, I'm open to having a facilitator, somebody take a look at our services. I think we had started this process with the City of Roseville, talking about what services the county provides, what does the city provide as far as our homelessness. And I know that we have gaps, and what are those gaps, and then what are the things, what else do we need to do, and what other things do we need to consider based on the population of the homelessness, the challenges of continuing like the nomadic model that we have in South Placer. So I'm certainly open to that because I think we need to do the work, and we need to not wait. Especially with the possibility of having state funds available to help us with some of these funding needs. I think it's really time to move on this as soon as we can.
Thanks, Bonnie. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? So we do need a motion to accept the COVID-19 detection expansion funding from the State Department of Public Health.
I'll move approval. Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Thank you. We'll now take up our 2:30 timed item, which is an annual update from the North Lake Tahoe Business Association and the Tahoe City Downtown Association. It looks just like Nicholas.
Can people hear
there
me?
we go.
Yes, you can. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Nick Martin, analyst in the Tahoe CEO office. In just a moment, you will hear the annual updates from 2 of our local business associations here in North Lake Tahoe. These organizations operate under an annual agreement with the county to implement the National Main Street program for their respective districts. Under normal circumstances, Kylie and Alyssa, who's joining me in person here, would be presenting on their achievements of successful event promotions, marketing initiatives, downtown beautification projects, among many other activities that they do to promote local business. But of course, as you know, this past year has been anything but normal. NTBA and TCDA have stepped up in many ways to help address the challenges presented by COVID-19 and its implications on our business community specifically. Without the foresight of knowing how long this pandemic would last or what would be needed, they rolled up their sleeves and got to work in ways they haven't had to before, like becoming experts on public health issues and communicating COVID information, supporting your board's initiative on how best to help local businesses with the Placer Shares dollars coming to our region, distributing PPE, and probably acted as therapists to somebody at some point, I'm sure. They have also been instrumental in supporting NLTRA and businesses directly in bringing the Tourism Business Improvement District to North Lake Tahoe. They provided the local support that was so desperately needed, and I hope that you all are able to see their passion for our businesses and community as they present today. I'd like to first introduce Kylie Bigelow, the Executive Director of the Tahoe City Downtown Association, who will be joining us virtually, followed by Alyssa Riley, who is the Executive Director of the North Tahoe Business Association. So Kylie, I'll go ahead and advance your slides from here, if you're able to log in and begin.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, for the introduction. I just want to confirm that everyone can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. My name is Kylie Bigelow, Executive Director of the Tahoe City Downtown Association. As Nick mentioned, this year has been quite different. This is my 3rd year coming to your board to let you know what TCDA's been up to this year. This year has challenged us like it has challenged many. And today I want to share with you how we were able to stay on mission while responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and adjusting with new programs and new initiatives very quickly and with a lot of partners. So as a reminder, I put up our mission and our vision statement. We are dedicated to the promotion and enhancement of the Tahoe City community through innovation, leadership, advocacy, and events. We serve as a local voice to maintain a vibrant and prosperous place to live, work, play, and visit. Our vision is to make Tahoe City America's best mountain town. Before you here, you have a list of our board of directors. Currently, we have 10 active board of directors. They are all local business owners or work for local companies, and they're from a diverse background of businesses. And then we have a mighty staff of 2 at the TCDA currently. This is a summary of our Placer County contract for the 2020-2021 year. We have 3 main, we do 3 main things through that contract. We serve as a catalyst for economic and community vitality. That involves our beautification projects, encouraging new business, supporting existing business, and supporting and connecting businesses to each other and to resources that strengthen the business community. Second, we lead efforts regarding events, promotions, and marketing. Although those looked a lot different this year, we were still able to do some of that work. So typically that would be to attract visitors and residents to Tahoe City, enhance the downtown experience, and support the community. Also building awareness of the district through TCDA-produced events. Lastly, we stay involved in community issues. We participate and provide feedback in community issue meetings. We engage on relevant local issues impacting economic and social well-being. And then lastly, this one was added just in time with the COVID pandemic having started. We support the community with COVID-19 public health education and business recovery. So that last line there, supporting the community with COVID-19 public health education and business recovery, was a very large part of our job this last year. And as Nick said, it's something we had never done before. We've never been a part of a pandemic. But luckily we have a lot of resources at our fingertips that we've been using for years, and partnerships we've been growing in our community. So I want to go over a list of some of the COVID-19 recovery and business support that we have done over this last year. One thing I want to note is all or most of these projects have been a collaboration. These programs have required all hands on deck, and we're proud to be part of that important work. I've worked closer this year with a lot of our partners at NLTRA, the Tahoe Forest Hospital, NTBA, Sierra SBDC, than I ever have before. I think having everybody available on Zoom makes everybody more available than they've been in the past. And we have fostered some great relationships that are going to move past this COVID-19 pandemic for us to work together to support our business community no matter what challenges arise. So to start, we distributed pandemic resources and educational information to TCDA members and the community at large. This is something we were doing all the time. We were, as much as we could at every meeting, trying to understand what was going on with public health, what was going on with California closures and reopenings of businesses, try to consolidate that information to send to our businesses and our communities so they got the information that they needed in a timely manner. Our organization advocated for Placer Shares grant program, and we promoted it to the businesses. So I want to thank your board for going above and beyond and distributing over $16 million of Placer Shares funds to our community. It was really, really important. Grants have been challenging for our businesses to acquire over this last year. Going through the state, going through federal government has been challenging, and not all businesses have acquired those grants. Placer Shares grant was really approachable. Placer staff and Sierra SBDC did a great job getting the resources out, and we were boots on the ground, handing out flyers door to door, trying to get as many Tahoe City businesses access to those funds. So thank you. We advocated for increased trash service in the downtown core on behalf of the business community. This became a big issue related to increased visitation and takeout. And I want to thank your board. Placer County stepped up and increased trash service to help us solve that problem. We co-hosted free PPE distribution days with our friends over at NLTRA and NTVA in Placer County. We were able to distribute face masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, signage to hundreds of businesses. And if they weren't able to attend that day, we could deliver them or have them stop by the visitor center in Tahoe City to continue to pick up the free items that they desperately needed. We co-hosted sector-specific town halls with our partners, so we were able to get together virtually groups that needed to be together but couldn't physically be together. We talked to our retail sector, restaurant sector, personal care services, so we could provide resources to those groups and also hear what they were still needing from us and from the county. So we could be, ears on the ground, boots on the ground, finding out what our community needs and problem solving. We co-launched the gift card and online shopping program with our partners. So this was in response to a lot of our retail shops and restaurants being physically closed and not knowing how to get those businesses revenue at the time. So we encouraged our community to shop online if there was an online store. If there wasn't, purchase a gift card and use that as soon as you could. And we also co-hosted the Takeout Tahoe campaign in November and December, encouraging folks to get takeout from our local restaurants here in Tahoe City. And that's a campaign that we've been doing for a while as well, just encouraging takeout for our businesses that need that additional that revenue source. So this slide here, I just wanted to kind of discuss the current state of Tahoe City business community. As a local business association, we're in tune with our business community and their needs. And it's been an interesting year for Tahoe City. The impact of COVID hasn't been equitable over our sectors. I recently saw the sales tax numbers, and Q3 in Tahoe City actually was record-breaking for Tahoe City. It was busy, we saw that, but not everybody is busy. So we do have some sectors that I'm still concerned about recovering, and we're very much working with them to get more support. So some of those sectors are bars. I want to add theaters to that as well. Personal care services, fitness, lodging, specifically those with conference and wedding, because we haven't been able to have large conferences or wedding, and then some restaurants and some retail. We have been tracking, sorry, I can go back. We have been tracking the state of our businesses and what businesses have closed, what businesses have moved, what businesses have opened. And from our records, and these aren't official records, I would have to clarify with Placer County, but from what we've been tracking, we've seen 3 businesses permanently close, 1 business move locations in Tahoe City, and we've actually had 9 businesses open or are going to be opening really soon. And that's the 9 businesses opening, and it's really positive for Tahoe City that we've been filling up some of our vacant spaces, which is great for the downtown vibrancy. All right, next slide. The TCDA has been a big part of supporting the TBID and advocacy for the TBID in Tahoe City. Our board voted to advocate for the TBID back in June 2019, and since then we've been collaborating with the NLTRA on marketing and outreach, and specifically direct outreach with businesses. Myself, many of my board members, some of the Tahoe City members themselves have taken the time to sit down one-on-one with businesses and explain how the TBID works, why we think it's going to be a great benefit for our community. We really take the time. Sometimes those meetings take 30 minutes to an hour a piece, so it's slow going, but we felt it was really important to have those personal touch points. So that was a lot of the work we were doing kind of prior to the COVID shutdowns, and then again once the TBID petition opened back up. So we are really excited the TBID passed and happy to be involved. So marketing and promotions, this is a big part of what TCA has historically been a part of, and it has shifted a bit because of COVID, but we were happy to have a lot of our marketing collateral in place during this time. It helped us get our message out. So our messages this year, we shifted to messages of responsible tourism. We used our platforms to highlight our businesses. So we have quite a large following, the Tahoe City Downtown Association, compared to a lot of our small businesses. So when we're able to highlight a business on our social media, for example, it elevates them. So we chose to highlight a lot of businesses because there was so much change going on. You know, they were open one day for takeout, they weren't the next day, they were closed, so we are sharing it with our community and those that love Tahoe City so they could stay in the know and stay up to date. We also use that to share resources to our business and community about COVID, public health, openings, closures. Here in the infographic, you can see some of the highlights of our last year for marketing and promotions. So we have over 40,000 social followers. That's increased by 27% in the last year. We posted 23 blogs on our website. That's an increase of 53%. We highlighted over 150 businesses, maybe not businesses, but highlighted businesses 150 times with their direct operations updates on social. Our biggest impact, our biggest change actually has been our direct member newsletter. So this is an email, it goes out to a small group of about 200 businesses that are our members. We've increased communications by 200%, just because there has been a lot of information that's needed to get out there. Our average open rate of those newsletters is 50%. Doesn't sound great, but actually this is the market standard for nonprofits is 20 to 25% open rate. So we're quite a bit above that. And then lastly, on our events, on our website, we have a calendar of events and specials, and we've promoted 327 events and specials, those being small events or takeout specials, fried chicken night, those kind of things. So we have that, we kept that active throughout the year. So we didn't have many of our large events this year, but we didn't want to let our events go completely, so we reimagined them. We wanted to bring some fun, something fun to town when life wasn't that exciting during COVID times. We brought a couple of virtual events that people could enjoy with their family, with their COVID pod, in a safe way. All of these events, or both of these events, were intended to support downtown businesses. So get people to go safely explore downtown and support businesses. So the first one we have here, with the support of the NLTRA, TCA was able to invest in a subscription to Goose Chase. Goose Chase is a digital scavenger hunt app. So we have a subscription to that app, and with that app, we're able to put on, actually, we've done 5 of these events, 5 of these style events, where, say, a family, they sign up to play the Tahoe City Explorathon. There's hundreds of challenges for them to view that bring them into town. Taking selfies with the Penny Bear, finding the old jail in Tahoe City, climbing up to the Bill Boyles Cross in Tahoe City. These little local trinkets and adventures for them to do, as well as challenging them to get takeout from a local restaurant, pick up 50 pieces of trash, get them involved and engaged with our business community and responsible tourism. So with these types of events, we've actually served over 1,000 participants total, and have had many business sponsors involved in this game. And we will be continuing this type of event into 2021 and probably 2022. We're going to re-sign and get a subscription with Goose Chase. Beyond that, we did host our radio broadcast of the best of Concerts at Commons Beach. Concerts at Commons Beach is our popular music series that we usually host down at Commons Beach. This last year, we partnered with our local radio station, 101.5, to broadcast some old recordings that we were lucky to have of some of the best shows that we had in Tahoe City. We had 5 weeks of music, featured 7 bands, We had 1,500 listeners on the 1015 app, countless others on the radio waves. We partnered with local restaurants to drive people to get takeout before they tuned into the show each week. I did get feedback that people were listening from their boats while they were golfing, and getting takeout before tuning in. So another part of TCDA's work is our townwide beautification. We didn't let this fall during COVID-19. In fact, we bolstered it. This was our best year for townwide beautification. The reason we do this is, we want Tahoe City to be a sticky place. We want people to notice it, have a little bit of flair about it, have town pride. Some people just drive around the lake, and we want them to remember, oh wow, I drove through Tahoe City, there was beautiful flower baskets, there was lights. So we think beautification is really important, and we didn't want to let it die during COVID times. So a couple things that we did this year, we worked with a local artist to create a mural that said, Tahoe, we are stronger together. That was featured in a few slides before, that mural. Stronger together language was something that our community held strong to during really tough times of COVID. We printed and hung Stronger Together banners in downtown Tahoe City in partnership with the TCPUD. We continued our flower basket program. We held a 4th of July business decoration contest. We decorated the town for autumn with corn stalks and held our annual scarecrow parade, scarecrows on parade contest. We managed the downtown lighting program. And lastly, our biggest thing was we spearheaded the project to replace the iconic Tahoe City big tree. This big tree was, this is ode to the big tree that was in the middle of Highway 28 until 1998. And we are able to do this in support, with support by Placer County. We received a CAP grant, the Tahoe City Rotary, and MJ Capital Partners. So it's a huge tree, it's 120 feet, it's ginormous, it's beautiful, it's still on if you have a chance, if you're staying around this area tonight, to check it out. I wanted to highlight our members, our TCDA members. They did some amazing things in 2020. They responded to COVID-19 by supporting their community, and we're really proud of our members. And here are just some examples that I want to share with you. Wolfdale's, for example, they hosted Howling Meals. It was a buy one, give one meal for healthcare workers, Boys and Girls Club, Sierra Senior Services, Bridge Tender. They were offering gift cards to healthcare workers. Pioneer Cocktail Club, they switched to they switched their business model and actually started selling groceries online and for delivery. The Tahoe Truckee Unified School District and Tahoe City PUD printed and hung senior portraits for our high schoolers here that didn't get a proper graduation ceremony. Tahoe Luxury Properties, they started an emergency relief fund that supported locals with things like rent and food. They're also a drop-off for goggles for docs back when PPE was very hard to come by for healthcare workers. Lastly, Help and Glow raised over $300,000 for local nonprofits through their virtual winter speaker series. So our members stepped up. This is just some examples, but I just want to share with you, we are really proud of what our Tahoe City community did during this time. So we don't know what 2021 holds, but we feel more prepared to be proactive and to respond to whatever this year throws at us. We've developed great partners, relationships with our partners, relationships more with Placer County staff. I feel prepared to take on 2021. These are some of the things that we have planned to focus on, above our standard work. Working on the TBID transition with NLTRA and business outreach, continuing business support in response to COVID-19 restrictions, and hosting or reimagining some of our classic Tahoe City events. I want to thank your board for all of your support over the years and for being real agile this year with our community and responding to a lot of our needs. I just want to say thank you for that, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Cindy,
No, sorry.
Can I take this off? Are you guys comfortable with that? Thank you. Perfect. And it's this way? Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, honorable members of the board. Mr. Leopold, thank you for the opportunity to provide you with information about the North Tahoe Business Association. Especially with the last and probably most unprecedented year in our 42-year history look like. NTBA is a nonprofit member-based organization founded in 1979. Our mission is to improve economic vitality and quality of life in the communities of North Lake Tahoe. Our purpose is twofold. One, to provide businesses with communications, marketing, resources, networking and training, and two, to market NTBA's district as vibrant and a unique sense of place. We serve Carnelian Bay, Tahoe Vista, and Kings Beach, which is our main commercial corridor, and NTBA's district also crosses state lines and counties into Crystal Bay. NTBA has been partnering with Placer County to successfully implement the Main Street approach since 2004. The Main Street approach we have adopted focuses on four main areas, including economic vitality, events, promo, marketing, community design, and admin organizational capacity. We effectively leverage your annual investment with the support of hundreds of volunteers, thousands of volunteer hours, tens of thousands of dollars raised from external sources, including memberships, sponsorships, strategic partnerships, and private donations through increased organizational capacity. At the core of NTBA are our members. We are proud that our membership has grown 66% since 2010. We ended 2020 with 217 members. Currently, we have 227 members, showing our membership base is not only strong and resilient, especially during the past year, but more importantly, that given the financial strain of COVID, our members found value in NTBA and what we do and the support we provide for our businesses. We have continued to see our membership grow from not only new businesses within our district and surrounding region, but out of district, including Reno, South Lake Tahoe, Carson, Gardnerville, and Incline Village. And now for a few recent highlights and accomplishments. Marketing and events. NTBA is well known and loved for the many community events we produce. Unfortunately, this year, that was not the case. While we weren't able to produce our normal 15 annual events, we were able to increase our online and marketing presence. Our marketing efforts significantly increased over the past 12 months, including social media posts, newsletters, informational emails, and our website efforts. Despite losing our largest events throughout the year, our efforts with our COVID news, resources, and information on our website visitation numbers actually increased from previous years. Along with that, people were spending more time on our website than ever, with an increase in average minutes spent, which shows that they were finding value in what we were communicating and truly reading and utilizing the information. On a normal year, we would host 15 annual events. The last quote-unquote normal event we were able to host in 2020 was our annual Snowfest parade. We had 22 creative entries, as well as over 2,000 spectators line the streets of Kings Beach and enjoy our last large-scale public event for 2020. Events are one of the main ways we market our district, as they build awareness and drive visitation to NTBA's district and our business members. With COVID and our community safety on the forefront, we decided last May to cancel what would have been our 41st annual July 3rd fireworks show and beach party. We were devastated to do so and wanted to still give our community some sense of normalcy. So we decided to get creative and pivot for our annual summer concert series, Music on the Beach. We decided we wanted to keep live music alive and pivoted to Music on the Beach Virtual Vibes, which we produced 5 shows over the 2020 summer. All concerts were privately and safely produced at the North Tahoe Event Center. We live streamed the video of the shows online and also on the radio for the community to enjoy. The exciting part of Virtual Vibes was the unknown opportunities that it opened us up to. We were able to offer our business sponsors commercial ad space, and we had radio stations, partners, and others pick up our stream. We averaged 4,000 viewers and listeners per show. Our shows were picked up throughout the local and surrounding markets, but more incredibly, we had viewership and listenership in new markets, including Southern California, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, Washington State, Oregon, Idaho, and Colorado, just to name a few. Virtual Vibes was such a wonderful surprise and success that with the unknowns ahead for summer 2021, we've already committed to 5 virtual shows to keep the music alive. As we told our fans last summer, if we can't bring you to the music, we will bring the music to you. Oop, there we go. The past year, COVID response became one of the forefronts for NTBA. Our biggest goals and focuses for our COVID response were our business community and supporting them in every way possible, because their survival was our top priority. Because truly, who are we as the business association without our businesses? 2, community support and education and being an ear and a voice for them. And 3, disseminating information from the state and county to our community and businesses. Ways that we did that was to increase our marketing and community outreach through our website, social media, and newsletters. We created a COVID-19 page on our website, which kept all of the updated information in real time and increased our newsletters and information to our community. We followed our COVID-19 response theme of weathering this storm together. While collaborating with our partners, including Placer County, NLTRA, and TCDA, has always been something that NTBA has done, one thing that COVID did was to truly put these partnerships and collaborations on the forefront. We worked closely with county staff, NLTRA, and TCDA, coming up with projects and strategies to support our business community, as well as our local community members. We advocated for the needs of our district, both business and local. We also partnered with some of our local community businesses and nonprofits and continued our incredible relationship and partnership with the North Tahoe PUD in all relief efforts for our businesses and locals, from relief programs to meal support programs and more. We helped to support our partners and business community through different programs throughout the year. Programs such as Placer Shares, which I'd like to take a moment and thank you all for. Placer Shares program was a wonderful way to help support our business community financially. Finances were the biggest issue for all of our businesses, and through your thoughtfulness and generosity, you were able to help our businesses survive the past 12 months and the hardships they have all faced. So on behalf of NTBA and our business community, thank you for creating, supporting, and funding Placer Shares, and we were truly honored to be a part of that program. Along with Placer Shares, NTBA also helped to create, support, and execute our local gift card program, Takeout Tahoe program, to support our restaurant community, our Shop Local program, rent relief, and PPE distributions. We again work closely through collaborations with NLTRA and TCDA to successfully execute these programs and in turn support our businesses. NTBA worked closely with NLTRA for the past year on the TBID. We made sure to help with TBID education to all of our TBID businesses within our district, including involvement in local public meetings, one-on-one calls, and communication to our members to make sure that they were all educated in what the TBID is and what the benefits are. We worked alongside NLTRA on the petition process and have been involved in speaking publicly at all county meetings. We also want to acknowledge today Jeffrey Hentz, the NLTRA staff, and Aaron Casey from Placer County on their hard work in the development of the TBID and working tirelessly to get it approved. We also want to thank you all, the Board of Supervisors, for your approval of the TBID and further for your approval of the $4.1 million annually that's slated to stay in the North Lake Tahoe region and go to workforce housing and transportation, two large needs for our district and the entire lakefront region. Well, yes, we are the business association, and we do focus on our business community. This year, more than ever before, we really became not only the voice for our businesses, but we also lent a listening ear, a hand to help, and a voice to speak for our local community members. We also listened to our community in that so many individuals and families were struggling after the unfortunate past year. So NTBA Board of Directors and staff came up with our Community Relief Raffle. This raffle was for anyone who lives and or works within our district to sign up for an opportunity to win help for their essential needs. Is that me? Sorry. The raffle prizes included money towards electric bill, home gas bill, cable internet bill, gift cards to Safeway for food, and Chevron for gas. This raffle brought our community together. Many community members donated to those in need. The raffle ran through March. We selected 25 winners within the local community for $2,375 worth of relief. It was absolutely amazing, and we are so proud of our community. We really spent our summer listening to our community's needs and some of the underlying issues from the busy summer visitation, and we're able to come together with county staff and other resources to mitigate those tourism issues we heard so often, including trash, graffiti, parking, and more. We came up with both immediate and long-term solutions, including added dumpsters and pickups, the Future Clean Tahoe program, parking management in support of the RTTP, and the Regional Ambassador program. And now we're going to move towards community design. Art is extremely important in our Kings Beach community, from our roundabout art projects to the murals throughout town. We are currently working with Arts for Schools on a project for the community, which will include our young artists working with professional artists to continue the education, growth, and love for art in our community. We have hopes that this project and partnership will be the start to something long-term with our youth and art in the community. Art being so important, and with so many artists and their businesses needing support, NTBA created our new Artist Corner level membership for any performance and or visual artists to join and receive special member benefits and continue special member benefits and opportunities to grow their businesses. This was extremely well received and continues to grow. We are building programming around our Artist Corner, including makers and artist events, and our Bear Box Art program, which will roll out spring and summer of 2021. With trash issues on the forefront in Kings Beach, we increased our cleanup day events to twice per year in 2020 with huge success and plan to continue that moving forward. We will host one in June and one in September moving forward. Our community also stepped up this past summer, came together, and created their own weekly cleanup days every Monday, and to help clean up the beach and our grid area throughout the busy summer season. Those have already started for this upcoming year. So, and we're doing weekends right now. During the 2020 holiday season, it was brought to my attention that our town looked dark, sad, and unfestive. Within 1 week, we were able to get all the proper approvals in place and light up the streets of Kings Beach. We created an entire lighting program, and with the help of donations, donated lights, our amazing volunteers, support from our businesses, and the biggest support from our professional lighters, who not only donated lights and their time and professional knowledge, we were able to light up our town in 1 day. We plan to elaborate and grow this program moving forward, not only have holiday lights, but year-round lighting. The community feedback was incredible, and they said we brought light, both figuratively and literally, to the end of a very tough year. Now, more than ever, economic vitality has become a huge focus for NTBA. NTBA has spent the past year involved in the RTTP, giving support and feedback to county staff on this project. We are in support of parking management within Kings Beach, and especially a residential parking program, not only to support our community to mitigate the excessive street parking, but the financial opportunities that parking management brings to Kings Beach. Kings Beach is on this incredible peak right now. While we have so many vacant properties today, there are so many catalyst projects on the horizon, from the KB Center project to the La Lima project revamp, the Tahoe Inn, the future of the Cal Neva, and so many others. We are working closely with developers, county staff, and others to continue to be involved in supporting and pushing these projects forward, while also thinking about the community desires and the needs of our commercial core. We are on this incredible cusp that once all these move forward, we will become the vibrant town that we all desire and know Kings Beach can be, and also a town that visitors will love more than ever before. Another project NTBA has supported is the Western Approach Roundabout project in Kings Beach. We've been working with county staff to educate the community on this project. The traffic mitigation, pedestrian safety, and beautification will be helpful and is extremely needed in Kings Beach. Other important tasks that we've been working on, we spent this past year, the NTBA Board of Directors, on refreshing and creating our 2022 strategic plan. We plan to continue to work towards parking management programs for the upcoming year and future. We will continue to be heavily involved with the creation and implementation of the TBID, from seats on the board to ad hoc committees to our internal development to supporting our TBID businesses with their own implementation. And we will continue our ongoing collaborative work, including co-production of the North Lake Tahoe Truckee Leadership Program, participation on the Business Association and Chamber Collaborative, including exploring opportunities for increased efficiency, reduced redundancy, and increased collaboration between our organization, Tahoe City Downtown Association, the North Lake Tahoe Chamber, and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. In conclusion, on behalf of the NTBA Board of Directors and staff and the communities we serve, thank you for your board's ongoing and strong support of the North Tahoe Business Association and our mission to improve economic vitality and quality of life in North Lake Tahoe. Together, we are all making a positive difference. And now I'm happy to take any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't push it. It just keeps coming on. It's like mental telepathy. Both to Kylie and Alyssa, I just want to thank you for really detailed presentations and all the efforts and partnership you've put forward with Placer County, with our staff on all the departments, as well as the Resort Association. I'm so excited as we move forward into the T-bid, how that collaboration can really result in better results and more activity by joint efforts moving forward. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you.
Yes. How am I doing? Okay. Elisa and Kylie, thank you so much for such a positive report over this time we've been going through. It's unbelievable. And what I see is you didn't let it set you back. It energized you. And you worked collaboratively with all the partners to make this work. I'm just so pleased and proud of both of you. You actually made it important to let people know how important your organizations are for your community. So you've done a great job, and it's really amazing what people can do when they have to have rise to another level. So I just want to thank you both.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board? Thanks again to all three of you.
Staff one.
Robert.
Oh, yeah. For the record.
Good job. Hello, Jeffrey Hens, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Just wanted to make some comments about our two business associations, Tahoe City Downtown Association and TBA, and the great work both of these ladies do. As you know, I've just finished my first year, and I can't say enough good things about Kylie and Alyssa and how they've helped me and how close we've worked together in a number of ways. It's been a great partnership. They are consummate professionals, extremely hard workers, and collaborative with a capital C. The T-bid is exciting, and they've been a big part of that. They have helped me so much and helped our organization get that T-bid across the finish line when many thought we couldn't. And I want to thank them both for their efforts. And now as we enter this formation stage and get ready to launch on July 1st, to me and what we feel, the T-bid will be a catalyst for an even greater partnership with NTBA and TCDA. Our partnership and collaboration will only increase and elevate to me during this new T-bid era. We are in constant communication on every issue and program and look for new programs to benefit our region. I'm so looking forward to working even closer with both Kylie and Alyssa in the years ahead and their engaged board. So thank you again to both, and they're amazing. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment on how encouraging all of this was, and it kind of makes you want to start your own little group. But especially I wanted to let you know that we drove around town last night all the way to the Nevada border, and all the lighting, it's so cute. It really gives a really good impression of the area. And my comment was that, we live in a HOA and we have to have all of our Christmas lights down by the end of January. So to come up here and just live that kind of a festive atmosphere all the time. So encourage your people to let you keep your lights up year round. It's great. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Will Garner, Public Works Department Deputy Director. And today with this item, we are requesting the board's authorization to enter into a contract with Downtowner Squaw LLC to operate a microtransit pilot program starting on July 1st of this year. Also, we're seeking approval of a budget amendment because even though it doesn't start till July 1, we're going to have some expenditures going in to the pilot program before the end of the fiscal year. Your board endorsed the funding for this program through the TOT earlier this month through the T-bid funding strategy, and so that covers the funding part of it. And in just a minute, I'll introduce Jamie Wright, who's going to give a brief overview of the proposed pilot for the summer. The microtransit pilot this summer would be the first that Placer County has operated like this as a transit program. Now, we operate a lot of dial-a-ride and flex route in the western part of the county, but it's kind of old-fashioned. You call up, you make a ride, somebody jots it down on a piece of paper, and we go get them. And that works really nicely. But this new technology that's been in place for a while now is what's called microtransit, and allows the passenger to kind of track the vehicle like you're used to with Uber or Lyft or so forth. It's a shared ride system. Jamie will talk a little bit more about that. Of course, because we are a transit operator where we get federal funds for TART and Placer County Transit, we have to put in some things like the ADA and drug and alcohol testing and all those things. And we have a very good vendor that's going to come on board for the pilot program with your approval that's able to do all these things. So that's very encouraging. So with that, actually, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jamie. We have just a couple of slides to illustrate what we're going to propose to do this summer. And I guess let me say one more thing. It took a lot of work. This was kind of a interesting contract to put together very quickly. And I want to thank the CEO, Tahoe staff, risk management, procurement, county council, and all the others in our department that helped put this together and actually get it here to this meeting today. It took a lot of hustle. So with that, here's Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant and members of the board. My name is Jamie Wright, and I am the Public Works Director for Transit Services here in Placer County. Today, I am just going to go do a quick overview of the program itself, kind of what we're expecting from it, and then what we're going to do to review that program in the long run. So the microtransit service this summer, it is a 69-day pilot that will run July 1st through September 6th. This does align with the peak season service that TART operates as well. So we will run the microtransit service in addition to our TART mainline services. This gives us a real opportunity to understand what does microtransit do for our region and how does it affect our mainline transit services. We do expect a lot of crossover between the two systems, as well as crossover between the microtransit services themselves. So the service will run the 69 days. It'll run daily between 8 a.m. and midnight. We will have 8 vehicles max in operation between the two zones. The two zones identified were actually identified from the RTTP plan that this board adopted on October 27th of 2020. So the first zone will be Brockway, Tahoe Vista, and Kings Beach. This will go all the way up to State Line and connect at Crystal Bay. And then we have Tahoe City, Dollar Point, and West Shore. This is a larger zone, so we do have additional vehicles within this zone to cover the large range of that zone. The service is app-based, and we are expecting a goal of 15-minute windows for pickups after rides are requested. We will be branding the service. The service will be branded as a service of TART. It will have the same brand pillars that were adopted with the TART branding that was also endorsed by this board probably 4 or 5 years ago. The total cost for the program is $465,000, and that funding is coming from the transit occupancy tax, which this board approved on March 9th. The pilot does bring new technology to our region. So all of the rides will be booked via a mobile app, or we have asked for a local call-in number for those that don't have a mobile device and maybe would like to utilize the service. So the rides will be requested via mobile app. You can download the app on either an Apple or Android device. And then we will have a local number that will be established by about mid-May with the vendor, and they will establish that phone number. So rides can be booked either via the app or telephone. There is no internet booking with this service, but that is pretty standard for this type of service as well. In addition to the app, we have been working diligently with our partners locally to figure out how we're going to get the word out about our microtransit service this summer. So with the app-based technology, the contractor is going to set the app up for download. They will also promote and advocate for the service through app stores and things like that. On our end, we are branding the service. It will have its own brand identity, whether it's called TART Connect or TART Mini or TART Micro. We are still working on that with our partnership. Some more to come through there. But the goal is to have a brand that we can adopt throughout the Resort Triangle that our neighboring jurisdictions can also utilize. This summer, also news to us as of recently, Incline Village is looking to do a microtransit pilot that would work with ours as well. It would be branded just like what Placer County is doing, and so there could be some cross-pollination between those zones. They do not have night service like we do in Placer County, so we're really interested to see what that looks like for them and when our main line stops, and so how many more trips are we making over into that area. The TMA, the Transportation Management Association, will be implementing the microtransit service into all of its summer marketing campaigns. So we will be working with them pretty closely to get this branding and all of the information to them so they can rapidly get that out to the public here in the next month and a half. And then they're going to work with our partnering agencies, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, the business associations, which were here today, the League to Safe Lake Tahoe, local chambers, really just to name a few, on promotion and marketing of the service as well. Placer County, will be meeting with the TMA and the NLTRA to discuss additional outreach ideas. How are we going to get our businesses involved? Is there something that the businesses can do, like, you get a 50% off your drink if you took the microtransit or something. So a lot of those ideas are circulating. And last but certainly not least, we are talking about a ribbon cutting, whether that is in person and live at the transit center or a virtual ribbon cutting. I think time will only tell where we will end up there. So that is kind of our goal, to get the word out on the street, but we definitely will be utilizing our partnership with the TMA and others in the region to do that. And in the end, what do we want out of the microtransit pilot? For us in Placer County, we've talked about neighborhood shuttles or microtransit for a number of years. The idea was really born through the Vision Coalition that helped with the TART system plan, which was adopted by this board in 2016 in this building. So it's long in coming for us to bring a program like this forward, but again, we also need to understand what it does for us. What is the cost per passenger? What are our riderships? Where are the origin and destinations going? What are the actual wait times, ride times, number of app users, number of trips requested, the cost effectiveness in comparison to our fixed route services. And so those are all things that we will kind of weigh out in the end of all of this, and we have a great operator on board who's ready to give us that data. So with that, I think that is the end of our presentation. So with that, we request the board authorize the Director of Public Works or a designee to award and execute an agreement with Squaw Downtowner LLC to develop and implement a microtransit service pilot program in North Lake Tahoe in the amount of $465,000 in substantial conformance with the agreement on file, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute any amendments consistent with Placer County procurement policy. In addition, we are looking for you to approve the budget amendment in the amount of $134,258,000 to fund 10201 Lake Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Fund, to fund 21402 Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit TART Budget Amendment AM 00448. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a comment. Wow, it is working. This sounds like a real exciting program, long overdue, and looking forward to it to come into place. You mentioned you weren't sure what you were going to name it, microtransit or mini tart. I think a real catchy name you might want to put out there is Pop-Tart. So,
I really liked the tartlet, which was also born of the RTTP, but somebody asked me if I would feel comfortable saying that in front of all of you. So.
Cindy.
Hey, Jamie and Will, thank you for jumping on this. I know that with the success of the Mountaineer here in Squaw, we really understood how much a piece of our traffic could be solved with micromass transit. So I really appreciate you jumping into this space and following up on some of the visions we've had and haven't implemented. How adaptive is the program? In other words, you've got zones, but if there's additional demand and we see people want to ride out to Squaw or back and the vehicles are available, can the driver make that determination, or are they limited to stay within that zone even if they don't have other calls?
They'll be limited to stay within that zone based on how the program's set up right now. Our work with Downtowner, we've told them, hey, 20 days in, we may say, hey, we want a little change, and that will all come with budget implications and things like that. So right now the zones are set. The vehicle shouldn't be traveling outside of the zones. That's one way for us to really test the microtransit system and see what those zones look like, how it works with the fixed route. But if we wanted to add additional zones, we have spoken with the vendor about that, and I think there's some openness to that. It's how will we work that out?
Well, ultimately, it's where do people want to go and how quickly they want to get there and how they're using it. And I just want us to be as flexible as we can. When the vehicles are available and if they're just sitting there and we're denying a trip because they want to go half a mile one way or the other, I hope that we can be flexible and work with that and adapt, because it is a pilot program. And I think we've heard from the Squaw Valley community there's definitely interest in making those connections into Tahoe City. And then obviously from there they can get down the West Shore, but that connection is something that I want to support and look at budget amendments if we need to, because they've been great partners through this process as well. So.
They have been great partners. You know, we do have TART's fixed route service that goes hourly through Squaw Valley. It starts at, depending on the season, 6 a.m. in the morning, and depending on the season can go all the way till 2 a.m. So we really are providing that type of service there. They do have a neighborhood shuttle within Squaw Valley that really acts as the microtransit service like we're putting over on the lake. So when you start stretching out those zones extremely far, we lose the goal of what microtransit provides us. So, we are walking a fine balance here. I think we are very understanding that we do need to look at ridership daily. We need to make sure that the program is successful and producing what we're expecting it to.
Right.
And so we have asked the operator not asked, but told them to expect requests from us for ridership on a daily basis as we kick off the pilot.
Yeah, well, we don't want to be redundant, but when people leave their house, get to the TART, then the more transfers, the less likely they are to not just jump in their car and drive it. And so we need to be flexible in understanding that and adapt to that. I think the beauty of what we learned with Downtowner is, hey, you see it coming, you know when it's going to be at your house, you get on it, you get where you're going, and there isn't all that transfer. So that's, again, something we'll learn through this, is how many people and how we adjust to that without taking away from TART, but seeing this as an augment to TART, and that's our goal, right? So thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got to say one thing on that. The Downtowner, what they're able to do, most of these microtransit companies are able to simulate ahead of time what they think ridership's going to be, and they base the amount of vehicles, size of zone, response time, ride time, all those things they package in. And so right now, that the contract does have it confined to the zones to try to ensure the best amount of success possible as we launch into this. But if we see a lot of slack time based on the data, like you're saying, and you could see it, and it's just happening day after day. I hope we'll have the ability to pivot. It is a 69-day pilot program. It's pretty quick. So I think what you mentioned, we're going to learn a lot. Part of what we're going to learn is what didn't quite succeed and what we should do better maybe for a winter program. And by the way, I don't think I should have mentioned this earlier. We're asking this to be a 2-year contract to allow us to come back with amendments to add additional pilots within that 2-year program. And our procurement officer felt like a 2-year duration was fair for a pilot program. So.
Great. Well, thank you. And I really do. I think we'll learn a lot from those who take the shuttle. And I think at least the Mountaineer had a survey form, and I hope that that's part of this as well. We also need to learn from those who choose not to use it what would have been more attractive, right? Because that's really how we start helping people get out of their vehicles. So that would be a good one to know if they don't complete a trip, if they go online, why didn't you book that trip or why didn't you call it? So any information will just really feed our success in the program, and I'm so thankful that you've brought it forward.
Anyone from the public like to comment on this?
Okay, then I'll make that motion. Oh, sorry.
Jeffrey Hens, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. We're so excited about microtransit coming to the Lake Basin that we just want to commend everybody involved with this and their hard work. Branding possibilities are exciting too, so hopefully we can jump in that process. But I just wanted to share with you that I've already instructed our marketing team back at NLTRA to incorporate this into our summer marketing, where we spend a lot of effort communicating to our visitors around the basin to move around mountainside, basinside, and to use this program. So we're going to do everything we can to make sure this program's successful and be engaged. So thank you again.
We need a roll call, Chair.
Roll call.
Gore. Aye. Holmes. Jones.
Aye.
Gustafson.
Aye.
Wygant.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Is everyone able to hear me?
We are. Thank you.
Hold on, this is the wrong, Brandon, we're not to your
Oh, I
item
apologize.
yet, sorry. We're at 12A, Brad. There we go.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Wygant and fellow board members. I'm Brad Goulet, Deputy Director for Facilities Management. Before you today is a request to approve a memorandum of understanding between the North Tahoe Public Utilities District and the County of Placer. North Tahoe PUD is preparing a joint agency grant application for submittal to the California Office of Emergency Services for funding through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for the acquisition and installation of a permanent generator at the North Tahoe Event Center. The North Tahoe Event Center is designated by Placer County Office of Emergency Services as an emergency shelter and evacuation center for the residents and visitors of the North Shore of Lake Tahoe, as well as during mutual aid shelter and evacuation operations for the Truckee and Lake Tahoe Basin. There is currently no backup generator or provisions for emergency power at this facility. The addition of a generator would allow for expanded shelter operations, including 24-hour service, heating, air conditioning, and kitchen, providing hot meals for evacuees. No other building in the region provides the flexibility for reconfiguration to accommodate a shelter, food preparation, and services to local residents during a planned power outage or declared emergency. The hazard mitigation grant will fund 75% of project costs and require the grant recipient to fund the remaining 25%. If the HMGP funds are awarded, North Tahoe PUD and Placer County will split evenly the 25% portion of the project costs not covered by the grant funds. Total project costs are currently estimated to be $300,000. Final project costs will be determined upon project completion, but Placer County's share shall in no event exceed $37,500. North Tahoe PUD agrees to fund the 25% portion of the project costs not covered by the grant funds and invoice the county for its share upon project completion. Project completion will occur upon recordation of the notice of completion. It is also agreed and understood that ongoing operation and maintenance activities will be necessary during the life cycle of the generator, which is estimated to be 20 years. North Tahoe PUD agrees to endeavor to include the costs for the manufacturer's recommended O&M activities and compliance with air quality district requirements in its fiscal year budget cycles at the North Tahoe PUD's sole cost with no county contribution. Should a generator component break, malfunction, and/or require replacement during the generator's useful life, the actual cost for such repair not covered by warranty or other applicable insurance policy shall be invoiced to Placer County on a 50-50 shared cost basis. I'll also add this initiative fits nicely into the Placer County Local Hazard Mitigation Plan goals, specifically goal number 2, which is to provide protection for critical facilities, infrastructure, utilities, and services from hazard impacts. So before you are 2 requests, one to authorize the Director of Facilities Management or designee to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Placer and the North Tahoe Public Utility District for a permanent emergency standby generator system at the North Tahoe Event Center located at 8318 North Lake Boulevard in Kings Beach. The second is to approve a fiscal year 2021 budget amendment to increase revenue and expenditures in the building maintenance budget in the amount of $37,500 and cancel general fund reserves assigned for capital for the shared costs not covered by the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. At this time, I'm available for any questions.
Holmes. Gore. Holmes. Jones.
Aye.
Gustafson.
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. And our last item is 14.
14B.
Groundwater money compliance contract, and that is Brandon's Thurber. So Brandon.
Good afternoon. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant and members of the board. My name is Brandon Thurber, and I am with the Environmental Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Today, I will be requesting the award of a groundwater monitoring compliance contract for the county's maintained closed landfills and wastewater treatment site with the option to renew the contract for up to 4 one-year renewals. But first, I'd like to give you some background on this item. The Environmental Engineering Division of Public Works is responsible for managing Placer County's closed landfills and wastewater treatment facility. The sites are regulated by the waste discharge requirements, which require routine water quality monitoring and reporting to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. In December of 2020, EE staff requested proposals from firms on the qualified list 10562 for wastewater, water, and landfill consulting services, which was competitively solicited and awarded in 2016. A total of 3 firms submitted proposals for the monitoring and reporting services for the closed landfill and wastewater treatment site. A panel of 3 staff members reviewed and ranked the proposals based on firms' qualifications of their team, project plan, and cost. EE staff determined that Stearns, Conrad, and Schmidt Consulting Engineers, Inc., otherwise known as SCS Engineers, ranked the highest in the proposal review process. Staff sent out a notice of intent to award to SCS Engineers on March 2nd, 2021, pending board approval. Therefore, in order to proceed, staff is requesting the following 2 actions. 1, your board approve a contract with SCS Engineers, Inc. for water quality and monitoring services in an amount not to exceed $225,636 for a period of March 30th, 2021 to March 29, 2022, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contract. And 2, authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to approve and execute options to renew the contract on a year-to-year basis for up to 4 one-year renewal terms, with renewal amounts not to exceed the original contract amount plus 10%. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for Brad? See none. Anyone from the public? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we have finished our agenda for the day. Thank you.